84 loyalist skulls in the pile. 84 loyalist skulls. Crush one to dust and drink it with blood. 83 loyalist skulls in the pile. Now then, the timeline has advanced to 1994, November 26th, 15 hours, 21 minutes, and 3 seconds. Now, where are we? Where are we? We are over here. The music is over there. And we can say, greetings and welcome. I am Karionto, and today we continue with Root Double before Ram After Days Xtend Edition. God, that has never been not a mouthful and will continue to be so forever. Now, external things that have happened. I fucked around with the audio yet again, as always. I don't know if you can sense a difference at all. I don't know if I can. But anyway. And, I want to show off a fancy thing I did tonight, this morning. The fancy logo thing that I have on my profile picture everywhere. I made it rotate. Look at that. Look at that sucker. It's fucking moving. It's big. Because, I also made the vector file for it, so I can just make it massive. Look at that. I wanted to do a fancier thing where these spikes over here just kind of protrude up and down, backwards and forwards as these spikes move. But as I tried to figure out how to do that, turns out really fucking complicated and tedious. And no, I wasn't gonna spend like 15 hours figuring out how to do that properly without knowledge of how to do like basic animation like this rotation in the first place. Like, I didn't know how to do this before, 20 hours earlier. I had no fucking clue. And I probably will forget again, because, I only care about one little project at a time. And once it's done, I forget, and I don't need... Oh, I've attached it to myself now. Oops. Fine, whatever. That's fine. We can just... There we go. We can set and reset it at will. Good. Shall I place it somewhere around here? Sure. I like to have it in the side, but it can stay there. It can stay there for now. For now. While we wait here. Anyway, beyond that little excursion of mine into the world of Live 2D, my first and probably only one, which is fine, we don't need extra things. Let us dive right in to escaping from reality as we know it. And in order to do that, we must once again employ the services of theonion.com. Now, this time around, we have a short little, confessional type of thingy from, a person who is still searching for hookup subculture on LinkedIn. Gladys VA, what was VA? Virginia, I believe that's Virginia. Let's check. VA is indeed Virginia. Yes, thank you. Tab of state decoding. So, Gladys, Virginia. After weeks of concentrated effort aimed at trying to meet sexual partners through the professional networking site, local man Hugh Nesbitt told reporters Friday that he has yet to break into the underworld of casual hookups surely hidden beneath the surface of LinkedIn.com. There has to be some way people are using this to arrange sexual encounters, right? You can't honestly tell me that everyone there is looking for jobs, said Nesbitt, 27, adding that there were far too many people connected through the site for nothing seedy to be going on. I see there's a recommendation button. Is that the way down the rabbit hole? Or maybe it's some kind of exclusive thing where I need to get an introduction from someone who's already in on the action? That must be it. At press time, Nesbitt has successfully used LinkedIn to locate a former coworker whose profile photo he could masturbate to. Good job, man. Certainly in the imagery we needed there. Thanks. Well, yes, sometimes the Onion is indeed unfiltered like that. Uncouth. Anyway, we move on to the recap of the story. Now, previously, we revealed that Labo is pure evil, basically, kind of, but most of the people truly directly responsible are already dead or are some faceless, higher ups, top brass, like Wayland Yutani or the Umbrella Corps. Like, you never get a face of the people behind with the money of all that stuff. We only get, like, just the middlemen, the direct action people like Wesker in the Resident Evil things, or like, just some suits in the Alien series. We never get the actual top brass because they're, they're protected by way too many layers of lawyers and contracts and politicians and payoffs and everything else, and you can't get to those people. You just can't. You just can't. So there's really no point in thinking about that. But yeah, that's the simple case, and right. I'm not going to do much of a recap because, thankfully, Luis is there, who has not been informed of many things going on, and last we left off, she was asking for someone to just explain everything that's happening to her, everything that's been going on, and that's what we will continue on from. So, without further ado, because my intros are absolute garbage, we shall just move on. And yes, we will not have the logo spinning in the side all the time. That's a little bit distracting and purposeless, I think. Maybe. Actually, no, fuck that. I will check out. Let's make it a little bit smaller. Let's put you over there. A little tiny one. Something like that. There we go. Neato. Neaterino for me. Now, let's begin. Continue. Purpose of power. Actually, no, it's distracting me. I'm getting rid of that. Alright, so, I honestly don't understand anything that's going on. Someone explain. Anyone. Why is Mashiro so heavily injured? Because she was shot. Who exactly are you, Anna? Why did you close your heart to us? She's a government agent trying to figure out what's going on. Ukita, you were the insider, weren't you? Yes, he was. Jun, are you an upstanding rescue worker or another terrorist? No, she's just a straight up rescue worker. She's good kid. And you, Watase. He is a terrorist that he orchestrated. Well, no, Ukita orchestrated most of the things. Watase is just a collaborator. But he is the one who's directly responsible for the physical damage to all the people here. Well, most of them, especially Mashiro. Luis glared at him. It's a lot of good and totally fair questions. You're a terrorist beyond a shadow of a doubt, but... Were you the one who hurt Mashiro? Yes, he was. If so, then I definitely cannot forgive you. That's fine. I don't think he wants your forgiveness. He just, needs your cooperation for now. Luis's stifled voice echoed in the quiet room. Oh, calm down, Luis. I think she's being pretty calm, all things considered. Calm down? How do you expect me to calm down? That's totally fair. That is totally fair. Answer me, Watase. What have you done today? A lot of things. Like a lot of things. Oh boy. It's a lot of stuff. Watase sunk into silence with a bitter look on his face. Crap, I knew this would happen. Well, yeah, it's only logical. He understood how Luis felt, but they couldn't afford to waste time here. It'll take way too much time to explain everything from the beginning. Yes, if I tried to explain everything from the beginning, we would be here for like an hour. I'm not doing that. But can we get her to understand with just a rough explanation? I think so. Maybe. Wait, you can just send telepathy that, like, condensed amounts of information in such a short period of time. As Natsuko hesitated, Watase softly started to speak. Luis, you are exactly right. Watase, don't. No secrets. Fuck off, Natsuko. Honesty is the best policy. We need that. Watase ignored Natsuko's warning and continued. I wounded that girl. Regardless of the circumstances, the truth stands that I shot her. I am sorry. For a second, Natsuko thought he saw intense killing intent emanating from Luis's small body. Yes. Unforgivable. Correct. He doesn't disagree. I don't think anyone disagrees with that. Mashiro's great. Mashiro's like the best. Like, she's just the nicest kid. Like, come on. Everyone immediately started trying to hold Luis back. Stop it, Miss Sanemi. There were circumstances beyond his control. Yes, correct, but still. That's right, Luis. True, this man may be a terrorist, but on the other hand, so am I. Actually, like, you don't really get to speak here, Ukita. Shut up. To hell with your circumstances. I'll never forgive this man. Shh, that's fine. He doesn't need forgiveness. He doesn't even want your forgiveness. Luis shouted and started hitting Watase. Oh, come on now. We can do that after we get out of here. Ow. Luis's fist sank into Watase's face, her leg into his stomach. He's not resisting. Watase gave no resistance and allowed Luis to keep hitting him. Yeah, get out of your system. Anna frantically held Luis back and Yuri screamed bitterly. Please, stop. Captain Gasagi only shot Masha because of BC. He was infected with malice because... No, that's not useful now. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Nobody could stop Luis. Natsuko thought desperately. Is there nothing we can do to get Luis to understand? Some way to get her to see the whole story of what happened today? Yes, you can. You literally have that ability. That's the whole point. You've been using it multiple times now. Like, you've been... Oh. But most of what happened was beyond describing. But you can, imprint your memories into her. Wouldn't be the first time. Like, literally, she's had like 300 plus people's memories imprinted in her. Well, specialized memories, but still. The reason why Watase became terrorist, what Yuri felt these past 9 years in confinement, what Mashiro felt these past 9 years watching over Natsuhiko, what actions brought Jun, Anna, and Ukita here to this moment. It's impossible to explain it all. Well, no, it's not. But it just takes a really long amount of time. Going by my records, it takes, what, about like 15, 16 hours or so, I think. Give or take. Words alone could not truly convey all their feelings. But the moment that thought crossed Natsuko's mind, you have BC, you have telepathy, you have these mind-merging things. He recalled the word Yuri had just said a moment ago. BC. Oh my god, come on. That's literally the whole point. That's it. With BC, we can convey all the feelings that words alone cannot. At least he got there. To everyone here, Natsuko took that flash of inspiration and concentrated on it. He recalled what he had heard in class. BC isn't limited to conveying voices and emotions. Theoretically, it can convey sight and other senses as well. You've literally been doing that this whole time. It can even convey a large amount of information instantaneously, like you did that with her back then when you were running around, and she conveyed all her plans and thoughts, and you read that with empathy. Like that literally that happened. You've done it already before. Come on now. We don't need this explained to us like it's some kind of, yes. That's it. The opposite of sense of sympathy. Not really the opposite. It's basically the same thing, just different direction. I'll do the reverse of reading minds. I'll convey my memories to everyone else. Like that's just telepathy with bits of added extra bits and bobs. Not even Natsuko himself knew if that was the correct thing to do. It's fine. Perhaps that too was nothing more than him abusing his abilities however he saw fit. It's fine. But it's probably the only way I can put a stop to this fight. That determination aroused Natsuko's memory. His sharpened concentration caused his senses to fade. Every sight he saw and sound he heard up until now came forth from the back of his mind. Luis! Luis gasped and turned around. And during that fleeting, ever so short moment, Luis, everyone, behold! Behold! I love the word behold. It's actually fantastic. I think it goes in the top 5 words, alongside excellent, indeed. There were a couple of other ones, at least one more, that I've already forgotten. And I'll probably forget behold as well, but that's fine. Anyway, it's a good word. I like the word behold. Witness. Witness me. Yeah, that's a good one as well. Witness. That's a good one. Mad Max Fury Road is an excellent movie. Watch it. It's extremely fun and straightforward and simple and just perfect in a way. These are the roots that brought all 8 of us here. Indeed. Uh-oh. Natsuko put all his strength into using BC. Everyone understands everyone now. Just then, his brain loaded its information onto BC particles and released them into the world. Without Natsuko confirming any characteristic brain waveforms, the non-directional BC, the untargeted telepathy, reached everyone's brains. The memory is depicted in Natsuko's brain. The feelings, the emotions. Everyone's minds connected and experienced the same things through the same perspectives and same senses. Literally brought together as one. Watasa's past, Yuri's feelings, Mashiro's history, and everyone else's. And everyone's personal experiences of today. That is one way to get it all together. Watasa's terrorist plot and its failure, the existence of Subject N and her malice. Yeah, this is a recap, I guess, although it makes sense only if you've been following along. The bomb's time limit, Kazumi's current status, and all the deaths and all of that information rose up in the span of a split second, and then click, vanished. Did I get through to everyone? I think so. Natsuko eased off his concentration and his senses returned. And before his eyes, he saw Luis and the others standing stock still in shock. It's a lot of information to take in just a split second. Captain Kasagi's past, your past, Yuri's past, everyone's past. They muttered with hollow voices. Fucking Luis's past, that's like one of the most tragic things here, honestly. Like fucking hell. No, not just his. He's taking it in strides, though. Yuri's memories, and Natsuko's memories, and more. Everyone is becoming one. Join the hive mind. Did I do? Obviously, you did it. Natsuko turned to look at Luis with bated breath. Like, I mean, sure, you understand each other doesn't mean you should forgive them for their actions. Like, that's a totally different story. Just because you understand someone doesn't mean you need to, like, suddenly, accept it and just let it go. No. Those are two very, very different things. She spoke with a shamed look on her face, and no need to be ashamed that you did a reasonable thing with the information you had at the moment. Not fair. Yeah, everyone's got sad, tragic backstories, for the most, except Okita. He's got a mostly normal one. Not fair. I don't understand the minds of others, and yet you now have the memories and emotions, everything of like 8 other people. For the first time, I understood people's feelings. Even that man's, Watasa's. Sure. Luis glared at Watasa. I understand you now, but just a little bit. How you grieved over Wataru's death, how you harbored rage towards Labo, and why you became a terrorist. And the truth of how after Natsuko erased your memories, you exerted all your effort in saving everyone. I still don't feel right forgiving you. That's totally fine. He did, you shouldn't. You shouldn't. But just for now, I'll hold off on hitting you. I think that's all we can ask for. That's all that's reasonable. Natsuko clenched his fist firmly at those words. Thank you. Watasa spoke with genuine regret. Regret. Again with that word. Regret comes up a lot. It has 2 R's in it. And it just makes me want to pronounce it differently. Emphasis on it for some reason. Natsuko whispered to Luis. Thanks, Luis. Luis nodded ambiguously. Natsuko shared the knowledge he had with everybody in the room. Though it was not as if he had conveyed every single thing he had observed. He tried to hide things that some would not want others to know about, and he only intended to convey the parts relevant to each individual's beliefs. Okay. Fair enough. And as a result, perhaps everyone's mutual understanding was a little lacking in some regards. I mean, it's more than most people have in general, so, still a solid net gain. But I'm sure it'll be okay. I'm sure everyone here could come to terms with each other at least a little, regardless. That was what he had hoped. Even if they couldn't understand each other, they could at least come to terms with each other. Yes. Everyone's tense expressions softened ever so slightly. Luis, Captain Kasagi did indeed shoot Mashiro, but you know, it was also Captain Kasagi that rescued her when she fainted and treated her injuries. I know. Luis switched her gaze to Mashiro. If it weren't for that, then I really wouldn't be able to forgive. Natsuko looked at Mashiro too, and then he noticed something. Her eyes were slowly opening. Hell yeah, everyone's waking up. Mashiro. Natsuko. Mashiro, you're awake! Mashiro nodded groggily and quietly stood up. Yeah, we finally get, you know, the best character up and about again. Luis, Miss Senna. Guys, I saw that whole thing just now too. Convenient. Good. Good. We don't have to do that again. I saw what happened while I was unconscious. And everyone's past too. Good. Very convenient plot tool. Mashiro then looked at Yuri. And everything that happened to you these past 9 years, Yuri. Oh yeah, reunion now. Ah. Hugs. Mashiro. Hugs. When Yuri said her name. Hugs. Tears spilled from Mashiro's eyes. Hugs. Hugs are nice. Mashiro hugged Yuri. Yeah. Ah, they're not giving a special CG for that? I was preparing. You're alive. You survived. Yeah. And that's great. Mashiro. I'm sorry. I didn't know a thing. Of course not. Everyone lied to everyone. How could you? I thought I was the only one who had to live with bitter feelings. But Yuri, you had stayed down here for 9 years. Unable to tell anyone anything. It's okay, Mashiro. It really isn't. It really isn't. Don't be like that, Yuri. What happened to you is really terrible. And people should pay for what they did to you. And what happened, even if it was technically your choice, you were like 7 years old when you made that choice, so not exactly not gonna hold up in anyone's court. No, 9 years old. Doesn't matter. Same difference. So like, it's really not okay what happened to you. Really not. It's not okay what happened to Luis. It's not okay what happened to Natsuko, although fuck, nothing's okay. Nothing's okay. At the end of the story, multiple people need to go to jail. At the very least. At the very least. Like, that's the only thing that will constitute a happy ending here. If we're gonna get that, I don't know. We'll see. Tears spilled from Yuri's eyes as well. Thanks for finding even someone like me worthy of your tears. Come on, Yuri, stop like playing yourself down like that. God damn it. I'm so glad I met you, Mashiro. I'm so glad that we're friends. Yeah. I love you, Mashiro. Me too, me too. The two girls hugged each other in tears. Natsuko and the others watched them silently. Nobody said a thing. Well, except me, I'm blabbering on all the time. But that's just how it works here. Because without a word, the two girls' feelings were conveyed to everyone else. Indeed. Eventually, after the two girls had stopped crying, Mashiro shamefully spoke to the others. Man, I'm sorry you guys had to see something so embarrassing. It's fine, emotions are a thing. By the time she said that with an embarrassed smile, Mashiro was back to the same girl she usually was. Good. It's okay, Miss Tova. That's the perfect time to cry your eyes out. Sure, as long as it didn't take too much time, we still have a bomb to deal with. Yeah, it was a beautiful sight to see. It didn't have a special CG, so I'm a little annoyed at that, but oh well. Somewhat jealous. Thank you, Luis, for being the blunt straight man. Masha and Yuri blushed to hear the girl's words. But as Nikita said nothing. Mashiro appeared to be afraid of them, but she seemed to be holding it back. With everyone's feelings in mind, Natsuko spoke up. Guys, the 8 of us have managed to come together thanks to all our hard work, but we are still not even close to getting out here yet. As you all know, it's still doubtful if we can get out here together or not, given our current situation. Everyone's faces froze at that statement. Yeah, everyone knows. Because of that bomb, right? Yeah. The bomb, Watase said, is sleeping in Area 0. Watase spoke uncomfortably in response to Natsuko. Furthermore, the bomb is set to explode just 1 minute after the bulkheads open. And when the bulkheads open, we will be greeted by the Sector 6. Natsuko glanced at Brain Cell's monitor. It displayed the time 6:19. Oh, that's soon. They planted the bomb sometime like 20 minutes after. In just under 40 minutes, okay. This facility is gonna be blown sky high. Is the bomb really that powerful? I mean, this is a super reinforced building, isn't it? Although, actually, a few minor, explosions managed to collapse the floor, which was like a massive pit earlier back then. So, actually, it might be powerful enough, yeah. And yeah, it's been damaged and structurally, what's the word I'm looking for? Compromised. Yeah, so a powerful enough bomb will just have everything collapse. Thanks to Natsuko's untargeted telepathy, not even Marshall needed to be brought up to speed. Everyone had the same information and spoke their own opinions. If we catch Mr. Tatsubana and erase someone else, can't we all escape together? Can you use BC to call Kazumi Tachibana? It might be difficult. The WX particle energy levels in each area have already dropped down as low as 1 MSV. When they get that low? Just now, I guess. Looks like it's been dropping around 2000 MSV an hour for some time. I agree with that assessment. Everyone, look at that. Ukita pointed at Braincell's monitor. You may have forgotten, but Braincell's monitor has indicators for the estimated lockdown end time and WX particle energy level in Area N. Area N's current energy level is 2789 MC, and it's decreasing rapidly. Now that you mention, the monitor indeed displayed that value. But the value began decreasing to 2788, 787, 86, etc. Once the value reached 0 MSE, the bulkheads would probably open. I see. If Area N's energy levels have decreased that much, then it makes sense that the other areas are so low. With the particle levels this low, area-to-area communication might be impossible. Also, the malice has gotten Cosmic pretty bad. Even if you were able to get telepathy through to her, I doubt she'd come here. Their facial expressions became strained. Then, we've got two routes we can take. Uh-oh. Do we find Miss Tachibana within 40 minutes? Or do we go down to Area 0 and defuse the bomb? Okay, we have guide open. In case there's some kind of choice to be made. Again, no shame. The latter should be safer, so let's go with that. After all, us rescue workers have procedures for disarming bombs. Oh yeah, they all have dead memories now. You do? I never heard a thing about... Come on, of course they do. That just means there are a lot of memories you haven't read with sense of sympathy. Yeah, there's literally decades worth of experiences and memories. Now that you mention, that was a natural conclusion. I mean, you were searching for specific memories. It wasn't as if Natsuko had read all of Watasa's memories. Right. Besides, if the tetril bomb explodes, then even the people around the facility outside could get caught in the blast. As rescue workers, we can't have any of that. Indeed, it would be bad if someone got caught in the blast. Natsuko nodded. So I think we should follow my mother's directions and hack into Braincell to activate the elevator to Area 0. We need 3 people to steal root authority. So how about 3 people stay here in the control room while the others go down to Area 0? No, there's no need for everyone to come down. Morim and I will be fine on our own. Wait, I'll go too. This is my problem too. Then I'll go too. You too, Luis. Modern bombs usually come with digital protection. Oh yeah, right, she has all the... Right, she has all the expertise knowledge inside of her brain. Right. Of course. How convenient. I can use Alice to negate that protection easily. I'm confident I can do it faster than the rescue squad. Also that. I see. Sounds hopeful. Everyone nodded. Then Natsuko, Yuri and I will do the hacking. I'll stay up here in case Miss Tachibana appears. Okay, that sounds good. All 8 people exchanged glances. The Area 0 team. Watase, Jun, Luis, Ukita. The control room team. Natsuko, Yuri, Mashiro, Ena. This is fucking neat. Okay then, let's begin. Yeah. Everyone mobilized at once. First, Natsuko's group connected Alice number 2 to Braincell. The authentication screen appeared on the 3 control terminals. Alice number 2's monitor displayed a manual which they referenced to confirm the security nullification process. Meanwhile, Watasa's group gathered the necessities for disarming bombs, like tools and liquid nitrogen. They took a can of medical-grade liquid nitrogen from the infirmary. Along the way, Luis retrieved Alice number 1 from the girls' restroom. Alright, we're all set on our end. The Area 0 group then gathered in front of the Area N elevator. After confirming they were ready, N and the go-between rushed into the control room. Mr. Tenkawa. We're good to go. Steal root authority. Okay, let's do this. Yuri, Mashro. Yee. Bring it on. And then the kids simultaneously operated the terminals. Braincell's monitor changed completely to display a list of all the installations in the facility. We've only got one chance. We have to finish everything within 30 seconds. The tension. They scrolled through the gigantic menu screen and chose the security settings for Area N and Area 0. Then they negated the security clearances for both areas so that the elevator could be activated freely. Okay, that should do it. I'll go check. Anna dashed out of the control room. Eventually, an alert came up on Braincell's screen. Illegal access detected. Revoking access authorization. The alerts continued. Activating reactive barrier. Shutting down illegal access originator. Oh. As soon as that screen appeared, Alice number 2's monitor suddenly shut down. Yuri panicked and tried touching Alice number 2. But no matter how much he touched her or shook her, Alice's number 2 didn't move. Yeah. Bricked. Did she break? No, it's been bricked. Looks like it. If Utasa's team hadn't gotten the news in time, then they were totally out of options. It's fine. As that thought crossed Natsuko's mind, Enna returned. Miss Enna, how'd it go? It worked. Captain Kasagi group was able to go down. Good. Perfect. We did it. Yuri cheered. Natsuko took a deep breath and pumped his fist. Now then, how about we leave the bomb to Luis's group and we go search for Miss Tachibana? We can't, Miss Toba. Not with those injuries of yours. You just finished up a blood transfusion, remember? Just walking around this facility is dangerous enough on its own. But, come on. You are injured, and so is Natsuko. He's got 4 bullet wounds that are mostly untreated in him as well, still. Anyway, once Mashiro said that, a certain idea struck Natsuko. Eh? Wait, perhaps we don't need to walk around to look for her. Oh yeah, use the facilities. Instruments. I just thought of a way to call Miss Tachibana over here. Natsuko smiled as he came up with the answer. We'll have to take a chance on if she'll come or not. But in any case, let's move to Area 3. Once Natsuko and the others had overridden the security lockouts, Watase, Jun, Ukita and Luis arrived at Area 0. The senior fellows that Watase had brought down with him on his last trip were lying dead by the elevators. Kind of gruesome sight, but I think all of them... Watase had resigned himself to their deaths, and everyone else knew about their fates due to Natsuko's BC usage on them all earlier. So none of them were surprised, but it's still shocking to see that. I'm sorry. Watase still felt deep regret about the whole thing. Jun put her hands together in prayer for the 2 lost souls, then looked around. I can't believe there's a place like this under Labo. The deepest basement area. The heart of Labo. Ukita looked away from the bodies and muttered to himself. Luis said nothing. She just looked at the ceiling with dull eyes. I planted the bomb in Subject N's room. Let's go. Watase led everyone to the room in question. And when they got there... What? This is... Oh, we didn't see the, the fancy things there. So why did Luis get such a shitty room? That's kind of bullshit. That's kind of bullshit. Even N, who basically lost their personality, was constantly just confined in this thing, still had a fully decorated and everything room. The fuck? The fuck? What's that all about? Oh, that's bullshit. Luis's treatment is bullshit. Jun couldn't help raising her voice in shock. This was Subject N's straitjacket. They restrained her in this thing. Oh yeah, I guess that would be the more shocking thing for people to see, but we already knew that. I didn't know she had a fancy little room. That's news to me. No, not that. Yeah. Jun looked around. Yeah, thank you, Jun. Not at the straitjacket, but at the entire room. Correct. What's wrong, Moribe? No, never mind. Anyway, let's take care of that bomb. Pronto. Indeed. The group ran over to the bomb set in the middle of the room. This is the Tetra bomb? Yeah. The detonator to this one is much more complex than the other bombs. It's got a tilt sensor and an optical sensor, so it won't be easy to disarm. Sheesh, how typical of a terrorist organization that you are a part of. Let's remind ourselves, you are basically the... Like, your dissatisfaction with Labo is what got, like, the terrorist organization to contact you, and for you to decide to come up with this plan, more or less. Like pretty much entirely, actually, Okita. You don't get to say these snarky comments. Oi. We can probably take care of it if we can remove the digital protection. Understood. First, we undo the protection. Now that Alice is connected, we use the liquid nitrogen on it. We can't do anything if we don't disable the sensors first, see? Got it. Watasu then took the liquid nitrogen can out of his pocket. He was then about to use it on the bomb when... he suddenly noticed something. What's wrong, Captain? If you don't hurry, the time of the bomb, of the explosion's gonna... Well, about that. Everyone looked at the bomb's timer when he said that. The digital counter displayed the time remaining until the explosion. Correct? 40 minutes. Yeah. Taken down by the second. According to Watasu's watch, the current time was 5:37:47. It was then that Watasu realized... No, that he remembered it. Hey, the detonation time. It was set to 6:17 PM, wasn't it? What about it? This doesn't make sense. I made sure to set the bomb so that it went off 1 minute after the lockdown was lifted. So, why did the timer in the control room say the lockdown would lift at 6:19 PM? That's 2 minutes short. The bomb will go off before the lockdown's lifted. Well, that's a problem. That's a problem. Everyone gasped. The bomb's timer wasn't off. It was that the lockdown timer was off. It was now scheduled for just a few minutes later than when Watasu and Nikita had first checked it. Yeah, that is strange. When we went to the control room for the first time at the start of the search, Braincell showed that the lockdown would be lifted at 6:16 PM. Huh. Why? When was it delayed? I don't know. Did someone change the lockdown end time? That shouldn't be possible. No, that's impossible. Braincell automatically sets that time based on the BC particle energy level readings in Area N. Ah, so something changed in that. Normally it'd be impossible for the lockdown end time to fall behind. What could cause it then? I guess it was Natsuhiko being there and spreading his BC particles constantly like an additional tiny WX particle generator. He was there for like 8 hours, continually using his powers, so I'm guessing that's it. Well, I suppose it could happen if the amplifier went haywire again and caused the BC particle energy levels to rise once more. Or... something about Okita's explanation clicked in Watasu's mind. Old man, what'd you just say? Oh well, if the WX particle amplifier were to go haywire again... No, before that. How did you say Braincell automatically sets the lockdown enter? There we go. There we go. See? Watasu is like the actually smartest... Like, he's got good instincts. He's the smartest character in this entire story. Luis knows the most. Like, on the theoretical level. All this, like, knowledge base-wise. But Watasu is the smartest one. He's got smarts. It does that by measuring the BC particle energy readings in Arian and calculating approximately how long it'll take for them to die down to 1 MSV. Just then, numerous pieces fell into place in Watasu's head. There we go. Correct. The fact that Natsuko had been lying unconscious in Area N for a long time. The auditory hallucination he had heard for 6 hours. Senses sympathy. Communicators. BC particle energy levels. Now I get it. I figured out why the lockdown end time changed. It wasn't just the WX particle amplifier that was amplifying the BC particle energy levels. It was also Natsuko. He was amplifying the energy levels in Area 6N for 6 hours. Because he was constantly using BC in Area N that whole time. Oh. Yep. I see. So the energy produced by the WX particle amplifier and the energy emitted by Natsuko together added up to a slight increase of the overall BC particle energy levels in Area N. So that means Braincell recalculated the lockdown end time. Yeah. Watasu instinctively held his head. Nothing you can do about that. So the lockdown end time was extended by 3 minutes, meaning the bomb will go off 2 minutes before then. Yeah, well, that means you have to disarm the bomb. There's no alternative. Everyone's eyes widened at those words. This is real bad. We need to let the others know. It's not really gonna change anything though, is it? No, there's no time for that. What would telling them even accomplish? It won't do anything to prove the situation. Yeah. Despite his words, Watase was feeling intense regret. Again with that word. I don't know why I'm so hung up on the word regret. Though he'd already set the bomb, he figured the 9 of them could just wait for the lockdown to lift and escape as soon as that happened. Not an option anymore. It wouldn't be as intense now, would it? But with the bomb set to go off before the lockdown ended, freeing Kazumi from her malice wouldn't matter in the slightest. They would all die in the explosion. God damn it, this can't be happening, but it is. It's dramatic. This never would have happened if he hadn't set the bomb to begin with. Well, look, that's a chain of events that we can't really undo. It's way too many things. Just as Watase thought that, he heard some noise coming from the ceiling. What was that? He looked up in surprise. When he did, he heard Natsuko's voice coming out of a speaker built into the ceiling. Oh yeah, Miss Tachibana, can you hear me? Oh yeah, right. Yeah, use the facilities in the thing. Meanwhile, Natsuhiko went to the surveillance room with Yuri, Mashiro, and Ena. Since they had no way of knowing whether or not they could reach Kazumi with BC, they decided to call out to her directly. They sent her a message using the PA mic that Watase had repaired. I understand why you'd want to kill Watase, and how you're disappointed in him and want to at least protect his honor. Because Watase was once the man you thought he was, someone who put his life on the line to save others. Natsuko's voice echoed throughout the facility. But his mind warped. 16 years ago was the great awesome. He hated the ones who concealed the truth behind it. Watase caused this incident in an attempt to avenge the death of his sister. But the terrorist plot failed, and many victims came out of it. His accomplices to the plan, Dojima and Hiyama, lost their lives as well. And even the girl who got dragged into the entire affair, Subject N. And I think that's unforgivable. But still, allow me to say just one thing. Watase is no terrorist at heart. You saw just how hard he worked the whole while he had amnesia, didn't you, Miss Tachibana? He was a good guy at the time. Even though he was incomplete, he was strong-willed and held no regard for his own life in it, if it meant saving others. Natsuko mentally recalled the image of the Watase that once was, and still is, technically. Now, how he used his body as a shield to protect Yuri from the collapsed ceiling. How he headed to Area N alone to extinguish the fires he thought were there and save everyone. I've been watching Watase all this time. He may be a terrorist, but when he lost his memories and returned to the pure essence of Watase, his true nature was that of a hero. Even as he drafted the terrorist plot, he was always working hard to ensure he took no human lives. And when he regained his terrorist memories, he still worked desperately to save everyone. So, it would be a waste to kill him, don't you think? Indeed, that was what Natsuko thought at the time. He didn't want Watase to die. It didn't matter what kind of person Watase was now. The fact that Yuri was alive was unmistakably thanks to him. I don't want you to defile your hands either, Miss Tachibana. Watase's crime should be judged before the public. And for that to happen, don't we all need to survive and escape as a group? All 9 of us, no exceptions. By getting out of Labo alive, Watase's crime would not disappear afterwards. And neither would the memory of his day of wrath before his crime. But even so, he should live so he could atone. Even if purgatory awaited him outside, he should live to see the days after. And there's one last thing I'd like to tell you, Miss Tachibana. The girl you're carrying, Subject N, she's a powerful communicator. She spread BC filled with malice while she was alive. That malice warped the minds and memories of both you and Watase. We want to bring you back to normal. We want to bring you back to the strict yet gentle Lieutenant Tachibana. So please, come to the surveillance room. We'll be waiting for you. Natsuko left that long message and ended the broadcast. When he turned around, Yuri, Mashiro, and Ena were waiting for him. Hikari. Natsuko, you're being a little too naive, don't you think? But this might help Captain Kasage reflect a little too. Natsuko smiled wryly at those words. Hopefully, that is. Natsuko prayed that his announcement would resonate in Watase's mind and help give him a change of heart. But that hope was nothing more than hope. There was a more pressing matter at hand for him to take care of. Now then, all we have to do now is wait for Miss Tachibana. The others nodded at those words. Meanwhile, in Area Zero, A Raven's Determination, chapter title. Natsuko's speech brought renewed determination to Watase and the others' faces as they glared at the bomb. Boy, we really can't return empty-handed after hearing all that, can we? No, we cannot, Jin. Indeed, now that it has come to this, we must disarm the bomb no matter the cost. Time's running out. Let's begin. Surgical gloves on. Let's go. Yi. Watase nodded firmly. Now he needed to atone for his sins in all sorts of ways. This bomb was his first trial. I swear I won't let anyone die. In the off chance that we can't disarm the bomb, I'll... Dark thoughts gathered in the corners of Watase's heart. There really isn't really much to do with the bomb. It's a really high-powered bomb. Doesn't really matter if you bury it somewhere. I mean, it's technically already buried beneath multiple layers of concrete and steel-plated ceilings and stuff like that. And floors and ceilings, whatever. And still didn't go through all of that. So, But he pushed them aside for now and used the liquid nitrogen on the bomb. Natsuko's group waited in the surveillance room for Kazumi to arrive. Nobody said a word. Silence filled the room. Will Miss Tachibana come? Natsuko and Enna stood closer to the door to protect Yuri and Mashiro. Enna held her gun behind her back, leaving no holes in her vigilance. Natsuko left the gun he got from Okita slung in his belt. Hopefully I won't have to use this thing though. As soon as Natsuko had that thought, the heavy silence was shattered. The door to the room opened and Kazumi appeared. It's been a while, hasn't it, Tenkawa? Not really. Kazumi looked at Natsuko with dull eyes. She didn't bring Subject N with her. She must have put her down somewhere. Thanks for coming. Something about your announcement piqued my interest. Watase and I have had our minds warped by BC, you say? And you say you can bring me back to normal. What is the meaning of that? I'll explain it briefly. First off, Yuri and I are high-level communicators. Our abilities are telepathy, empathy, and a third ability which synchronizes human minds and allows for memory manipulation, senses sympathy. You're saying such an ability exists? It's an ability that's unknown to the general public. Communicators that can use it are also extremely rare. It's not just us who can use it. Subject N, the girl you call Nagisa, was able to use it too. She too was a high-level communicator. But as a side effect of the experiments, her mind was contaminated with unimaginable malice. Through BC, that malice propagated to the people who came in contact with her. They lost mental stability and began attacking others. That's the truth of the incident that happened here. Kazumi silently looked on with doubt and hostility in her eyes. So what are you suggesting you'll do to me? We'll erase the malice from your mind as well. Natsuko tensely answered. She's the last one, so I'll do it carefully. I'll look in every nook and cranny of Miss Tachibana's mind and erase all of the malice. We don't have much time left, so we can't afford any failures. But confronting the subject N within Kazumi would be coming in contact with the test subject for the 4th time. Each confrontation with her whittled down his mind. There was no guarantee he could withstand another one. But as that thought crossed his mind, he received telepathy from Yuri. Hikarin, are you okay? He's not. If you think you'll reach your limits, then I'll go instead. But he's the main protagonist, so he has to do it. No, Yuri, I'm grateful for the sentiment, but let's not. If you get infected with Subject N's malice, then maybe not even I could stop you. It'll be the end of everything at that point. We can't let that happen, right? So please continue what you've been doing and take care of covering for me. Okay. Yuri nodded and grabbed Natsuko's hand. It'll be okay. We've come so far already. But when he stepped up to Kazumi, she stepped back as if in fear. Please don't be frightened. We just want to bring you back to normal. But she thinks she is normal right now, so that's not really a relevant statement. I see. So you'll do that, regardless of whether I want it or not, won't you? Because you're not in the right state of mind at all. Yes. Because we want to gather everyone and escape together. Natsuko and Yuri said that as they reached their hands out to Kazumi's forehead. Masha and Nina gulped as they watched the two of them unite their minds and dive into Kazumi's memory. Okay. Fuck it, we'll continue. It was 9 years ago. A memory of when Kazumi was 19 years old. A spring breeze caressed her cheeks and rolled across the lawn. Kazumi spoke to the girl next to her as they stood in the midst of that warm breeze. Nice weather, isn't it, Nagisa? Sure is, sis. The one who answered was Kazumi's sister, Nagisa. Today was Kazumi's day off, so she went to the park for the first time in ages. She could hear the sounds of children playing in the distance. You moved your leg, Mashra. You lose. Hey, wait, you sneak attack me. One more time for the start. You're still gonna lose no matter what you do. What was that? It appeared the boy and the girl were playing hip sumo. She'd seen the boy before. He was probably one of the kids who lived around in this neighborhood. Oh look, those kids are about your age. Why don't you go play with them? No, that game looks kinda hard. Oh, that's fine. It'd be better for you to not play any rough games anyway. Then why don't we just take a nice little walk? Yee. Kazumi took her beaming sister by the hand and broke out into a walk. Nagisa had been born with a frail body. She didn't have any chronic disease or anything like that, but she had weak cardiopulmonary function, and she was prone to catching colds and such. That was why they hadn't visited the park in a while. I guess she inherited too much from mother and father. I mean, you inherit everything from both parents. Like, that's kind of a meaningless statement. The sisters didn't have any parents. They both passed away from cancer, their mother 5 years ago and their father 3. That sucks. Kazumi currently worked at a flower shop to support Nagisa. But as they had no family aside from each other, their sisterly bonds were very strong. You'll be starting elementary school soon, eh? Yee, you think I can make lots of friends? Of course. In that school, definitely. You're right. I'm so excited for it. Seeing Nagisa's smile filled Kazumi with joy. Nagisa had only been 3 years old when their father had passed away. It had not been easy for the then 16-year-old Kazumi to raise her sister by herself. But it had by no means been a painful experience, for Nagisa was a very kind girl. Her smile always greeted Kazumi when she came home from work. It was nigh therapeutic for Kazumi to see such consideration from her sister despite her young age. Nagisa was the most precious treasure that Kazumi's parents had left behind for her. Though she was her younger sister, it felt the other way around at the same time. And so Kazumi had properly raised her sister until the time had come for her to enter elementary school. Nagisa meant everything to her. By the way, looks like spring's finally started for real now. Yee, it's so nice and warm out. Why don't we just rest and enjoy the sun, sis? Now that's a good idea. Kazumi and Nagisa lay down in the grass. The sky is so pretty. It feels so nice too. The spring sunlight shone upon the sisters. Kazumi thought to herself as she lay engulfed in the warm light. It's already been 3 years since I started supporting Nagisa, eh? Maybe it was thanks to the city that we were able to make it so far. It had already been 7 years since Rokume City had been made a government-designated top-secret city. The city's social services had considerably bloomed in that time, allowing Kazumi and Nagisa to reap their benefits. The city had profited immensely from its many science and technology industries centered around nuclear power and BC, and that wealth provided for the sisters. I should be grateful for that, even though I have virtually no aptitude. Kazumi also had BC aptitude, but very little of it. She was only rank D. Those at that level could hardly call themselves communicators. It pretty much took all their effort to have even the slightest hope of using telepathy. Didn't know that. Kazumi couldn't even use telepathy, so she'd never attended the Rokume Academy. But there were more important things to worry about. When she was 12, the city had been swept by a horrible disaster. The Great Rokume City Arson, an attack committed by an extremist group who hated communicators. The Tachibana family had fortunately been unaffected by the incident, but the facts surrounding it were enough to frighten Kazumi. So, to be careful, she had instructed both herself and her sister to not talk about BC very much. But, well, I guess that will have to end soon. For Nagisa, at the very least. Drowsiness started catching up to her as she idly thought about that. Oh no, Nagisa will get bored if I fall asleep. But she had a hard time staving off the exhaustion that came with having worked hard day after day. Oh sis, are you asleep? Nagisa's voice also sounded like it was very far away. I'm sleepy. No, I mustn't sleep, but I'm sleepy. Despite her struggle to stay awake, Kazumi dozed off. In the midst of her brief slumber, Kazumi had a sad dream. It was about Nagisa going away somewhere. Kazumi watched as her sister walked off into the distance, slowly fading into the blinding void. Nagisa, wait, don't go. Don't go, you'll never be able to come back if you do. She tried to scream aloud, but her voice wouldn't obey her. In spite of that, Nagisa quietly turned around and smiled at Kazumi. Nagisa! Kazumi then woke up. Where's Nagisa? Kazumi was astonished. She wondered if her dream had become a reality for a moment. But when she looked around, she saw Nagisa at a short distance away. Next to her was a local girl named Jun. It appeared that Nagisa had come across her and the two of them had started playing while Kazumi was asleep. Oh no, how could I have been so careless? It's fine. Hey, Kid Jun, get that as well. Kazumi frantically stood up and ran on over to them. Jun, I'm so sorry you had to watch over Nagisa for me. Oh, Kazumi. Nah, it's cool. I was having fun too. You were sleeping like a log, sis, so I didn't want to wake you up. I can't believe I dozed off like that. It must be because it's so nice and warm today. Nagisa and Jun laughed at Kazumi's embarrassed reaction. Oh my, it looks like it's already past noon now. Why don't we go home and I'll fix you up some lunch? Yee, I'm starving. Kazumi then took Nagisa and Jun hand in hand and started heading back to her residence. She believed that this simple peace would last forever. This again. It would last forever. Everything would last forever. It never does. Famous last words. About a week later, Kazumi hurried on home after getting off of work. I have to hurry or I'm going to be late. Tomorrow was Nagisa's first day of elementary school. So Kazumi wanted to have a fun day with her sister before then and make sure she was ready for tomorrow. I'd like to take the day off tomorrow so we can celebrate her first day. Oh, it'd be nice to invite Jun over too while I'm at it. The moment that thought crossed her mind, a fire truck's siren screeched as it sped past Kazumi. Oh no. Oh, the big sad now. Did something happen? She suddenly felt uneasy. Kazumi looked towards the skies above her destination and then noticed it. A line of smoke rising from the direction of the apartment complex where she and Nagisa lived. Kazumi instinctively broke into a dash. She felt like she could hear Nagisa calling for help. And the sight that awaited her was the partially collapsed apartment complex engulfed in a wall of smoke. Jeez. This can't be. No. What is this? She couldn't believe her eyes. Firefighters ran around while onlookers gathered around and started making a ruckus. Oh my god! What the hell happened here? It was a gas explosion. Boy, I feel sorry for anyone still in there. Just as they said that, the third floor, the one where the Tachibanas lived, was collapsing. Will the Tachibana speak for that? Kazumi staggered towards the apartment complex. The hallway she often walked through was now slanting. Debris fell from the ceiling with each step she took. Ignoring it, Kazumi headed straight for the staircase leading to the third floor. Hey, what are you doing? Only to be stopped by a voice from downstairs. She quickly turned around to find a man in an orange uniform standing there. Who are you? I'm a rescue worker. I'm here to rescue those trapped here. Do you have family here? Yes, my little sister. Please, save her. She's in room 303. We were actually heading there ourselves just now. Don't worry, I swear we'll save your sister. But it's dangerous for you here, so please wait outside. Okay. She felt she could trust the man from the calm voice he spoke with. She reluctantly nodded and headed out of the apartment complex. The man then rescued Nagisa just as he had promised. He also brought out Jun, who had also been in the apartment and got caught in the explosion as well. The two girls were taken to the hospital in an ambulance, with Kazumi not far behind. Alas, that wasn't the end of the story. A medical exam revealed that Nagisa had been struck in the head during the explosion and was suffering from severe blood loss. Kazumi spent an entire sleepless day in the front of the ICU, praying for the moment she could see Nagisa safe and sound. Then, in the middle of the night on April 8th, the doctor in charge of Nagisa's treatment exited the ICU. "Doctor, how's Nagisa? How's my sister?" The doctor's expression grew grave at Kazumi's cries. "It pained me to inform you of this, but..." Kazumi heard her entire world shatter at that moment. She didn't remember much of what happened after that. She couldn't accept the fact that she lost Nagisa. The loss even temporarily robbed her of her mental stability. Big sad. Kazumi muttered to herself as she walked through the streets of Rokume. "Nagisa, hey, where are you? It's almost time to eat. Let's go home. You know, home. Back at the Rokume Municipal Apartment Complex." Kazumi wandered the city in search of her long-gone sister and her long-gone home. None of it felt real to her. It was like it had all happened in a dream. The days blurred into one another. Kazumi was staying at a temporary home provided by the union that managed her apartment complex. It seemed like someone had tried to visit her on multiple occasions, but even that felt uncertain to her. It was probably a representative from the union coming to apologize to her. She thought she heard a voice apologizing to her over and over again. But none of that mattered to her. She turned away all visitors. All that waited for her after walking through the city every day was a trip back to that temporary home. That was her new life. She didn't work. She barely ate. All she did day after day was continue to search for what she had lost. It was Jun who finally brought her back to reality. One day, she came across Jun after visiting that part for the first time in a while. "Oh, Jun, have you seen Nagisa?" When she asked Jun that, the girl started shouting with tears in her eyes. That's enough, Kazumi. You'll never find her no matter how much you look. Because no matter where you look, Nagisa's already gone." "What are you saying? What are you talking about?" "Nagisa's dead. She got hit in the explosion back then." For a moment, Kazumi didn't understand what she had just heard. But those words pierced through her heart and parted the fog that had been clouding her head. The bitter truth of reality gradually came back to her. She recalled a memory that had been shut away in her clouded mind. A small funeral home on the outskirts of town. The chanting of sutras. Jun, who had come despite the lack of many other attendees. The rescue workers who saved Nagisa looking at Kazumi with utter guilt and condolences. And Nagisa resting in her casket. She couldn't tell how many days had passed since then. The events of that day slowly began to fill her mind. I see. I'm actually tearing up right now again. Like legit. Even though I already knew this, but still. So, she's dead, eh? Kazumi finally accepted the reality. It then hit her just how valuable what she lost was. She was finally all alone. She lost her only sister, after ages of the two of them living by themselves. How was she supposed to live now without Nagisa in her life? When Kazumi thought that, Jun suddenly spoke up as if she had come to a decision. "I won't leave you alone, because I'll be your little sister, since Nagisa no longer can." "Eh? I know I'm nothing like her and that I'm not cute at all, but I'll be your little sister, sis, so that's why. Jun, you..." It was when she heard those words that Kazumi realized something. She wasn't the only one grieving. Jun was also mourning the death of Nagisa. And Kazumi had spent the last few weeks only adding to that poor girl's sorrow. "I'm not alone. I have Jun with me too. We both share the same sorrow." Jun, a stranger of tender years, had treated her with kindness. the same kindness that Nagisa had possessed. Kazumi gently embraced Jun and spoke. Thank you. Bittersweet moment. Very bittersweet. After parting with Jun, Kazumi then returned to her temporary home. Her room was probably a total mess. She had gone through each day in a daze, not even realizing it. I should clean up first once I get back. She then walked up to her door with that thought in mind. But then stopped. She noticed an envelope sticking out of her mailbox. She took it out to find it. The sender was Rokome City Fire Department. What's this about? Kazumi gently opened the envelope. In it was a tiny, crumpled up box and a letter. The letter, written in very rough handwriting, read as such. Dear Mr. Kazumi Tachibana, we apologize for the other day. We are truly sorry from the bottom of our hearts for the loss of your sister Nagisa. Oh, this has been there for a while. We also wish to apologize for causing you great burden with our frequent visits. We will take your feelings into account and cease our visits to your home. However, while we know this is very rude on our part, we have delivered to you this item that Nagisa was clutching in her hand when we rescued her. Nagisa gave it to us for safekeeping just before she was put into the ambulance. We have not looked at its contents. The only thing we were asked to do was deliver it to you. We pray that you will not lose heart and live from now on with peace of mind. Finally, while we may have already told you this many times, we sincerely apologize for failing to save your beloved sister. However, we will continue on with our work, for it is the one thing we can do for Nagisa. Rokome City Fire Department Special Elite Rescue Squad members. Watashi Kasagi Seiji Dojima. Kazumi didn't recognize those names. Frequent visits? What are they talking about? Now that she thought about it, she thought she'd felt someone visit her house several times and apologized to her while she'd been living in denial. They were these firefighters. I turned these people away. Her memories of that time were completely blank. And what's this something that Nagisa was holding when they rescued her? Kazumi tried to restrain her confusion and looked at the box in the envelope. It was a small box with a ribbon tied around it. It looked like the gift box. Alright, the gift her and Jun got for her. Ah, right. Kazumi gently untied the ribbon and opened the box. The locket, to find a small necklace inside. The necklace appeared to be a locket, one that could house a photograph. There was another small letter enclosed. This letter, written in Nagisa's handwriting, read as such. Dear sis, thanks for all the yummy food you make. Here's a present from me and Jun as thanks. We'll be together forever and ever. I love you, sis. Nagisa. No. That just hits where it hurts. Sobs burst from Kazumi's throat the moment she saw the letter. The tears that had never come after Nagisa's death were suddenly all rushing out of her at once. Kazumi wept bitterly, not caring if she was attracting others' attention. Nagisa. With each hoarse scream she let out, the words Nagisa had written soaked into her soul more and more. Memories of the day she'd spent with her sister flashed through her brain and disappeared just as quickly. Kazumi just stayed there, crying for what felt like forever, all while clutching Nagisa's gift. Before long, those tears dried up, and Kazumi made up her mind. I'll live, for both myself and for Nagisa. That was the only thing she could do for her. Kazumi's decision filled her heart with hope. But she was also struck by regret at the same time. If she'd gotten home sooner that day, she might have been able to save Nagisa. Before she knew it, Kazumi became completely obsessed with that idea. Just living for Nagisa's sake isn't enough. There must be something I can use my life for, so that nobody else has to lose someone like I lost Nagisa. It wasn't long before Kazumi took that train of thought to its conclusion and decided on her path in life. You're gonna be a firefighter, sis. Kazumi told Jun of her decision the next time she saw her. Why? This is so sudden. No, it isn't. I've thought everything through, and this is the conclusion I reached. What about your job at the flower shop? I like that job, but I'll quit it and join firefighting school. She didn't have to worry about living expenses for the time being, since she had received a great deal of compensation money from the apartment complex management union. But Jun stared at Kazumi after a brief silence, then spoke. Hey, sis. Is this about what happened to Nagisa? If it is, then I'm against you becoming a firefighter. Why? Because you're being unbelievably reckless, that's why. Jun's words did hold a ring of truth to them. Kazumi hadn't been able to save Nagisa back then. It was probably presumptuous of her to think that she possibly could have saved her if she'd been there. But despite that, Kazumi wanted to save many lives in the future to atone for that. I understand your concerns, but the answer is no. I won't change my mind. Why? Well, why indeed? Kazumi smiled gently, all while thinking Nagisa would have supported her if she were there. Time flew by. 2 years had passed since Nagisa's death. Kazumi had passed the civil service exam, graduated from firefighting school, and was assigned to the Rokome City Eastern Fire Station. Since she hadn't had to do any sort of manual labor up until that point, she had to push herself to the limit to become a firefighter. But she overcame her trials and worked with all her might every day. She never hesitated, not even at dispatches where her life was at stake. She had little to lose and bore a huge responsibility. That allowed her to forge an iron will and bravery that bordered on recklessness. She tempered herself with that iron will of hers. I have to get stronger, or I won't be able to save anyone. Kazumi had learned of her own weakness through the weeks she had spent wandering around in a daze like an empty shell. So, to overcome that weakness, she put herself through rigorous training beyond the norm. Her body and mind grew in strength with each strenuous day. Before long, they granted her a level of skill that defied her gender and natural talent. Then, 4 years after she became a firefighter, Kazumi's skills were finally acknowledged, allowing her to enlist in Sirius. Thus came about the birth of the Rokome City Fire Department's first female rescue worker. As a result, Kazumi was transferred from the Eastern Fire Station to the Central Fire Station. Then, one early afternoon, shortly before transfer was to take place, Kazumi passed by the Central Fire Station and witnessed a man jogging around the grounds. That man is a member of Sirius. They both worked for the Rokome City Fire Department. She at least knew his name and face. They had never spoken before because they had been working in different stations, but that was all about to change. Figuring she should give him a brief greeting, Kazumi waited for the man to come on over. It wasn't long before he returned to the fire station's front gate. Phew. Kazumi walked up to the man as he took a breath. Though he had a somewhat harsh look on his face and seemed strict, Kazumi had to contain the feelings welling from her heart when she saw his face up close. We finally meet. She hesitated for a few seconds, then resolved herself and called out to him. Excuse me? You are Fire Sergeant Watase Kasagi, Captain of Sirius Team A, correct? I am. And you are? I am Kazumi Tachibana, firefighter. I am scheduled to enlist in Sirius starting next week, sir. Watase's eyes widened and appeared to be surprised and interest when he saw the salute Kazumi gave and heard her introduction. So you are our department's lady rescue, okay? I've heard the rumors. The commander did say we had this incredible female firefighter in our midst. Sir, I am honored to hear that, sir. Kazumi stood straight as she kept up the salute. Her heart was ringing like an alarm bell. Now, no need to be so tense. We'll be squad mates starting next week after all. But you are my superior. Well, that's true. Guess you got a point. Anyway, I look forward to working with you. I'm expecting great things from you. And I look forward to working under your command, sir. Watase lightly patted the polite Kazumi on the shoulder and headed back towards the station. Kazumi watched them walk away and thought to herself. So he really doesn't remember, does he? Well, I suppose it has been 6 years. Kazumi smiled wryly. The name Watase Kasagi was well known even in the Eastern Fire Station. He was known as Sirius's Ace, Iron Man, and Rokome City's King Kong. He has earned those things, but those nicknames didn't matter, for he was a very special rescue worker to Kazumi. He's the one who stopped me in the apartment 6 years ago and rescued Nagisa. He was also the one who had visited her over and over again in an attempt to deliver the locket Nagisa had entrusted him with. That said, Kazumi didn't even remember that part. It appeared that Watase had forgotten as well. I don't think he forgot. But Kazumi still wore that locket to that day. She'd been hoping to thank him all those years. But a long time had gone by without a single apology from her for sending him away, Oh, he doesn't mind. Bringing it now would probably just cause Watase to relive his guilt of failing to save Nagisa. But Kazumi had always hoped that a day would come where she could thank him. Would Nagisa be angry if I said one of my reasons for enlisting in Sirius was so I could work at the same place as that man? You're overthinking it. Kazumi looked at the skies with that thought. Hey, Nagisa. I met the man who rescued you after all these years. He seems strict, but he really is a nice person. Your big sis will be doing her best, so please keep cheering me on. All the tension Kazumi had been feeling loosened up during her brief conversation with Watase. And at the same time, she started to look forward to her new job a little bit. But she had no time to entertain such thoughts after joining Sirius. On duty, Watase was harsh and cold, leaving no room at all for sentimentalities. In contrast, Kazumi was impulsive and straightforward, the kind who kept throwing herself into danger on dispatches. Yeah, they did talk about that, yeah. The two of them kept clashing over their opinions, meaning Kazumi kept losing more and more chances to hang him. Then, one day, she got injured during a dispatch. Watase began scolding her as soon as they returned to the fire station. Tachiban, you were way too reckless back there. Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? Didn't I say you were running into tube deep? My apologies. Kazumi replied while keeping her dissatisfaction hidden. The dispatch had been to a fire at a high-rise apartment. Kazumi had jumped too eagerly at the call to save lives and got a burn on her face for it. Of course, it wasn't bad enough to leave a scar or anything, so she felt a bit irritated that Watase was giving her a full-blown lecture in spite of that. It's sheer dumb luck that you got away with just a light burn. Be extra careful to ensure you don't screw up like this ever again. But did we not receive a report that there was a 5-year-old girl trapped in that apartment? Children's actions are unpredictable, so I felt we had to rescue her before she did something unexpected. Are you saying it's okay to put yourself in danger if it means saving lives? Only a fool thinks that. Oh, but you'll become that fool once you lose your memories. And even after that. Those words sent blood rushing to Kazumi's head. With all due respect, Captain, is it not our jobs to save lives? I do not believe that what you just said is befitting of a captain of Sirius. Don't talk like you've got it all figured out. That's what an idiot does. Listen up, Tachibana. Only an amateur glorifies acts of martyrdom. It's because we have a duty to save lives that we can't treat our own lives so lightly. Makes sense? Even if you fail to save one life on the job, you can still save many more lives as long as you're alive. Dying in a line of duty means condemning all those other lives you could have saved, right? That's not a wrong perspective to have, no. It's complicated again. Kazumi was shocked by those words. She had never thought of it that way. She had been working under the belief that if she were faced with someone in need of a rescue, she should save them even at the cost of her own life. I mean, that's also not wrong, I guess. But the captain's absolutely right. Yes. Again, complicated. Of course, I'm not saying you should abandon lives that can be saved, not at all. But don't mistake a recklessness for bravery. You're a capable one, but there's also a somewhat unstable side to you. You're so reckless I can't even bear to watch. Just make sure you correct that aspect of yourself, if nothing else. Yes, sir. Kazumi hung her head in shame, embarrassed of her own foolishness. Watase sighed, then patted her on the shoulder. Well, but then again, I do get where you're coming from. Eh? You must still be haunted by what happened to your sister. Of course he remembers. Kazumi's eyes widened. Captain, do you mean you remember me? Of course he does. Yeah. There's no way I could ever forget you. That was the first time I had ever seen a woman look so heartbroken. I didn't say anything about it because I figured it was something you didn't really want to remember. No, my apologies. Kazumi bowed deeply. All this time, I've wanted to thank you for what you did back then, myself. Thank you very much for delivering my sister's present. Nah, don't mention it. You should be thanking Dojima too. He's the one who actually carried her out, you see. Yes, sir. Kazumi bowed one more time, causing a wry smile to form on Watase's face. But either way, no matter what happened in the past, acting without consent for your own safety is dangerous. Keep that passion of yours in check from now on before you act. Always be calm and collected. Roger that, sir. Very good. Then head on over to the infirmary right away and get that burn treated. Yes, sir. If you'll excuse me, sir. Kazumi turned around and walked off. Though she'd been scolded, her heart felt very clear. After that, Kazumi did just as Watase said and acted calmly in the field. After all, no matter how skilled they were, a rescue worker had to be calm if they wanted to survive that line of work. Once they saw she'd acquired that cool head, Watas and the rest of the team acknowledged Kazumi as one of them, and she became a member of Sirius in both name and spirit. And... okay, I will take a moment break there. Right now, it seems like a reasonable spot to pause, as it is getting late on my end, and we still have quite a bit of time. If my prediction is correct, this part that you're watching right now, part 15, is going to be very, very lengthy. So it's fine to take a break. We're going to need several breaks. And now, as always, with a break comes some music suggestions. This time we have Deep Purple, Might Just Take Your Life, Bruce Springsteen, Janie Needs a Shooter, The Doobie Brothers, Long Train Runnin', Pull Top, Daybreak from Visual Novel Princess Waltz, which I played but didn't finish because there was some kind of... it crashed. I think it crashed a lot for some reason, I don't remember. No, I finished that one. Anyway, it's anyway, that's an 18+ one, I believe, if I recall correctly. I don't know. Anyway, and Nazareth, Little Part of You. Now then, is there anything else to bring up, to say, to do, to care about? I don't think so. Let's ask the Magic 8-Ball. Is it everything? 8-Ball, is it everything? Mayhaps. Mayhaps. Well, that's about as reassuring as I feel right now. Mayhaps it is everything, mayhaps not. Phil's Birthday Man. The fuck is that? Is that Pepe Frog thing? I think it is. Let's see a small one. Oh, whatever. Whatever that thing is, sure. And yes, I am not very familiar with internet culture. At least I try to not be. It's all very ethereal and like transient. It'll disappear. It becomes one thing and then fades into another thing and then just disappears and then comes back again some years later, as if it hadn't been here before. But then, it's a mess. The internet is a mess. That's why I don't really try to bring it into these streams too much. It's just a mess. I like these to be their own little sanctuary, these parts, where nothing matters. Only the things that I bring to them matter here and exist. Everything else can just stay at the door. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter while we're here. All those things, all that stuff, all that junk. Nah. Don't need that. You don't need that. I don't need that. That's why we don't have it here. Because we don't need it. And so, with that, take a break, drink some water, remain reasonable, and I'll see you in but a few moments. Ta-ta for now. And we are back. Properly now. Recording and all that jazz. Now then. Last time, we left off with a little thing. In the middle of Kazumi's memories, but we are in the middle of intermission, so before we proceed any further, first, a sip of water, as always. And then, a little short story. Music go away. Short story come into play. Yes. Next one, short story 22 as a vocal exercise. Before we resume the story proper. Tick-tock, the noise never stops. Drilling holes in my head and screaming for blood. When does it end, if ever at all? Tick-tock, the madness can't wait. One step closer, 2 steps down. Sight and sound no longer so different. Smell and touch now fight for my ears. Tick-tock, promise of silence so tempting, so near. Just a slight favor is all it asks. Only this little act of one else's demise. Tick-tock, my own is this fear. Peace so close, yet infinity away. Tick-tock, death loomed over so many, but none but me will ever know. Quiet insanity is all I got. Tick-tock, invisible restraints made by myself, forever shackling that madness within. Can't let it out, but salvation's so near. But the cost of true damnation too real. Tick-tock, patiently waiting. The tick and the tock one day will claim me. For now I breathe and ignore and endure. Okay, probably didn't read it the best way it could be read, but it's a nonsensical poem thing? I don't know, again. I like to write poems, apparently. Anyway, that's not relevant anymore. What else happened? Did anything happen that bears my attention? No, it did not. Nothing happened. I'm in the middle of a vacation week, so nothing can happen. Not really. I think I messed with the audio again, probably, but that's old news. That's like, you can assume I messed with the audio every single time, every single new session, every single new part. Something is a little different there, isn't it? God, I even thought about doing a little project with some past recordings, some combinations of things, but listen to that and like, oh my god, that's so bad. The earlier ones, like, ugh. Before I had this proper microphone, it's like, oh, the levels were either too low or way too fucking high. Anyway, that's not important anymore, or at all. We shall continue. We are inside Kazumi's brain. We just got through her becoming part of Sirius, meeting Watasa and recognizing that life needs to move on and stuff like that. And yeah. Now she's been part of the squad for a little while, and we continue from there. Yes. Now, that's gone. We don't need that, and we continue. Yes. Time just seemed to fly by once Kazumi had become a member of Sirius. Her life as a rescue worker provided a sense of fulfillment. What's more, though at first she had disagreed with him how work should be handled, Kazumi made peace with Watase and eventually grew a deep-seated respect for him. That said, they did still disagree from time to time on certain matters. This included their attitudes towards work, their readiness, and their thoughts on BC. When she asked him about it in a random conversation theirs, he had this to say on the matter. BC, huh? To be honest, I'm not what you'd call a big fan of it. Eh? He apparently disliked BC. When she asked why, he answered thusly. I've felt this way ever since I heard about BC for the first time when I was a kid. But honestly, the whole idea of having your mind read just seems scary to me. I mean, that's fair. That wasn't unusual for people of Watasa's age, but it didn't seem like that was his only reason. No, there's a bit more than that. Watasa had a bad habit of putting a bit of a wall between himself and other people. Perhaps it had something to do with how he lost his parents and his sister in the Great Rokume City arson. At any rate, Kazumi decided to avoid the topic of BC from there on out. It looks like it would be best to hide the fact that I have aptitude from him. I mean, you haven't exhibited any use of it, so it doesn't really matter, but eh. That was the one thing Kazumi would never tell Watase. Time then passed by without her making any big mistakes. Hard work gradually filled in the void in her heart left by the loss of her sister. Then one day, Jun, who adored Kazumi, said that she was going to follow in her footsteps and aim to become a member of Sirius, and she will succeed. And yes, Kazumi was quite against the idea, but she eventually caved in when faced with Jun's iron determination to follow through with that dream. Indeed, it's the same as yours, basically. And thus Team A's current roster was complete. Then 3.5 years later, after Kazumi enlisted in Sirius, in the early morning of September 16th, Kazumi was just approaching the end of her night shift when the ear-splitting scream of dispatch sirens screeched through the station. Explosion of unknown origin have occurred in the 6th Laboratory of Atomic and Biological Organization. And with that ominous report, the curtain rose on the longest day of Kazumi's life. Indeed. God, this has taken us 70 hours. It's a very long 10-hour night. Kazumi and the others hurried on over to the dispatch site via helicopter after receiving the report. Team A lined up in Labo's entrance hall before Watase, who proceeded to give them instructions. Countless people are trapped in this lab as we speak, and due to the nature of this facility, this will be no ordinary dispatch. We don't know what will happen here, nor what unforeseen circumstances await us. This accident is indeed not ordinary, However, she was sure that they'd be able to overcome whatever was thrown their way, so long as they had Watasa's leadership. Problems there though, because he's secret terrorist right now. He had saved her many a time over the last 3.5 years. Kazumi had utter confidence in his amazing efficiency and even saw him as a hero. And in turn, Kazumi had also saved Watasa many times. Dojim and Hiyama, her more experienced co-workers, were also very reliable men. The one she was worried about was the newly enlisted Jun, but Kazumi had faith in the strength of her heart. Yeah. We'll just do this like always. We'll save as many people as we can, then make it out of here with everyone in one piece. Not really doable, sadly. That's our job. Destined to fail. Kazumi steeled her determination, then rushed into lava with her co-workers. Kazumi and Jun searched the surface floors. They were equipped with the minimum gear necessary, air tanks, a rope, and an engine cutter. But during the search, they lost contact with Atase, Dojim, and Hiyama. She didn't know why, but it appeared that they'd all gone down to the basement. It wasn't long afterwards that both she and Jun discovered there were still survivors in the basement and went down there themselves. But they lost sight of said survivors and got their protection suits damaged. On top of that, they got trapped in the basement due to the declaration of a Case N. A Case N has just been detected, in accordance with its emergency security shifted to blockade mode, locking down all gates and bulkheads. Yes, the thing we've seen like 10 times now. But Kazumi refused to give up and continued the rescue efforts. By her side was Jun, the girl who had become like another sister to her. The two of them then found level 2 security cards. They used those to search for an escape route and survivors as they put out the fires in the facility. But they weren't able to find either. And just as they were about to finish searching areas 2 and 1... is that the captain? They found Watasa lying in a hallway in Area 1. The 3 rescue workers then began their long and arduous battle through the facility. At that moment, a floral scent suddenly wafted in from somewhere. The floral scent. This is it. The memories after this point were altered. Miss Tachibana should go back to normal if I just repair them. Hikari, we're finally at the last one. Good luck. We are at the last one indeed. Yee. Natsuko agreed, resuming memory access. His search criterion was floral scented memories. And this is where we also need to get the little guide thingy so that I don't fuck anything up. I mean, it shouldn't be complicated, but still. Anyway, the scene. 920, Tod und Verklärung. Death and Transfiguration. Right, German. Sure. Kazumi reunited with Utase, only to find he'd lost his memory. She decides to harden her heart to get out of this situation alive. After they reunited with Watasa in Area 1, Kazumi and the others saved Yuri, a civilian who got caught up in the accident. But then Watasa said something bizarre just afterwards. You've been calling me captain. So does that mean I'm the captain of a rescue squad or something? What do you mean by that? Well, the thing is, I don't know anything. Not who I am, or even where I am. You don't mean... Ah, shit. Okay. Max stats? Sure. Simple enough. You've got amnesia? Yeah, I guess you would call this amnesia. That can't be. Kazumi was doubtful for a second, but... Is that true? Yeah, I know because my head's been hurting like hell for a while now. Maybe I hit on something. That's probably why I'm feeling so dazed and having trouble remembering things. That's not what happened. Natsuko repaired that false memory. First, she asked what was the most urgent to confirm. Please hold on a moment, Captain. Did you hurt your head by any chance? My head? Now that you mention, I did have this really bad headache a few minutes ago. Fear and relief mixed in Kazumi's heart when she heard that. I knew it. There's a possibility that you hit your head on something. That's probably why you're feeling so dazed and having trouble remembering things. And then that means your memories should return in time. Is that how it works? Yes, it appears that the retrograde amnesia caused by physical trauma goes away fairly quickly on its own without requiring any particular treatment in most cases. Then you're saying this is only temporary? Yes, but if you suffered brain damage by any chance, it's possible that your amnesia could be permanent. What the hell? That's horrible. It is horrible. Thankfully it's not that thing. What? What? Oh, what is this? Hello? Ah, look at that. Look at that. Again with this. Nah, come on, that's adorable. Second time someone's this thing. Anyway, bye-bye. Chat, thank you. Getting distracted by automated messages like that. That's adorable. That's kind of adorable. Although, second time is... If it happens a third time, I'm gonna be very annoyed though. Anyway. Captain, how bad is your headache? Do you feel like throwing up? No, my head doesn't hurt at all right now. And my stomach feels fine. Indeed. Oh yeah, I should delete the choice that's already been made so I don't confuse myself in the guide. Then continuing, Kazumi felt a twinge of relief from those words. But though it may be temporary, it doesn't change the fact that he is in a bad spot. Yeah, I must give him my support. Kazumi focused her mind on the new, relevant issue at hand. At any rate, Kazumi decided to put Watasa's safety first and told him to wait behind in the makeshift base. But he refused to accept that proposal. Yeah, he's a man of action, come on now. Let me help you out with rescuing any other survivors. But that doesn't change that I'm still a rescuer, correct? So I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I just sat on the sidelines while you're all still hard at work. Hearing that made Kazumi a little happy. I mean, yeah, he's a good man. For despite his amnesia, Watasa still had the heart of a rescue worker. Yeah. Some things just never change. No, they do not, and that's great. But one could not survive this line of work with passion alone. No. So Kazumi decided to act more strictly than usual to try and protect Watase, Jun, and Yuri. This is no ordinary mission. So if you want to stay with us as a rescue worker, then you must be prepared to accept the responsibilities and duties that come with it. You will be treated as a new recruit until you regain your memory. I ask that you follow my orders just as Moriba does. I know this is a severe violation of my station, but trust me when I say your life could be in grave danger if you don't do as I say. Please try to understand. Yeah, he understands. Yeah, roger that. Kazumi silently encouraged Watase when she heard that. Please don't push yourself. Oh, he's going to though. Come on now. You know him. Of course he's going to push himself. Next memory. The group then rescued a Rokome Academy teacher named Anna. Afterwards, they headed to the surveillance room in Area 3, where they encountered Ukita, a researcher. They then learned that 3 high schoolers were trapped in the facility, so as a result, they focused their efforts on rescuing them. But in the process, they came across a backdraft thanks to a screw-up by Watase. Without his memories and his skills, Watase was scared half to death, but the group pressed on in spite of that. Yeah, this also functions as a recap. I mean, it's... okay, about an hour after the start of this part, we're getting a recap that's gonna last like 20 minutes. But what awaited Kazumi and the others were the corpses of her co-worker and 2 researchers. But not really researchers, we know that now. It can't be. That's the body, that is... Yeah, that's Dojima. Kazumi felt like she'd just been hit in the head from that statement. Dojima had been a precious ally to her. Most of all, he was the one who rescued Nagisa from that collapsing apartment complex with Watase. That stays as is. How can he be dead just like that? Why did this happen? Watase spoke in a hollow voice at that moment. What the hell happened here? Captain, are you saying that finding out what happened here is more important than the fact that Dojima died? No, that's not at all. I'm just not sad. It doesn't feel real to me. It's more like an event that happened on a TV show. Yeah, that's wrong. Come on now. Kazumi hit just how shaken up she was and calmly answered. I don't know. However, it looks like they set up a simple makeshift base in this room. There were 2 broken AD ampules lying on the floor deeper in. It appears these are the ones they'd been given at the start. Do you think Dojima administered to those people? Yes, maybe. Dojima probably took those 2 under his protection and tried to come up with an escape plan. Not it at all though. Just like us. But this doesn't make sense. No, it doesn't. The reality is... fucked. Why did Dojima have to die? Because he got infected with malice. These 2 are secret commissioners on a mission. You mustn't let yourself dwell on this. Judging from the fact that there's no sign of Hiyama's body anywhere, he's probably still alive. No. We can still save him at the very least. Sadly no. Let's go for now. If we remain here much longer, then it'll be difficult even for me. It took everything Kazumi had to console Jun. And then... Kazumi and the others continued the search after they found Dojim's body. But just 1 hour later, they were faced with the death of yet another one of their co-workers. No. Hiyama, not you too. It appeared that Hiyama had burned to death after both his legs had been broken. Kazumi and Jun weren't alone. Enna, Ukita and Yuri were also all incredibly shaken up by that sight. Kazumi stuck to her firm attitude in order to calm the others down. Dying in the line of duty is an unavoidable risk in this line of work. But Tachibana, please don't say anything, Captain. We can save our grief for after we've rescued the survivors and gotten outside. You have to do the same, Oribe. Once Kazumi had said that, Jun was the next to tearfully speak. But today was the first time I've ever lost a coworker on the job. And now it's happened again. I know, but you have to hold your head high. You discarded your womanhood when you joined Sirius. Remember that. But, sis... Jun choked back a sob. Kazumi didn't scold her for calling her sis. It took everything she had to hold back the tumult of emotions raging in her heart. I have to endure it. I had to leave everyone. But just as Kazumi thought that, Watase spoke up. Still at max, okay. Simple enough. Tachibana, Moribe, can I have a minute? Eh? We're changing leaders. I'll lead the group from this point onwards. Captain? It really is a shame about him, but we can't afford to waste any time. These effect will wear off and we barely have any hours. Maybe some hours, but we have to survive. It's not what he said, you know it. Natsuko repaired that false memory. Besides, we've seen it multiple times. You don't even have to, like, figure it out. We know what he said. We've seen it from Watase's perspective, we've seen it from Jun's perspective, we just know it. Oh, come on now. I'm just restoring the status quo, that's all. Anyway, just rely on me for a while. Especially you, Tachibana. You've been carrying far too heavy a burden up until now. Kazumi looked at Watase. No, but I have to. I'm the leader right now. That's my responsibility. There's no way I can entrust all that to the hands of someone who's lost his memories. But Watase beat Kazumi to the punch before she could say anything. Didn't you hear me? Then let me make it an order, as Sirius's captain. As of this point onwards, Lieutenant Kazumi Tachibana and Ensign Jun Moribe will hereby defer to Captain Watase Kasasagi's command. Kazumi shuddered at those words. His voice, the look on his face, they were that of the usual Watase. Now, let me hear you say it. Sir, Lieutenant Kazumi Tachibana deferring to Captain Watase Kasasagi's command, sir. Ensign Jun Moribe deferring to Captain's command, sir. Good. Watase then smiled and patted Kazumi on the shoulder. And there you have it. Well, that was mainly for formality's sake. I'm still counting on you both to basically keep things running the way they have been so far. He was probably saying that in the friendliest voice he could muster in an attempt to relieve their tension. But Kazumi was happy about that consideration. Yes, please. Jun then followed up as if to support Kazumi's opinion. You're right. We can't keep staying down in the dumps forever. The fires are out and we've got a card, so now we can go all the way to Area 6. We have nothing to fear. Yeah, that's the spirit. Watase gave a satisfied smile. Kazumi gently touched his shoulder. Thank you so much, Captain. And smiled back. The group then moved on and searched Area 5 and 6. At one point, the factory's ceiling collapsed, trapping Watase and Yuri under debris. But thanks to Watase's quick decisions and his well-toned body, Yuri was saved without a scratch. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Watase then discovered there was a way to open the door to the cargo lift, the one potentially good escape route they had. But no. Using the nearby crane, they were successful in opening the cargo lift door. They had yet to find the survivors, but still. The 6 of us here can all escape in one piece, at the very least. Kazumi was grateful to Watase from the bottom of her heart for that. Indeed. It appeared those were the only memories that had possibly been altered. Don't you find it a bit surprising how few memories had been falsified? That's true, and it's not like the altered memories were all that terrible. But anyway, Miss Tachibana should go back to her normal self if there are no more problems with her memories. But you haven't purged subject N still, so... He carefully looked through the memories, but it appeared there weren't any more in need of repair. Yes. Looks alright. The memory repair is all done. You know it's not, though. Yeah, but there's still something we have to take care of first. Exactly. Erasing the spirit of Subject N that haunted Kazmi's brain. It looks like that Miss Tachibana's mind has been considerably corroded. Perhaps it's due more to the direct effects of the malice transmitted by N, rather than any memory manipulation. I can't think of any other possibilities. Okay then, it's time for the final battle. Let's go. Yee. Sleepers wake. Natsuko kept on reading Kazmi's memories. He'd reached the point where she and the others had entered the cargo lift room and discovered Subject N's body. Yes, this is it. This is where that memory is. Right. Jun, the first to go into the cargo lift room, screamed. Moribe, what's the matter? The rest of the group gasped and ran on in after Jun. And then, only to find the body of a girl they'd never seen before. Everyone just stood absolutely still, overcome with shock. Everyone had been struck speechless by this unforeseen turn of events. It wasn't long before Kazumi... I'll run a vitals check on her. Ran over to the girl with that declaration. She took off her vital checker and put it around the girl's wrist. Status all red. Her pupils have dilated. Kazumi laid the girl down and spoke. Moribe, help me out. I'm going to perform CPR. Right. Jun hurriedly sat down next to the girl. Kazumi performed cardiac massage, 15 compressions. Jun performed optical respiration, 2 rescue breaths. The girl didn't respond. Natsuko watched the whole thing through Kazumi's eyes. This is when Miss Tachibana was infected by malice. Then shouldn't that girl be showing up any second now? A remnant of Subject N's spirit must be here. Should it though? Should it? Though he thought that, Subject N still hadn't shown up. Time, AD. Guys have to take... It seemed like Watasa was saying something behind her, but she ignored him. She filled her hands with strength as she continued the CPR compressions. 15 compressions, 2 rescue breaths. 15 compressions, 2 rescue breaths. 15 compressions, 2 rescue breaths. And the visage of Nagisa appears before her eyes now. Before long, the features of the mysterious girl's face overlapped with the face of someone long gone. Kazumi unconsciously voiced her thoughts into words. Nagisa, don't die. Jun gasped at that moment. Sis, this girl isn't... But Kazumi's thoughts had come to a halt. Uh-oh. Jun's voice grew distant and her words carried no meaning. Nagisa, please come back. This can't be happening, not when we just now reunited. I don't want this. Her thoughts became less and less coherent. But at that moment... Lieutenant, stop it already! Jun's voice brought Kazumi back to reality. Tachibana. Kazumi was astonished when she heard Watasa's faint whisper. Ah, did I just lose my mind for the first time in years? She thought the absolute loss of sanity she displayed in those weeks after Nagisa's death would never resurface again, but, well, trauma's a bastard like that. You never know what's going to trigger it. How careless of me. I have to be calm. Be calm. Be calm. Be calm. Deep breaths. This girl isn't Nagisa. Pull yourself together. Kazumi took a deep breath and slowly turned back to Watasa. I did everything within my power, but she's dead. She had been trying to act like her normal self, but for some reason everyone looked at Kazumi with what appeared to be fear on their faces. Lieutenant Tachibana? Are you okay? I apologize for causing you all concern. I'm alright now. She spoke calmly once again in order to hide the irregularity in her emotions. But gloom swirled around in her heart. This girl isn't Nagisa, but there's no mistaking that she's a victim of this accident. Complicated. Yet another life has been lost. Kazumi was about to leave the room with that thought, when she suddenly heard a voice behind her. You're leaving? Kazumi turned around in surprise. For a moment, she thought the girl had returned to life. But all that she saw was the girl's corpse. Like before, there was absolutely no signs of life around the body whatsoever. Hello? No one answered her calls. Okay, I must be imagining things. Nah, not really. I'm not calm at all right now. I mustn't let my desires twist the facts. Kazumi finished persuading herself and looked away from the corpse. Natsuko was bewildered by that memory. What is this? This is what Miss Tachibana really experienced? Subject N had survived until this time and manipulated everyone's memories. So if Kazumi's memories had been distorted, that meant only her memories before this point in time would have been altered. However, there was no floral scent in this memory, and the spirit of Subject N that had shown up in Watase, Hukita and Jun's minds hadn't made an appearance. What's going on? It's a very good question. It's Kazumi's own mental trauma that's interfering here. Is she in another memory after later on? Natsuko thus continued to read through Kazumi's memories as he pondered on the meaning of that mystery. It was only a little later on that yet another strange event occurred. It was in the memory of right after Yuri had vanished. Kazumi and the others hadn't been able to locate Yuri after she suddenly ran off. Watase spoke up beside Kazumi in a voice full of worry. The AD will only last about another hour. She'll be in big trouble if we don't find her before then. Yes. Though with that said, if Yuri was hiding card from us, we can't fully deny the possibility she was hiding some AD in. Watase's voice grew distant again. Why, where would she go off to all by herself in such a dangerous situation? Please be safe. Kazumi muttered that and went running off. She then heard the same voice she had noticed earlier. You gotta find her quickly, or she could end up dead, just like me. The voice sounded as though it were echoing inside her head. Right, mental trauma combined with this, significantly less for the malice, quote unquote, to do here. Just needs to prod it a little bit instead. Takes on a different form. Fuck, are we gonna have to purge the... Are we gonna have to purge Nagisa from Kazumi's memories or something? Oh, jeez. Maybe. Kazumi gritted her teeth and mentally replied to it. I know. You're an auditory hallucination, aren't you? It's my guilt at failing to save you that's causing me to hear this voice, isn't it? There's no other way. The voice went quiet. Kazumi endured her guilt and continued talking in her mind. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll make sure you get a proper burial once this is all over. So please don't blame me right now, at the very least. But she couldn't hear the auditory hallucination anymore. That brought Kazumi both relief and a slight twinge of loneliness. Ah dear, hold up. This is strange, what's happening? It's a very good question. Yuri's voice echoed in Natsuko's head while he reeled from astonishment. This isn't right, something's wrong. Yeah, past mental trauma is doing some other weird funky things inside her head. Yeah, what's the deal with the auditory hallucination? Why is that happening? Thoughts. The others were just fragments of Subject N's, of Subject N. But one may be more potent than the others, right? Couldn't it? She was the closest to her for the longest time, right? But Jun was there first. But there was the mental connection she kind of established with Subject N, overlapping with Nagisa as well. So maybe this one's a more complete version than the others. And perhaps... perhaps it's infected her memories far further than we thought. In more subtle ways. Who knows? We'll see. Don't tell me that N used telepathy. Just like you used telepathy on Captain Kasagi. No, that's impossible. I mean, Subject N's already dead. That shouldn't be happening. What's more, there was no floral scent in this memory either. It was an inexplicable phenomenon that was neither memory manipulation nor telepathy. It senses sympathy. She's inside her head the whole time. But Natsuko knew fully well what it was. Don't tell me that, Miss Tachibana. A new suspicion was born into Natsuko's mind. It was only a little bit after that memory that yet another bizarre event occurred. It was from when Kazumi was resting in the surveillance room after her leg got injured. She was keeping an eye on the monitors by herself. She figured that the least she could do while she was recovering was check the monitors. But she couldn't muster much effort into it. To think that there could be a murderer in this facility even at this very moment. Fear and trepidation began to take root in Kazmi's mind. Though this was the first end disaster she'd ever encountered, she figured all she had to do was focus on rescue efforts like always. But the situation had changed far too quickly. She was reminded of what Anna had said when they discovered the cargo lift had been sabotaged. This was no ordinary disaster. Someone meant for this to happen. June had also said there were terrorists hiding in the city. To be honest, a part of her agreed with the both of them, but she didn't breathe a word of it and adamantly denied the possibility. The situation's already harsh. What we have to fear the most here is everyone starting to jump at shadows. We can't let ourselves fall prey to that. We must work together to get through this. If we don't, we may not survive. But if she were to follow Anna and Jun's suspicions to their logical conclusions with the knowledge that only 9 people were in the facility, that would lead her to one damning suspicion. One of us is the culprit. That was exactly why Kazumi could not admit to the existence of a killer. But in that case, who killed that girl? Why did Miss Yuri vanish? Did the real culprit already escape? Her doubts welled up and filled her heart. But Kazumi shook her head and denied them. No, I mustn't think that. I'm letting myself fall to pieces right now. It's too dangerous to let these thoughts control me. Just as Kazumi tried again to convince herself, a voice called out from behind her. You sure you're okay with that? Kazumi turned around in shock. But then she doubted her eyes. A gasp emerged out of her mouth. The girl who'd been lying dead by the lift earlier was standing right next to the door. You're... Astonishment stole the words from Kazumi's lips. The girl took that moment to speak up. Sorry for startling you like that, but I just couldn't bear to watch you trying to go down the wrong path. She had the same voice as the auditory hallucination she'd heard earlier. An unbelievable thought overwhelmed Kazumi. Are you a ghost? Something like that, I guess. Not even I'm really sure. Wait. The others who were infected, Watase, June, and Okita, they didn't have any BC aptitude, did they? No, they didn't. Kazumi's the only one with some of that, so maybe that may enhance the connective things with the subject ends. Psychosis and stuff like that, her power powers. Maybe, probably. That's probably one factor. Yeah. Stronger connections, stronger possibilities. The brain generates more of these particles, so the ghost, the lingering malice, can actually manifest into a more potent form. Yeah, that's what's happening, isn't it? Isn't it? You're not sure? If she's not a ghost, then does that make her an illusion? If that's the case, has my sanity already deteriorated that much? But what she was looking at didn't seem like an entity as vague as either a ghost or an illusion. The girl continued as Kazumi struggled with her confusion. Please don't be so scared. I just want to help you. Why? I don't really know either, but maybe I've taken a liking to you. Anyway, there's something I want to tell you. If you want to serve, you have to doubt everyone around you. Doubt? Doubt who? She said everyone. Everyone but yourself. Especially Mr. Watase. What are you talking about? Surely you've caught on as well, haven't you? Some things about his amnesia are just plain unnatural. You see, I've been thinking. Maybe this culprit you're all afraid of is none other than Mr. Watase. Stop, why would you say that? I mean, she's right. And it is unnatural, but for a different reason. Kazumi instinctively shouted in response to that statement. He's not that kind of person. But really think about it. Isn't there a chance he's lying to you at all? What? Bit of a cough there. Why do you think he'd have to lie like that? Maybe there's something he wants to hide from everyone, even you. I won't believe that. Who in the world are you? Why are you telling me all of this? I don't know. I have no memories. I don't remember a thing about myself. A lonely expression suddenly appeared on the girl's face. But I feel like I was in some dark place for a very long time. I'm sure it's there that my mind slowly corroded away. All I have is doubt, hatred for others, a desire to kill, and little else. no way. But you're talking to me normally right now, aren't you? You're right. I wonder why that is. Sorry, didn't mean to confuse you. Well, I'll be going now. The girl said that, then smiled. Wait. But right when Kazumi shouted that, the door opened. Okay, so she was just talking. Okay. So that's what that was. That conversation. Huh. Fascinating. Okay. That's okay. Even now, they still manage to surprise us with other things. Well done, authors of this. That's excellent. Kazumi came back to her senses and looked at the door. Standing there were Watase, Jun, and the survivors. Captain, and everyone else too? Tachiman, are you by yourself? That is correct. Why, does it look like someone else in here? Kazumi concealed all emotions and expression on her face and answered calmly. She didn't want to let them know what had just happened. Not by any means. Yeah. Natsuko was speechless. He could hear Yuri's hollow voice. You don't mean that, just like you, Miss Tachibana was... Yeah. Natsuko answered dumbfoundedly. Miss Tachibana was seeing a phantom subject then. Just like Natsuko had seen Yuri's phantom for 9 years. Kazumi too had been constantly seeing an illusion so lifelike she was convinced it had to be real. But why was it only Miss Tachibana that saw a phantom? I mean, this is nothing like what happened with Watase, or Jun, or Okita. Subject N's tone and manner of speech were also clearly different from Kazumi's. Much like how Yuri's phantom hadn't talked like Natsuhiko. Come to think of it, her circumstances closely resemble yours in this regard, don't they? Lieutenant Tachibana lost her sister 9 years ago, and fell into complete stupefaction. And her memory was also manipulated on top of that. So maybe it's not all that strange that she started seeing a phantom. No, I don't think that's enough to explain everything, no it's not. But he couldn't come up with a clear answer. Natsuko read more of Kazumi's memory. And the next time the illusion showed up was after Kazumi and Watase had realized there were no fires in Area N. Tried escaping through the drainage pipe, and failed. It was right when Louise told her that Watase was a terrorist. I said stop! Kazumi instinctively shook Louise off with all her might. Uh-oh. Tumble. Louise! Watase ran over to Louise and checked her condition. Oh god, what have I done? Kazumi walked up to Watase and Louise in blank shock. Captain, is she... It's okay, she's just passed out. I see. Though she was relieved to hear that, Kazumi thought about Louise's words once again. This man is a terrorist. He attacked us last night and this morning as well. Everything that's happening here is all his fault. Even you should have questioned that idea several times. Those words brought her heart great pain. Her body began to shake in fear. Tachibana? Watase sounded confused. Kazumi wrapped her arms around herself to stop her shivers and tried to answer him. Captain, I trust you. That was what she wanted to say. But at that moment, you mustn't trust him. A voice echoed in her head. The girl from earlier was standing right next to Kazumi before she even realized it. The girl looked at Watase along with Kazumi and spoke. That Sannomiya kid's right. They really are terrorists, and Mr. Watase is one himself. A thought flashed through Kazumi's brain when she heard that. Now that I think about it, that BC rejection group has been causing quite a number of incidents recently. The people who caused the Great Alchemist Arson all those years ago have committed yet another act of terrorism. But if that's the case, then why would a BC rejection group attack this facility? The girl answered that question. Hey, there's no nuclear reactor here, right? So if this place isn't a nuclear research facility, what could it be? There's one more industry that's just as vital as nuclear power to the city. Now what is it again? Kazumi realized it at that moment. Impossible. Is this place a BC research facility? Now that she thought about it, Watase didn't like BC. That was why she had barely ever discussed the topic with him. She never mentioned how she had aptitude, albeit not much of it, nor did she mention her sister's case either. So for some reason Watase's hatred for BC grew worse. He became a terrorist and attacked this facility. Then Doji Mihima tried to stop him and were killed by him for it. Which means those researchers and that girl also got caught in all that and were... She didn't want to believe any of it. But if it weren't true, Then why had Luis called Watasa a terrorist? Why did Watasa have a gun? Why had he lied? She couldn't come up with a single solid answer. Then if he committed any crimes, it was before he lost his memories, which means he forgot all about his sins due to his amnesia. Those thoughts drove Kazumi to look at Watasa with fear. Tachibana, why are you looking at me like that? Wait, you don't believe what Luis said, did you? Do you? It's ridiculous. There's no way in hell I could be a terrorist. I don't care if I have amnesia. I'm sure of that. You guys know better than anyone else that I've been a rescue worker for ages, don't you? He was right. He was a strict yet kind man who always kept on fighting to protect people's lives. Watasa was supposed to be a true rescue worker who taught Kazumi how to live her life in a strong manner while her heart was still scarred from Nagisa's death. My hero is a murderer? Despite that, Kazumi asked Watasa one final question. Captain, may I ask you just one question? What is it? Captain, why was it that you went down to the basement at 6:42 AM, shortly after this accident occurred? I told you guys, that's because Dojima and Hima called for me on their radio. So what you're saying is that your radio could receive transmissions then, correct? Alright, this is Natsuko's fault, right? He implanted that fake memory of the time. Oops. But you know, I personally tried to reach you on your radio just a few minutes before that. Why was it that Dojima and Hima's transmission got through to your radio, yet mine did not? Did you make it so that my transmissions weren't received for some reason? Hey, how long have you been thinking that? Just a few seconds, actually. Ever since you said you'd got some of your memories back, when you told us why you went down to the basement. But I didn't say anything, because I trusted you. I figured that time discrepancy was just remembering the time incorrectly. Kazumi lowered her eyes and continued in a shaky voice. I tried as hard as I could to trust you. I've trusted you for as long as I can remember. But the faith she spoke of was shattered by one sentence from the girl. But didn't he betray you? He's the culprit. Hey, you're the only one who's realized his true colors, aren't you? If he's delivered his just desserts here, then his sins will never come to light. Don't you think he should die here as Watasuka Asagi, the rescue worker? Okay, there we go. Slightly more subtle malice. Convince instead. Provide some arguments instead of just distorting memories all willy-nilly. Those words reach the deepest parts of Kazumi's heart. You're right. Self-conviction. I have to act now to preserve his good name. Yeah, this is a bit more difficult to undo, because there's layers of incorrect information and malicious intent here. It's a lot more clever and subtle than the other ones. And at that moment, Kazumi's mind was consumed by the void of malice. Yeah, there's the grin. Right at that very moment, time stopped flowing in Kazumi's memories. All that came through after that were fragments of her incoherent thoughts. You went down the wrong path. This is the only thing I can do for you now. Open the gate, Watase. Anger, sorrow, a desire to kill, and all sorts of other emotions. They formed a fierce whirlpool of malice that Natsuko was dumbfoundedly floating in. What should I do? How can I save Miss Tachibana? Hikorin, don't panic. The fact that Lieutenant Tachibana has been brought to this state means that End Spirit should be here somewhere. It's just that Lieutenant Tachibana has been infected with malice far worse than the others, that's all. You have to find End somehow and erase her. Right, then I'll go search through more memories. But right when Natsuko thought that, Kazumi's head... Please stop. Was filled with the sound of a woman's echoing voice. It wasn't Subject N's voice. It belonged to none other than the person whose mind Natsuko was linked to at this moment. Miss Tachibana? How? I mean, she does have a little bit of aptitude, the other ones didn't, so... Yeah. Neither of them have ever experienced the target of their senses simply talking back to them while the process was still underway. But that wasn't all. Even more bizarre phenomena occurred. She's reading your memories now. Everything Natsuko had seen and heard up until this point in time flashed through his head. Oh, I'm loving this. He remembered that phenomenon. It goes two ways. It was those high-speed flashbacks he had when Yuri read his memories this morning right after he arrived at Labo. Why Rami is being read? He had no clue what was happening. Kazumi then continued. So that's what happened, is it? Oh, it's complicated. Eh? That was the same thing Yuri had said back then. Natsuko was assaulted by intense anxiety. Oh, I'm loving this. Tenkawa, you planned to erase this girl, didn't you? Oh, so that's what you got from that? And there's a bit more to get from that than just that bit. But yes, that's not wrong. But that's the same as killing her. Come on. Do you have the right to play judge, jury, and executioner like that? Alright, this is still like somewhat... I mean, he doesn't, no, but like it's also not correct what you are saying. Miss slightly mental Tachibana. Answer me, Tenkawa. The good confront this moral dilemma. A savage malice surged forth with that voice. It suddenly started worming its way into Natsuko's mind all at once. Uh-oh. Natsuko then realized he was in danger. Uh-oh. Ah, mental scream. And cut his link to Kazumi's mind. Uh-huh. Yeah, he didn't... Yeah, the other three didn't have any BC aptitude. She does. So, just a little bit, but it's more than enough to fight back. This is complicated. Oh, I'm loving this. Oh, I am loving this. Absolutely. When you stare into the abyss. Natsuko couldn't help but scream as he returned to reality. Mashiro called out to him in surprise. What happened, Natsuhiko? I don't know. I don't know either, but Miss Tachibana spoke to us in the middle of sense of sympathy. What do you mean? Did you finish the malice erasure? No, we didn't. We don't know what happened either. In confusion, they looked at Kazumi, who then spoke in a chilling voice. That was too careless of you two. You should have known that diving into someone's mind means exposing your own. Thanks to your mistake, I now have the answer I've been looking for. The answer you've been looking for? The reason why that girl, the one you people call Subject N, died here. The answer was in your memories. That child has been trapped inside this facility for a long time, hasn't she? Yes, she was, and she's dead. Natsuko was shocked. How did Kazumi know? She just said she, saw your memories. And you have the memories of all 8 other people. So you literally have full context. Now she does as well. I thought Miss Tachibana was unable to use BC. You saw her memories. You know she has the aptitude. Just because she never used it doesn't mean that. Come on, pay attention, dude. As soon as he thought that, a certain thought rose up from the back of Natsuko's mind. Ah, Kazumi was unable to use BC in the past, because her aptitude was low but not non-existent. Aptitude was genetic, meaning it normally did not change. But there's just one circumstance that can overturn that rule. The same circumstance that Natsuko and Yuri encountered when they sneaked into Labo. An environment filled with WX particles. In other words, the conditions inside this facility today make aptitude increase possible. Everyone gasped at that statement. Miss Tachibana, don't tell me. You've awoken to BC. I have. And just now, you've taught me how to use all of it, Tenkawa. Oh dear. Oh dear, that's that's very quick. That's very fast. Kazumi gave that reply with a smile, and I'm grinning like an idiot. A beautiful yet somehow sinister smile. One that sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. But still, regardless of how your aptitude rose, how could you learn sense of sympathy in such a short time? I mean, you learned it in a short amount of time either, so you're one to talk. This girl here taught me. Right. Kazumi looked at the empty air beside her as she answered. The phantom Subject N was probably standing right there in her eyes. And by reading your memory, I learned everything. Ah, but you're choosing which things to prioritize or not. So, yeah. The cause behind the entire incident and that girl's death. So it was with us after all. And Mr. Ukita as well. Yes, but there's more to it than that. You know that as well. Kazumi's clouded eyes were tinged with the glint of murderous intent. Enna then took her gun out. Miss Tachibana, don't move. But the very next moment, a tremendous brain-shaking voice echoed through the room. Nobody move. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Everybody but Kazumi screamed at the sound of that voice. Even Enna cowered and held her head as she struggled to keep her gun trained on Kazumi. That voice was the same technique Natsuko had used in self-defense against Watase to stop him in his tracks. Brain damage through high-output telepathy. By the time Natsuko grasped what had happened, Kazumi grabbed Enna's body and threw her, and hurled her away. Uh-oh. Enna's back slammed into the ground and bounced. Then, in what seemed like the blink of an eye, Kazumi picked up Enna's gun. Oh shit. She then gazed at the others as they groaned in pain from their headaches. This is terrible. Miss Tajiban's awakened to BC while infected with malice, and she has a gun and everything. It's highly possible that connecting to my mind to hers will just end with her infecting me with the malice instead. Natsuhiko came to the realization of just how absurdly dangerous Kazumi was. Yeah. It's fucking awesome, isn't it? Extraordinary BC ability, a thoroughly tempered rescue worker physique, and a gun. There was no way for them to win. But Kazumi spoke to them. I won't kill any of you. Well, yeah, now she's not interested in you. Eh? Well, why would she? You're innocent. My goal lies elsewhere. And it has nothing to do with any of you. I won't harm you so long as you don't get in my way. Please, protect those girls who are precious to you. Kazumi slipped by Natsuko in his confusion, and left the surveillance room, leaving only Natsuko, Yuri, Mashiro, and the fallen Enna. Just then, Mashiro spoke up to break them all away from their numb state. What was that? What was that just now? Something fucking awesome is what it is. What does she mean? I'll go lies elsewhere. Natsuko racked his numbed brain to think. She said she wouldn't kill them, which meant she's really going to try and kill Watase and Ukita. But remember what Tachibana just said? The cause behind the entire incident was Watase after all, and Mr. Ukita as well. She said that like she was putting the blame on Mr. Ukita too, didn't she? I mean, he is to blame, basically. I mean, you went through the memories, you all have the same memories now of what happened in the context, so, I mean, yeah. He's the one who roped Watase into the whole thing. Now that you mention it, when Kazumi was strangling Watase, she said she had to kill him to protect his good name. But it seemed like her objective had changed. However, it didn't seem likely that she'd go out of her way to kill Ukita to protect the honor of his name too. No, that's just a straight up revenge, probably. Think, why would she target those two? Because they started the whole fucking thing, basically, isn't it? The main thing Watase and Mr. Ukita have in common is that they're both members of Q. Does Miss Tachiban have a reason to hate Q? No, wait. She also said that Watase and Mr. Ukita were behind the cause of that girl's death. Yes, they are. Technically. I mean, yeah, they're the ones who wanted to rescue her, which led to the whole domino effect of, like, getting infected with malice and then ending up killing her. Well, those two, Dojima and Hiyama. Right. If you connect the dots, that means Miss Tachiban is trying to avenge Subject N. But why? Because it's Nagisa in her head, at least partly. How is she related to that Subject N girl? When asked that question, Natsuko finally realized something. The test subject's naming scheme followed a very simple rule. And that there was something Subject N herself misunderstood. A quivering voice leaked from Natsuko's lips. So that's what it was. Wait, red eyes. It couldn't be. Is it actually Nagisa? No, it can't be. She should have aged. I get it now. I figured that Subject N's true identity. It can't be. No, it can't be Nagisa. That's bullshit. She wasn't a child born in Labo at all. Ah, fuck me, really? After reaching that epiphany, Natsuko fell into despair at the sheer cruelty of the truth. Oh, that's fucked. That's extra fucked. That's just extra fucked. Come on now. Meanwhile, down in Area Zero, they can't be seriously doing that. Oh, come on, Labo, just fuck off right now. You don't... God damn, no. Okay. Really? Fuck me. Really is that... Oh, god damn it. Really is the case. Oh, Jesus. Bloody fucking hell. Really? God damn it. Watasa's group was faced with a different type of despair. Gee, yeah, no kidding. Okay, no, actually, no, that's too much for me mentally. I need to... No, I can't continue. I need to sleep on that. I'm gonna sleep on that revelation, because, like, fuck me. Bloody hell. Good God. Fucking hell. I'm just like... Because I'm like, if I don't stop, I'm just gonna go on a tirade about how Labo is piece of shit evil again. And we don't need that. We don't need that. Like, we don't need that. Do we? No, we don't. Anyway, here's some music to relax, to rest and distract ourselves from the nonsense that is all the things. So, Rem, Animal, Takeshi Abo, destroyed by Phantom from a game called Phantom Breaker Battlegrounds. I have no idea. I've never played the game. Again, I just find music from soundtracks somehow, somewhere, at some point. I don't know. Anyway, The Guess Who, American Woman, Wasp, Heavens Hung in Black, and Gary Moore, Ready for Love. Right, before I just lose my fucking mind again, let's just end it here for today, because we have to, because God bloody damn, this story just keeps throwing these curveballs at me, and I can't handle it. I can't handle it. My brain's not good enough for that. Anyway, so, I'm gonna go and mentally take a break, and I'll see you all next time for the next part. Ta-ta for now once again. Alright, so we continue, we return, and this time, because of my emotion outburst previously, we're gonna do the quick little recap, because it's been a couple of days. I've composed my thoughts, I'm calmer now. Well, until I do this recap, probably. So it was essentially revealed without being completely explicit that Labo kidnapped Kazumi's sister, Nagisa, after she got in that accident in the apartment complex where the gas explosion happened, which, until further notice, is actually, you know, just an accident. But I would not be surprised at all if Labo orchestrated that, because they had, you know, basically they faked her death in the hospital pretty much the next day or something. So I would not be surprised if they, you know, like, at this point, I would not be surprised if Labo did all the evil shit in the world. Like, that would not surprise me at all. So yeah, the explosion happened, got in an accident. In the hospital, Labo, knowing that Nagisa had this rank S aptitude, because they do these tests on everyone basically, they decided they need that child for the experiments, and so they kidnapped her, faked her death. In a similar way they faked Yuri's death, I'm imagining, with the fake corpse in the casket and everything else, plus Kazumi being the only relative who knew her, really, and Jun being just a kid, probably very easy to fake, especially Kazumi's state of mind being kind of absent. And yeah, so they took her, they forced her to do these horrible experiments, the mind merging thing, and because of the conditions they put her in, as we can sort of vaguely see here with the room and the thing, and the weird gas, the floral scented gas, it probably stunted her physical growth. Maybe the injury received during the accident also kind of did something to her physiologically. It might have done something to her, you know, mental state as well. But anyway, really fucked, actually. Essentially, Kazumi has had to go through the death of her sister not once, but twice. And now she is superpowered through, since she had a bit of, you know, aptitude for this telepathy herself, superpowered through, you know, exposure to the WX particles in the facility throughout the whole escapade in these 10 hours, a little bit here and there, plus being infected with the spirit of Nagisa, who, because of their familial relation, had a much stronger and more personal connection inside her brain than with the other the others, with Ukita, Jun, and Watasa. And so it was not... there's a lot less manipulation of her emotions than with the others. So it's gonna be a lot harder to turn her back into, you know, more sane, because she's kind of justified in being, you know, bloodthirsty right now. Like, it's kind of justified. I don't mind her, like, going after and killing people, honestly, not that much. I mean, I don't want her to kill any of the characters we know and care about. Except maybe Miyoko Tenkawa, because she knew about Yuri and Luis from the get-go, from the very inception, and has been basically a willing participant in all this stuff. Sure, she says she wants to help and get them out here as well and has plans and stuff like that. That doesn't excuse the fact she's been part of this whole madness for the past, like, however, basically since its inception, really. Like, since the very beginning, she's been a part of all this. So her hands are stained bloody red. Multiple layers, in fact. So yeah, honestly, I would not be opposed if Kazumi, you know, figured it out and eventually just kind of killed Miyoko. That would suck, but it would be justified. It would be kind of justified, honestly, because all the other ones who are guilty, I mean, the characters that we know of, because there's always the faceless board of directors on top, like way beyond there that we can't reach, that we haven't seen, you know, who are truly responsible for all this madness. But, you know, the other ones are already dead, basically, so we can't really do that. So yeah, it's really fucked. And when the story resumes, we'll be back with the bomb disposal squad. But before we do that, I need a bit of a palate cleanser. And the reason I decided to do this in the opposite direction, instead of the vocal exercise before and then the recap, is that, incidentally, this next little story is, well, it's stupid, and it's a perfect palate cleanser, just perfect. Just get away from all this seriousness, this drowsiness, this badness on all the other, like, similarities of my other short stories that have tinges of, you know, just like doom and gloom or something like that. This one's just stupid. This one is just straight up stupid, and I love it for that. So, short story 23. Awaken from your eternal slumber. Rise from the ashes to once more reign upon this world. Your wisdom and judgment, I beseech you, rise! After moments of silence, the preacher and his acolytes begin to feel a tremor from all around. The ashen urn cracks with blistering flames, spewing forth in sharp beams that pierce anything in their path, wounding most and killing two in the process. After the cascade wears down, a form of a walrus-like beast begins to take shape in the center of the ritual square, drawing blood from the corpses and visibly weakening all surviving witnesses. Yes, we have done it! The mighty Yokla lives! The creature they call Yokla has now fully taken the shape of a mix between a walrus and a seal, enshrouded in a glimmering aura of white and blue. Once the final part of it manifests into the physical world, it gently descends to the ground and barks at the people. Many begin to murmur at the same time. What does it say? Can anyone understand? It is magnificent. Not what I imagined, but glorious nonetheless. Is it me, or is that just the magic walrus? Anyone got checked the dead guys? I'm not sure what to feel right now. But the leader of this group hushes them all, giving the gesture to kneel down. He then approaches Yokla. Mighty Yokla, it has been eons since you last graced this world with your presence, but we live in dire times. Humanity needs your aid to guide us through these troubled times, and justice needs to be brought to those that have avoided it for too long. This comment appears to go over Yokla's head completely, as it just barks again, rolls sideways to and fro once, and just keeps its mouth open, expectation in its eyes. The gathered begin to whisper once again. Is this really Yokla? Feels a bit derpy to me. Maybe it's hungry? Seriously, is it just a magic walrus? Yeah, those two are dead. Is it actually talking or just barking? Quiet! Let me concentrate. The leader, a bit confused, opens a box Opens a box they had prepared for the ritual in secret and takes out a fresh fish. Yokla visibly becomes much happier and barks at the fish, then opens its mouth wide, even wider. He proceeds to throw it at Yokla, who catches it with ease and chops it down in a single gulp. It then rolls around some more and finally rolls up into a ball and falls asleep. Everyone else is utterly dumbfounded. So what are we supposed to do now? It's just a damn walrus. What the hell? I think it's kinda cute. Anyone gonna help me carry the bodies out? This is ridiculous. After another moment of now almost shouting, the leader silences the rest and proclaims, "It appears Yokla is tired from its long slumber and sudden emergence into the real world and must rest before it can guide humanity on the right track. I know it may seem odd, but it is our duty to ensure Yokla recovers its strength and to prepare the world for its public arrival." Someone shouts, "You're crazy, it's a fucking walrus. Screw this, I'm out." And they storm off. None to stop him. Some actually follow. The more devoted members come forward. A couple examine Yokla up close, their bodies becoming lighter and their minds feeling more at ease the closer they get. "I think we understand. It may not be what anyone thought, but Yokla will make the world a better place. Right?" A hint of a desire for affirmation in his voice. "Worry not. Over time the scriptures lost some of the details, but there is no mistaking it. Yokla is a truly divine being, despite its appearance and actions thus far. Just being this close, you can feel it, can't you? Its holy radiance." Quiet, but ever more convinced nods and ayes from the remaining congregation. For now, we wait and prepare whatever Yokla may need to become what it truly is, he says over a now snoring magical walrus in the basement of an old church. Good. Good. It's dumb. I like that. I really needed that. It's a really stupid story, not just a magical walrus. Alright. Okay, good. Now we can actually properly continue with the story of Root Double before come. And as I said, we resume with the bomb disposal squad. There we go. Watasa's group was faced with a different type of despair. "We can't disarm the bomb." Ah, shit. It's kind of a linchpin of everything here. Watasa's exhausted voice reverberated through the room. I mean, they have to disarm it. There's no option to not do that. Watasa and the others had taken on the tetral bomb all by themselves. They'd managed to remove the digital protection and open the cover in just 8 mere minutes. But Jun then groaned. "This thing is no normal detonator." Yeah, probably not. It was a far trickier devil than Watasa and the others had imagined. It was a detonator built with a nested structure where the fuse was covered with gunpowder that was surrounded by yet another fuse. Huh? Even the slightest mistake in the disarming process would set off a chain explosion. Is there nothing we can do? I don't think we'd be able to do anything even if we had more time. It's completely out of our hands unless we were to use an X-ray or something to see its inner workings while disarming it. Okay, that sucks. We don't have enough equipment. No, I'm not even sure we could disarm the sucker if we were fully equipped. Huh. Regardless, we still mustn't take a chance and... It's too dangerous. Even the tiny scruple balls, sky high. We can't gamble on a risk like that. Louise bitterly gritted her teeth. We have no choice. Let's go back to Natsuko and the others for now and come up with a plan. How about that? Yeah. Not really an option. The team left Subject N's room and headed for the elevator. It's dusk here. Watasa thought to himself as he waited for it to arrive. So, we can't disarm the bomb. However, there's just one way left for everyone to survive. There is? No, that one way wasn't technically a correct way. In fact, it was clearly the wrong way. For it was something Watasa couldn't do. Okay, but if it comes down to it, I'll do it. Watasa looked over everyone's faces as he thought that. Old man, Moribe, Luis. I think the old man would agree with me, but... Watasa suddenly noticed something just then. Jun had been staring at Subject N's room the whole time. What's up? You still worried about the bomb? Oh, of course Jun would recognize that that's Nagisa's room, basically. Very similar, wouldn't it? No. That's not it. What's bugging me is that room itself. Eh? Yeah, come to think that Jun had been surprised at first when she went into Subject N's room. What about it troubles you? I've seen that place long ago. Eh? I got caught up in a gas explosion that blew up an apartment complex 9 years ago. Jun stared firmly at Watasa's face. Wait, so it was identical to Nagisa's room there? Ah, so the fuck... Okay, so Labo just straight up bombed that place deliberately. Like, they knew they went there themselves. They looked it over everything. Come on now. Oh, fuck me. To replicate that room. Oh, that's fucked. Oh, that really is fucked. Oh, come on now. Jun stared firmly at Watasa's face. Don't you remember it, Captain? Remember what? The room you found me and Nagisa in during that incident. We were in Nagisa's room when it happened. Subject-End's room is like an exact copy of that place. That's really fucked. What? Hey, what do you think that means? Something really fucked up is what? Watasa finally realized it at that moment. A quivering voice leaked from his lips. It can't be. It is. It really is that fucked. Everyone thought she died 9 years ago. But you're saying that in reality, Subject-End is actually Kazumi's sister Nagisa? Bingo. That's a terrible bingo card to have. Jun silently nodded. What? Impossible. There's no way that could... No, it's totally plausible. Yeah, with the other stuff they've done, absolutely plausible. Yuri had been confined in Labo 9 years ago after they passed her off as dead to her family. So it wouldn't be all that strange if they used the same trick to confine Nagisa. So this Nagisa girl was a communicator? Probably. I mean, she was about to start school at Rokumi Academy. No way. The elevator doors opened in sync with Watasa's cry. Startled, he and the others got on it. Jun continued murmuring on their way up. Says her right from the very beginning. Yeah, that's which is really fucked. She said Nagisa when she first saw that girl lying dead in front of the cargo lift. She was right in front of me, and I didn't even realize it was her. I mean, it's been 9 years, her hair was completely white, and like, you know, she hadn't aged at all, effectively. Her voice, well, almost. It's hard to tell. Her voice echoed sorrowfully through the dim elevator. That's really fucked, though. Goddamn. Then I caused Nagisa's death through my own terrorist plot. Well, inadvertently, yes, but like, I mean, it's still Labo's fault ultimately, because like, the fuck? He felt harrowing regret filling him. Oh, enough with the regret. Kazumi thought her sister was dead all these years, and today she was finally able to reunite with her, only in death again. Only for Nagisa to die then and there. Yeah, that's weird. If Kazumi ever realized that, oh, she realizes it, and that's really fucked. Right when his train of thought reached that point, the elevator arrived in Area N. A light shined upon the team, with a super-empowered Kazumi in front of them, yes? A shadow stood in the midst of that white darkness. Ah. Watasa looked at that shadow with wide eyes. Yep, hello. Standing there was none other than Kazumi. I've been expecting you, Watase, Mr. Ukita. Tears welled up in her eyes when she said that. Yeah, she is mostly in a calm state of mind. She's mostly there herself. There's very little of the malice. If you two never committed that terrorist attack, then Nagisa wouldn't have had to die. Well, not incorrect. Not wrong. But like, there's more to it than that. Like, if Labo hadn't kidnapped her from the hospital, then this wouldn't have happened at all as well. So really... Ooh, she pulled the trigger. The lights in the facility went off at the exact same moment. An automatic PA broadcast echoed through the room. Emergency spell has hit operational limit. Now shifting to uninterruptible power system. All power supplies, barring that to the center room, control room, area 0, WX particle amplifier, and all lifelines will be cut. The facility was then sealed in darkness. 4 shadows fumbled their way through that darkness. There were only 30 minutes left until the lockdown lifted. 9 convictions blended in the dark. In the darkness of the blackout, Natsuko, Yuri, Mashiro, and Ena supported each other as they headed to Area N. As they walked, Natsuko told everyone about the epiphany he just had. Yeah, it's real bad. Subject-End was Miss Tachibana's little sister. They used the same trick they did with Yuri to fake her death and confine her in Labo. It was most likely after the apartment complex gas explosion on April 7th, 9 years ago. No way. Yes way. It's really bad. That's just too cruel. Correct. They spoke with quivering voices. And Miss Tachibana's trying to pass judgment on accused members for causing Subject-End's death? Yes, Or perhaps she simply wants revenge. Which is understandable. She got traumatized once, now twice, and is in a very stressful situation, so it's like, yeah. Revenge? We're talking about Miss Tachibana here. Yes, and her PTSD has been triggered very severely. Miss Tachibana has been drilled to insanity with intense smells, just as much as Patasa was when he shot me. Except her malice has like grounding within her own memories and personality there. The reason why her symptoms didn't manifest for a while was probably because she had no clear target of hatred. Or she could also have been holding it back through sheer force of will. Bit of both. Bit of both. But Kazumi now knew exactly whom to hate. She even rationalized her intent to murder with the justification that it was to protect Watasa's name and to avenge her sister. Miss Tachibana intends to kill Watasa and Mr. Rukita. But even malice infection won't completely erase someone's original personality. Even Watasa had shown signs of his original self. If Miss Tachibana, a woman who put her life on the line to save lives, were to kill someone, what would happen next? Natsuko was struck with an intense unease. They needed to stop Kazumi. But how? Very good question. She had stolen Enna's gun, leaving Natsuko's gun their only weapon, and her mind is an impregnable fortress because she has psychic powers herself now. If I'm correct, there are only 2 bullets left. But what can we do with those? What can we even do with this gun? As Natsuko touched the gun slung on his belt, Enna sighed and muttered aloud. Mr. Tenkawa, do you think you can erase Mr. Tachibana's malice? He tried, but he doesn't know what to look for, does he now? I think it'd be difficult. She's a completely different case from everyone else. Yeah, she can fight back mentally. None of the others whose malice he had erased had been communicators. But Kazumi was a communicator, and a super-empowered one at that now. She was subject to N's older system, and through WX particle-induced genetic mutation, she had likely become a rank S aptitude to that communicator. The next time I try to repair Miss Tachibana's memories via sense of sympathy, she could very well manipulate my own memories before I finish. Then, in the worst-case scenario, she could erase your memory the very moment you use sense of sympathy. Yes, I can't deny that possibility. You can't go diving in her mind. Actually, that possibility was rather high. She knows what you did. Because she looked through your memories, so that would be the first thing she would do as a precaution, as just like a logical thing. Just blanket erasure. An even worse case scenario was that the shock of memory erasure could damage his brain itself. If my brain were to get damaged, again, couldn't that make memory recovery impossible even if I bring Yuri along? It could. You might just experience brain death with that. That was to say nothing of the accumulated mental damage his repeated confrontations with Nagisa had wrought. Ever since he got hit with Kazumi's telepathy attack, his head had been aching continuously. Could his next confrontation with Nagisa bring his mind and spirit to their final limits? As Natsuko fell into despair, Yuri spoke up beside him. But there's still hope. Really? I hope so too, but what is it, Yuri? Tell us. Hope. Unlike me and Hikarin, Miss Tachibana hasn't done proper BC practice. I mean, sure. That means she's not necessarily able to use sense of sympathy at will, you know. Yeah, but she can't. We saw her do that when he was connected with her, so it's like kind of moot point, I think. Once you dive into Lieutenant Tachibana's brain, if you can erase if you can erase Nagisa within an exceptionally short amount of time, that should spell victory for us. But, can you do it, Natsuko? I mean, he's the protagonist, so yes, but Natsuko couldn't answer, because that didn't seem like hope at all, but rather nothing more than wishful thinking. I mean, hope is wishful thinking, isn't it? I see. In that case, I guess that means I'll have to be the one to do something, then. Oh. The moment Natsuko asked for clarification, she took the gun. And I reached for Natsuko's belt and snatched his gun. What are you doing, Professor? Commissioner. If there's a problem you can communicators can't handle, then it's up to us ordinary people to take matters into our own hands. Fair point. That's how we at the ESP Bureau have always operated. Wait, Miss Anna, you don't mean... I'll try to persuade Miss Tachibana myself, but if that doesn't work, I mean, incapacitate first, then, if that doesn't work, then we are not going to resort to murder. I'll shoot to kill. No, don't do that. That's not gonna be necessary. No, Don't, Miss Senna. Indeed, do not do that. That's not a great idea. I don't want that to happen. And as well, I need this thing. Open the guide in case we have choices that lead to death. Miss Senna, you said you wanted to protect communicators, didn't you? Miss Tachibana's communicator herself. How can you just kill her? Look, circumstances are complicated. Anna solemnly replied to Mashiro's plea. You kids know exactly how, don't you? September 16th. 16 years ago, this city was set aflame, all because of a single unified communicator. She triggered a mass pandemonium. And right now, Miss Tachibana is extremely close to becoming the next Communicator A. And there's no way I can stand back and watch that happen. I'm a member of the ESP Bureau. She grasped the gun tightly. Her eyes were no longer those of a teacher. I'm sorry. It's too late for me to turn back. Farewell, my students. Our time together was short, but it's been fun. And with that, Anna rushed towards Area N. Professor, please wait! Anna wouldn't stop no matter how much Natsuko yelled. His screams faded into the darkness. Let's chase after her, guys. Yee. Yuri supported Mashiro and Natsuko, and the three of them ran. With each step they took, pain ran through the gunshot wounds all over their bodies. The wounds, the malice affected what Watase had inflicted. Natsuko no longer knew what was right. But still, there has to be a route that leads to everyone's survival. There just has to be, and we are on that route, do not worry. With that conviction in mind, the three communicators ran. Unless the correct battle does lead to someone's death, in which case... Damn. I'm looking forward to that as well. Interesting. Eventually they saw the gate to Area N. Please don't die on me. As Natsuko pleaded that thought, the gate opened. And beyond that gate, they saw... a fucking mess is what they see. Jesus. Kazumi pointing a gun at a fallen but unurgent Ukita. It seemed Watase had pushed him away just a second before Kazumi had fired. In front of the two men stood Jun, covering them. Beside her was Luis, standing at the ready. And finally, beside him was Anna, pointing yet another gun. Stop this immediately, Miss Tachibana. This isn't some empty threat this time. Put your gun down right now, or I'll shoot. Mr. Bakiyama, could you please not interfere just this once? I only want to kill those two. That's all. That's a bit too much to ask. Just Mr. Ukita and Watase. Once I kill those two and avenge my sister, I'll put an end to myself personally. No. We can't have that at all. We can't have that at all? Fuck that. No. Wrong. The atmosphere froze at those words. We are not gonna have that. Stop this, sis. Don't kill him. Don't kill yourself. Hold on, Moribe. I don't care if I die. I deserve as much for my crimes. Captain. But Kazumi, spare the old man, will you? And this goes without saying, but don't you dare die either. After hearing those words, Ukita smiled in self-derision. No, if you're going to kill someone, then kill me too. That's my atonement. I mean, he is the one who initiated this whole thing more than Watase. Regardless of my motives, I've caused several victims too. Luis interrupted Ukita. Kazumi Tachibana, let me just say that there's no time. If you waste too much time here, I'll take you down myself. Oh, yeah, she could. Kazumi glared at Watase without so much as a glance at Luis. The wills of 6 people clashed. What should I do? Who the fuck knows? If this situation were left as it was, then Watase would surely die, which would naturally make his deal with Yuri null and void, setting her free. But then Miss Tachibana and Mr. Ukita would die too. Do I abandon 3 people to save Yuri? No, you do not. You do not abandon anyone. There was no way he could do that. Look, he's a 16-year-old kid. Then there really is no other option besides erasing Miss Tachibana's malice. And only Natsuko could do it. Only he could use the sympathy on Kazumi at that distance. But could he erase her malice? That would mean erasing Nagisa, her memory of her sister entirely, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? It would, because this, yeah, deep-seated, based on actual things that happened properly. Far less manipulation. If Nagisa were to defeat Natsuko, then it would mean the end of everything. The more time it takes, the more dangerous it'll be. Oh yeah, they don't know that the bomb hasn't been disarmed. So, everyone's dead. Currently, everyone's dead. Regardless, like, stuff needs to change. Something needs to change. Otherwise, like, this is just moot. This whole moral dilemma. The more time it takes, the more dangerous it'll be. It'll be a big enough risk just searching through Miss Tachibana's memory for subject N. In that case, what if I just indiscriminately erase all of Miss Tachibana's memory? No! That was a measure that Natsuko had forbidden himself from taking. That's a bad one. It would indeed be the safer alternative. He had done the same to Watasu before. But then Kazumi would fall victim to amnesia. The moment that thought crossed Natsuko's mind, a voice echoed in his head again. Save her, it's your own voice. From back then, an echo. It was the telepathy Natsuko had sent 8 hours ago. The message he had sent to Watasu to make him save Yuri from the flames surrounding her. The information energy of that message had lingered in, and now, once again, had returned to Natsuhiko. As if to back up his decision, it was probably just a mere coincidence, but he still felt as if somebody were giving him that command. Maximum convictions. When he looked around, it appeared that only Natsuko had heard that telepathy. You don't have to tell me. There's only one thing I need to do. And thus, Natsuko made up his mind. Yuri. Natsuko quickly grasped Yuri's hand and dove into Kazumi's memories. Oh shit. Oh dear. I can't erase Miss Tachibana's memories. No way in hell. Doing that wouldn't solve anything. It was with that thought that Natsuko dove into the depths of Kazumi's mind. And besides, I made a promise to myself when we were walking down that long road to Labo this morning. I swore I'd protect everyone and everything this time. That includes Miss Tachibana, no exceptions. However, as if in protest to his resolve, a ferocious wave of malice suddenly enveloped Natsuhiko. He could feel alarm bells going off in his mind, but he could also hear Yuri's voice. Hikarin, don't lose. I'll always be there to heal you, whether you're devoured by malice or your memories are erased. So you have to help Lieutenant Tachibana. Yeah, you can bet on that. Natsuko then headed for the innermost depths of Kazumi's mind, to where Subject N's spirit lay. Before long, a sight suddenly spread out before his eyes. The Queen of the Night's area. He was in her room. Not Subject N's room in Labo, but Nagisa's room in the old Tachibana residence, the room 303 of that long-gone apartment complex. There, he found her. Oh, so you're finally here. Yeah, here I am. I've come to set Miss Tachibana free from your curse. But this one's far more deep-seated and justified than the others. I see. Subject then looked at Natsuko and gave him a small hint of a smile. You see, actually, I just read your memories a little while back, and thanks to that, I finally remembered something important. I remembered that I was once called the Gisa Tachibana. That while there were only 3 of us, me, my kind sister, and my dear Jun, every day was a happy one. But, well, that soon came to an end, and I was brought to Labo. And I've spent the last 9 years since then here in this place. It must have been hard, eh? No, not really. The only hard part was never seeing Sis and June again. So long as I put up with that, I found that was life where I could want for nothing. That's just fucked though. It's not your choice, you're a minor, you're a child. They just fucking brainwashed you effectively. Goddamn Labo. Natsuko hesitated. She was very different from the other subject ends he had encountered. She wasn't imitating Kazumi's speech patterns. Her personality was also totally different from Kazumi's. It felt like this was her original personality, her true spirit. If I erase this girl, you're gonna erase the actual Nagisa. Then I'll be killing her for real this time, won't I? Correct. Hey, is there really no other way for me to free Master Giovanna aside from erasing you? Nope. She smiled cheerfully. Kazumi will never go back to normal as long as I remain here. For I am malice incarnate, you see. Are you though? That's impossible. You don't look that way at all, but looks can be deceiving. Well, that's just because I'm doing everything in my power to restrain myself so I can talk to you. You see, the truth is, I love you all so much you couldn't possibly begin to imagine. I'm no longer Nagisa Tachibana, I am Subject N. It's way too late for Nagisa to ever come back. Sis will never have her sister back. Which sucks, but Nagisa is just some stranger whose name I once held, that's all. That's really fucked. Her smell oozed with malice. The room from her memories began to warp. And as she stood in that whirlpool of malice, Natsuko wept. Yeah, that sucks. Why? 'Cause Labo's evil, that's why. Why does it have to be like this? Subject N's very existence saddened him. Yeah, 'cause it shouldn't have happened to begin with. It's bullshit. He was unbearably sad about the destiny she'd been forced to bear. We're the same age and we live in the same city. So how could we turn out so different? 'Cause Labo's evil experiments are stupid, it's bullshit, that's why. Can you just turn over and you leave? No, it's been fucked. She died. Basically she died the moment she was brought to Labo. It was just... fuck. Bloody hell. She shook her head. I can't. There are just too many things in this world that we are powerless to change. You can manipulate the memory as much as you want, but you can never change the facts. Like the fact that I want to erase you. With that declaration, Natsuko resolved himself. If you're going to erase me, then I have no choice but to fight you. Everyone's lives lie on my shoulders. So, I'll do it. Yep, that's how it should be. You and I are different. I can never be you. For that is the universal, absolute truth that governs the barriers between humans. She tapped her temple with a finger. Let's begin, Tenkawa. Yeah. Natsuko nodded and brought a finger to his temple as well. They really don't need to do that, that's kind of nonsense. Then he began to wish. Wish for her annihilation. At that moment... it's doing this thing. A video that is nothing. He could tell his memories were falling apart. I need to hurry. I have to erase her before she annihilates me. It was a battle that was only lasting for a mere second in real time. But despite that, the difference between their abilities soon became clear with the rate they were erasing memories. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Uh-oh, that's bad. Natsuko was being erased faster than he was erasing her. But you have Yuri's support, so it's fine. A slight hesitation still remained within Natsuhiko. That's what's holding me back. That's what's holding me back, full ability. Once he completed his thought, it was too late. Uh-oh, that's what's holding me. A light flashed through his brain. Uh-oh. As he felt like something was ripping him to shreds. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All of Natsuko's memories were quickly vanishing. He could also feel his personality fade away. Oh dear. Uh-oh. That's fine. You're disappearing. It's fine, you have Yuri's support. Just then, a memory of a girl who most precious to him arose in the very nooks of his consciousness. Hikari. He could hear her voice. Natsuko's memories instantly began to reconstruct. The rate they were being repaired outpaced the rate they were falling apart. Yuri. It's okay, Hikarin. You won't disappear. I won't let that happen. Never. Her voice kept Natsuko conscious just as he felt he was about to faint. A will of iron was forged within Natsuko's heart. Big anime scream. Of willpower. Sure. He mustered his entire force of will and focused again. Not on erasing Subject then, but only on setting Kazumi free from the malice. And... adieu. Farewell. Before long, an image surfaced from within the white darkness. It was a vision of a young Nagisa walking far away. Kazumi's voice echoed from somewhere. Nagisa, wait, don't go. It was that dream she had while in the park. Don't go. You'll never be able to come back if you do. It was a premonition. Is this Miss Tachibana's dream? Indeed. Natsuko was experiencing the same dream through Kazumi's 5 senses. Nagisa soon turned around and smiled at Kazumi. Nagisa! Kazumi then woke up. What's up, sis? Nagisa looked down upon Kazumi. Wait, that's older version, isn't it? Nagisa. Kazumi said that with clear relief. Are you okay? It looked like you were groaning in your sleep a bit. Maybe? I had a dream. A dream? Yeah, a dream where you went off to somewhere far away. It was a very sad dream. I see. But don't you see, sis? You don't have to worry. I'm right here. That's right. Kazumi smiled at Nagisa. You've always been with me, haven't you? We've been together forever. Tears welled up in Kazumi's eyes. Even after you've already died. Nagisa returned. Kazumi smiled at those words. Ah man, you figured it out? Yes. I realized that what I'm seeing is just a dream. And that in reality, you're gone. That's right. Kazumi looked at Nagisa and spoke. Even so, I was glad to see you again. Me too, sis. Cause I missed you so much all these years. Nagisa grew quiet for a few seconds. Then she started softly speaking again. Actually, I tried to see you again just this one time shortly after I was locked away. I tried to escape from Labo. But a case then was declared right away, so that didn't work out. Connecting everything. So that's what caused that back then. Everything is connected now. Everything. And to make matters worse, I got 2 other kids caught up in all that, and their genes mutated as a result. You're talking about Tenkawa and Miss Yuri. So please, sis, don't blame those 2. Nor Mr. Watase, or anyone else. Because none of them were at fault. I mean, Labo's at fault. Yeah, you're right. Nagisa gave a lonely smile when Kazumi said that. Okay then, it's about time for me to get going. Nagisa, don't look sad, okay? I may be gone, but I'll live on in your memories. So just remember, and you can see me again anytime. I'll be with you forever, so long as you remember me. Yeah, I know. I'll never forget. I swear, I'll never forget that you're always with me. Yi. Nagisa stroked Kazumi's cheek. Thanks, sis. And with that, they awoke from the dream. Strangely enough, he didn't get the headache and uncomfortable brain-rattling sensation that he had felt the previous times. It wasn't long before his 5 senses gently came back. The first thing he heard with his newly returned hearing was the sound of Yuri's tear-stricken voice. Hikari, Hikari, that girl's gone. And the first thing he saw with his newly returned sight was Kazumi slowly falling unconscious to the floor. Kazumi! Watase ran up to Kazumi. He caught her firmly in his arms just before she could hit the floor. Kazumi! Watase called out her name over and over again. Natsuko? Mashiro's voice was full of bewilderment. It's over. The malice is gone. Kazumi's eyes opened at the same time Natsuko said that. Watase. Sis? Jun called out to her nervously, but Kazumi alleviated her fears by speaking in a gentle voice. Jun, I'm sorry I worried you. Aww. Hugs. Jun hugged Kazumi while crying. Hugs are nice. Kazumi gently stroked Jun's hair. Thank God. Thank God. I'm sorry. I scared you to death, didn't I? Kazumi whispered that to Jun, then returned to Watase. I'm sorry, Watase. I hurt you so many times. It's fine. No, I deserved it. Though, of course, I don't think it was nearly enough to make up for my sins. We can deal with that after we escape. Somehow. That's enough. I mean it. He tried to rescue the test subjects who were confined here in Labo. You tried to save Nagisa. Even if you failed to do that in the end, I can't blame you. Well, no, blame Labo. Because you and I have been through similar lives. So I understand your feelings better than anyone else. Watase then silently embraced Kazumi. Hugs are nice. Neither of them said another word. And after everything had ended, Watase walked up to Natsuko. Well, I mean, nothing's ended yet, though. Thank you for not erasing Kazumi's memories, Natsuko. No, I only did what I thought was right. I'm glad I didn't erase Miss Tachibana's memories, too. I see. You're right. To be honest, I was scared of you up until now. I saw you as something as of a monster who could manipulate others' memories as he saw fit. I mean, he can, but he's not a monster. That's understandable, it is. But you never abused that power. You've only used it to save people in spite of the pain it brings you. Thanks to that, I now finally understand. You are no monster, he never was. You're just as human as the rest of us. Well, at least I'm glad he understood that finally. Those words moved Natsuko's heart. He remembered something the subject and in Watase's mind had once told him. You use inhuman abilities to your heart's content to stop on others. You know what they call being like that? A monster, that's what. Those words had weighed heavily on his mind the whole time. But with Watasa's words alone, the dark clouds shrouding Natsuko's heart felt as though they had finally been lifted. However, in contrast to the broad smile that formed on Natsuko's face, Watasa's face was full of gloom. Yeah, cause we're not out of it yet. Compared to that, I'm just a stupid bastard. Ah, you're a bloody intelligent bastard. Eh? Hey, Natsuko, there's something I got to tell you. When we went down to Area Zero, I realized I did something I can never take back. What do you mean? I'm talking about the bomb. Ah yeah. We can't disarm it. And to make matters worse, it'll go off before the lockdown is lifted. Yeah, that's Natsuko Yuri Masha, and his eyes widened in shock. That's a big problem. Watasa explained the bomb situation to Natsuko and the others. Why disarming it was impossible, and why the lockdown end time had lagged. And how at this rate everyone would die in the explosion. What do we do? Fuck knows. That's what I'd like us to think about. Is there anything we can do to survive? Please, everybody, lend us your wisdom. Everyone's faces froze at that statement. Only about 20 minutes remained until detonation. The 9 survivors racked their brains to come up with a way to survive together. All 9 of us can move, but we pretty much have nothing left that can bring about any major change to the current situation. Watasa picked up the gun Kazumi had dropped earlier. Even though we can kill each other with this thing, it has no survival usage whatsoever. Watasa put away the gun in his pocket as he said that. The only other usable things we have left are the engine cutter, and at best the air jack, right? I don't think either of those things will be of use now, though. But we can't give up. If we can't do something about the bomb, then let's all look for a way to escape. I don't think it'll be easy. Can we really find something in just 20 minutes that we couldn't after 6 hours? Probably not. I don't know. I don't know what kind of Deus Ex they're gonna bring in, though. Like, I hope it's not just some random Deus Ex miracle solution. I hope it's something that they have established just like pretty much everything else, and then it suddenly like clicks and comes together. That would be perfect. It has to be. It would be kind of bullshit if it's just some sudden Deus Ex Machina nonsense. Then could we I mean, it shouldn't be. Based on everything else, it's not going to be that simplistic. Now is it? It couldn't be. Then could we hack into Brain Cell again and open the bulkheads? And when we stole Root Authority, it activated something called the reactor barrier, which took out Alice number 2. The hacking software my mother prepared for us isn't usable anymore, is it? But can we try just to make sure? Worth a shot, I guess. And so the survivors moved to the control room for the time being. There, they connected Alice number 2 to Brain Cell. But of course, Brain Cell showed no reaction whatsoever. So it really was a one-time chance. Once Natsuko said that, Luis murmured softly. Alice. This Alice. You can use that one. There's still Alice number 1. There is. And since it's just a robot, you can just have another one. Dr. Tenkawa installed various software onto Alice. Even software whose purpose remained unknown to me. Redundancy. Perfect. It might include the hacking software. Without waiting for the other's response, Luis connected Alice number 1 to Brain Cell. And then the 3 control terminals, each displayed the authentication screens. Looks like it'll work. But are you sure, Luis? If you use her to hack, then she'll break too, you know? Well, but it's replaceable, it's fine. Of course, it's painful for me, because Alice is a part of me. But it'd be even more painful if everyone died. Yes, in every sense of the word. If we get out of here, we can always repair Alice. As long as we live, she can be fixed eventually. Correct? Yeah, you're right. Everyone looked glad at those words, but then... No, wait a second. Even if we steal Root Authority and open up the bulkheads, Brain Cell would automatically declare another case and after 30 seconds. Everyone, look at that. Okita pointed at the indicator on the monitor labeled Area N Energy Level. The value read 1539 MSV. A case N is declared under the conditions of Area N's WX particle energy levels exceeding 1 MSV. And a test subject leaving either Area N or Area 5. We can't get everyone out of here without violating those conditions. Okita's bitter voice shocked the others. So you mean it's like this? Even if we open the bulkheads, they'll close again after 30 seconds? And opening the bulkheads in the first place requires 3 people. So for 6 people to escape, 3 have to stay down here, eh? Unacceptable. That's an unacceptable solution. Gotta have another way. Everyone gasped at those words. That was the answer thrust before them. 3 people must remain in the control room to steal root authority from Braincell and force the bulkheads open. At the very least, that means 6 people can escape before the explosion. But that also means that the other 3 need to die, which is unacceptable. The question once thrust upon Watase was now thrust upon the others. When Watase found the 30 AD ampoules in Mikio Tenkao's office, he had thought to himself, only 6 of the 9 could survive. 9 minus 6 equals 6. That equation bound them once again. Then which 3 do we choose? Oh, that's not a choice you make. Which 6 get to survive? And besides, it's obviously going to be, if they actually go through this plan, it's obviously going to be Watase, Ukita, and the third one would be... Kazumi or Jun would fight each other over that one, wouldn't they? Maybe even Enna might fight over the 3rd position, wouldn't she? Yeah. Obviously, they wouldn't let any of the kids die. That's unacceptable. Of course not. The 9 people in the room established emotional bonds through all their shared experiences. And I am emotionally attached to all of them as well. It's been like 80 hours almost. Even if their principles and perspectives differed, not a single one of them genuinely wished for any of the others to die. Well, of course not. It was just too sad to decide who had to stay. Even if Watase and I sacrifice ourselves, that won't solve everything. Just like how Natsuko tried to break Mashra out of there through the cargo lift, and how Watase went off to extinguish the fires in Area N, they didn't even have the option to save everyone in exchange for their own lives. But still, we still have to make a decision. They were all probably thinking the same thing. A hopeless silence engulfed the room. Eventually, a girl whispered an answer in Natsuko's ear. The answer is obvious, isn't it? It's not. It kind of is, but not really. No. The answer is, we leave nobody behind. Ah, that one, obviously. Of course. We leave nobody behind, obviously. That is absolutely the correct answer, yes. That's how the story has to end. We bring everyone to the bulkheads. Yuri looked at everyone as she said that, right? Isn't that right, guys? We have to. Obviously, that's the only option. The bomb's set in Area 0, isn't it? It's in such a deep place. So the shockwave might not reach all the way to the bulkheads, right? Ah, that's just wishful thinking, though. Ah, Yuri. Let's all pray for that and wait for the bulkheads to open by themselves. That's really not... That's not a practical option. That's just wait and see. The wait and see approach really doesn't get you anywhere. Like... You're right. That's a good idea, Yuri. I mean, not really, honestly. It's kinda not. How can I survive if it means sacrificing someone else? Well, that's right, but that's what happens in real life sometimes. That's also inevitable. But like, correct. Story-wise, that would kinda suck, but I wouldn't be opposed to the idea, honestly, because like, heroic sacrifice and stuff like that, that happens. Mashra approved of Yuri's opinion. Even in this dire situation, the 2 girls never forgot kindness. But that kindness won't help right now. Yeah, it won't. Watase spoke Natsuko's thoughts for him. You 2 really are kind, but we can't do that. If anyone's going to wait in front of the bulkheads, it would be better for it to be the 3 left behind after the 6 others escape, right? But who's going to be left behind? Come on now. That's what we need to decide. At the very least, I'm staying, obviously. Kazumi and Jun's eyes widened at those words. I mean, obviously. You know him. We know him very well. Of course he's gonna stay. That's like... Captain, you can't be serious. Have you been paying attention, Jun? Of course he's serious. Oh, come on. It should be an obvious choice, right? After all, I'm the one who set the bomb up in the first place. There you go, showing off again. Only a fool throws away their own life to save others. Isn't that right? Exactly. And I'm an utter fool for resorting to terrorism. So I want to be the one to clean up after my own mess. Can't really say anything against that, can you? So we only need 2 others. 2 people to stay underground with me. 2 others. Jun murmured that and then fell silent. Then after a brief pause, she spoke up resolutely. Ah yeah, rescue workers. Just 2 more, eh? Okay, I got it. Jun looked at Kazumi with clouded eyes. Let's stay behind, sis. Us three members of Sirius will stay. What? Wait, Jin, I mean, technically not wrong, that's their job, in a way. I'm fine with staying, but why you two? Because if you and the captain stay behind, that's still not enough people. It's our job to save lives. And even if doing so requires sacrificing no matter what, then we have no choice, do we? That might be true, but still. Kazumi reluctantly accepted that viewpoint. That's our first option. The rescue squad. Watase, Kazumi, Jun would stay. But then Ukita cut in. There we go. See? Wait, if someone has to stay, then it shall be me. See? Obviously. You, Mr. Kita, come on, obviously. He's in the same, like, state as Watase. Captain Kasagi and I are the ones at fault. If Captain Kasagi is going to stay, then it only makes sense for me to stay as well. You can't, Mr. Kita. Yes, he can. He absolutely can. I can't accept that. Regardless of the circumstances, you're still a survivor under our custody. No, the old man's right. Me, the old man, and one other person will stay behind. Watase, Nikita, and one other person. As soon as Natsuko heard those words, he spoke without thinking. Ah, really? Then I should stay too. No, you shouldn't. Fuck you, you're a kid. Don't make stupid decisions, you're a teenager. No, you don't get to stay. You stupid brat. Eh? Of course not, no. I mean, sure, yeah, he's the protagonist, and like, self-sacrifice is what protagonists do, but come on now. There's adults who are more responsible and who are at fault here. You're just a kid. Yuri and the others gasped at Natsuko's suggestion. Yeah, it's not, nah, unacceptable. Why you, Natsuko? The answer is no, because there's no good reason. If the ones at fault are staying, then I'll stay. I'm responsible for this too. No, you're not. No, you're fucking not. You're just a victim in all this. The end of the lockdown got delayed because of my beast. Oh, that's incidental. Fuck off. That wasn't a deliberate choice on your part in any way. Watasu and Nikita, obviously, yeah. But like you, no. Wrong. You're wrong on this, Natsuko. And thus, out of his own volition, Natsuko came up with the second option. The ones at fault. Natsuko, Watase, Ukita would stay. Of course, I don't want to choose that option myself, and Yuri and the others don't seem to agree with it either. Yeah, I don't agree with it either, and I bet nobody agrees with that. Just as Natsuko had predicted, Mashra and the others spoke up in opposition. Natsuko, what are you talking about? That's no reason for you to stay behind. I agree. If that's enough to make you at fault here, then every single one of us is at fault. Yeah. That's right, Hikaru. There's no need for you to stay behind. But in that case, who should stay then? Look. The question silenced Yuri for a moment. But eventually, she answered resolutely, no, you're not sacrificing yourself either. Come on now, you're not doing that again. Fuck off, Yuri. Stop it. Not a third time. First 9 years ago, then with the deal with Batasa, and now this. No. Wrong. You're right. If Captain Kasagi, Mr. Ukita, and one more person have to stay, then I guess I have to. No, you fucking don't. No, you're not. You are not. That's not an option. No, Yuri, that doesn't make sense either. It absolutely doesn't. I know it doesn't. Good. But then what are we supposed to do otherwise, Mashra? Even if Captain Kasagi and Mr. Ukita stay behind, one other person has to do so as well, right? No, please don't say that, Yuri. Why do you always have to be the one to suffer? There is no good reason for that. Are you telling me to live with guilt again? How long will this have to continue? If you say you're going to stay, Yuri, then it's better that I stay instead. Absolutely not. Come on, stop it. Everyone's self-sacrificing themselves now, this kind of scene. It's a really dumb scene, but it makes sense. Like, come on, everyone. No fighting. I thought you were best friends. But please, I can't just let Yuri die. Then are you saying you'll stay instead, Mashra? I don't want you to die either. Will you stay regardless? Ah, you're kids. Get out of this conversation. None of you are sacrificing yourselves. But then again, I can't say I'll stay behind instead of you two either. I don't want to die, of course not. I met everyone and found life fun for the very first time. I felt that at last, my real life had only just begun. So I want to live more. That's totally reasonable. There you go. Totally reasonable and understandable. She should not feel any guilt about making that kind of statement. Louise. Everyone grew silent as Louise squeezed out her honest feelings from the bottom of her heart. Nobody wants to die. But like, I'm sorry, I can't be strong like you guys. It's not strength on their part, it's stupidity on their part. Like, don't say that like self-sacrifice isn't necessarily strength. Sometimes it is just stupidity. In the case of these teenagers, it is just stupidity. That's normal. There's nothing for you to apologize about. Exactly. And I cut into the conversation. She's right, Miss Sandomir. It's wrong for children to die for the mistakes of adults. Exactly. That said, to be honest, I don't want to die either, which is totally reasonable. Well, of course nobody wants to die. I can't just die here in a place like this. That thought was what helped me survive up to this point. I don't think I've had enough, nor do I think I want to die for others. It's human nature not to think those things. It's animal instinct. As Anna said that, her noble facial features warped tearfully. But you know, I'm a teacher, aren't I? If the alternative is to sacrifice my own students, then I would rather stay behind myself. Natsuko was shocked to hear those unexpected words. Really? It's not that unexpected. It's basically what I thought would be the case from the start, really. Professor Tsubakiyama? What are you saying, Anna? That makes it the same as Yuri and the others. Not really, she's a responsible adult. There's a difference between you and her. No, I'm not. I just think that adults who would sacrifice children for their own survival are no adults at all. It's adults like that who made this messed up world. Indeed, it's the board of directors at Labo, the higher-ups. They're the ones at fault ultimately for all of this. All of it. So I just want you kids know that there are proper adults out there. There are adults out there who will risk their lives for this to save children they do not know. Even if it's not to atone, even if it's not their duty. If I set that sort of example for you kids, then you won't end up cursing the society, will you? I'm sure the next generation will bring about a more proper society. Well, we can only hope for that. We can only hope. I mean, we need to fix the resource, lack of resources thing. Resource scarcity for that to actually happen. Because, like, that's the cause of all the things that cause the problems and everything else. Those words were most likely a thought that Anna had shut away in the innermost depths of her heart, oozing out just now. She seriously wanted to live, well, everyone does, really. But on the other hand, she wanted to save the children. She was tied up by her own self-preservation instincts and the logic to save others. I just don't know anymore. What do we do? I don't know either. Once he heard Louis say that, Natsuko pondered. I don't want to let anyone else die, but Yuri and the others probably won't accept me staying behind. No, they won't. Damn it. Is there no other option? The moment that thought crossed his mind, Kazumi suddenly spoke up. Wait. I've realized there's just one more option. Oh? Eh? I woke the sense of sympathy earlier. That means 3 of us, out of the 9 here are sense of sympathy users. And even if the sense of sympathy user escaped, we'd be targeted for confinement, wouldn't we? What are you trying to say, Mr. Chiban? Eh? So in that case, Tenkawa, Miss Yuri, if you're just going to be confined anyway, why don't we be the ones to stay behind? No, no. That's unacceptable. You're core witnesses, honestly, to the whole dealing with Labo and this just morally bankrupt. That's putting it too mildly. Just this pure evil behavior that Labo is exhibiting. Like you 3 are core witnesses, honestly. Like case examples of, you know, to not deal with that. Like expose the public. Yeah, actually, that makes it simpler. None of the children, not Kazumi, because she's also basically as important witness here, not Jun. So yeah, that leaves Ukita, Watasa, and Anna for the plan that requires sacrificing people. Which is an unacceptable plan, by the way. Well, Natsuko was driven speechless. For the time being, they had their third option. No, not really. Not really, this is the opposite. Option, the sense of sympathy users would stay. However, are you being serious, Mr. Tachibana? Did you hear anything I just said? You're free to stay behind and sacrifice yourself if you want, but I'm telling you to leave the children out of it. Kazumi didn't answer, because there is no answer to that. Natsuko couldn't understand why she would ever say such a thing. Whoa, Kazumi, don't say that. It's a done deal that I'm staying behind. Don't think of any option that precludes that. Watasa's word echoed ended the discussion. Which left 3 options in all. No, they're not. All of them include Watasa? The rescue workers, Kazumi Jun and Watase would stay. The ones that fought Natsuko, Watase and Ukita would stay. The sense of sympathy was Natsuko, Yuri, Kazumi would stay. That's none of that. Oh, what is this? A guide telling me? Oh, it's telling something else? Anyway, everyone at maximum. Yeah, because fuck that option. No. Fuck that. Fuck that. Absolutely. Fuck no. No. No, 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 no. Each option was as difficult to choose as the next. Is there no other route to take? Does somebody have to die? It was almost time to make their decision. The time to decide who to cast away was imminent. But Natsuko thought to himself, who do we cast away? I can't decide that. He couldn't come to a quick decision. I've seen everybody's memories. I've had a glimpse of everyone's lives. I've come to know the emotions they've had. He recalled the words he had heard in everyone's memories. Should I feel ashamed but wanting revenge? Because he couldn't save me, so now it's my turn. I'm waiting for you to come back, Natsuko. So please, I don't care what anyone says. I can't let Labo's crimes pass. But do you believe that robbing the happiness of one to develop the technology to save a million is forgivable? Because my role is to protect Natsuko and the others. So let's work together, rescue the survivors, then find a way out of here, for sure, okay? Well, if anything were to happen, I'd protect you, so don't worry. I'll rewind time for Hikaru as many times as it takes. I'm going to get these girls out of here. Everyone had their own convictions. Natsuko had learned that by seeing the particulars of their memories. And that's why he couldn't choose. Even though he may have been able to cast someone away had he known nothing. But in that case, I want to keep searching to the very end. For a route where nobody has to be cast away. Natsuko made his decision. To stand up against despair. I won't let anyone else die. All 9 of us will survive together. Excellent. But how? Everyone's eyes widened at Natsuko's declaration. All of us survived together. Yes. For 6 to survive, 3 had to stay behind. That was a promise that Natsuko did not want to accept. Sacrificing some to save the others? I'm sick and tired of that notion. Good. What? Watase, you see, I've been living 9 years of peace thanks to Yuri sacrificing her life. I've been allowed to live 9 years in an illusion thanks to Mashiro's dedication. I'm truly grateful for those two, but are you telling me to just accept that some people will have to be sacrificed? Natsuko spoke to the others as well. Everyone else here is the same as me. We've all had our lives saved by someone else's sacrifice. We've all lost something precious because of someone else's sacrifice. How many times must we repeat that cycle? Everyone's faces froze at those words. Every individual in the room had lost something in that same way. However, easier said than done. Do you have any way to actually pull that off? No, I don't. But I'm saying we shouldn't just give up and accept that some people will have to be sacrificed. No, I don't. I don't have a way to pull it off, but still. Willpower. Sacrificing yourself is the same damn thing. And don't give up on life. Remember what Wataru said? Fight on until the very end. If you want to give up, then you can do that later, right? It's the instinct of the human individual to try and survive regardless of the situation, right? Then isn't it the logic of the human community to try and survive together without sacrificing anyone? It is, yes. Everyone here wants to live. So isn't it only obvious for us to try and survive as a whole? Even if it were an idealistic thought detached from a reality, even if it were nothing more than an impossible delusion, that was what Natsuko desired. He suddenly remembered. He remembered all of the unsightly sides of humans he had seen today. Watase, whose mind had been ruled by hatred. Jun, who tried to harm others in the name of justice. Ukita, who doubted the comrades who shared his will. Anna, who opened her heart to no one. Kazumi, who tried to take the life of the one who she loved under the pretext of protecting him. And every one of them had held dangerous weapons. Every one of them was frightening. And once again, everybody had become unable to fully trust one another. Humans are terrifying. Humans are filled with malice. humans are bringers of despair. That's what he had once thought. But beyond those sides of humans, he had seen many beautiful, precious sides to them too. There, Natsuko saw the light. Even in the deepest depths of despair, people were able to hold the will to survive. People could rush to save others, even at the risk of their own lives. Even in the darkness of doubt and malice, people could believe, people could love. For that in itself was hope. To find an escape route from any deadly situation, and to move on forward down that route hand in hand with those next to you. Humans weren't meant to choose despair. The side of humanity that strives with the will to survive, that itself is hope. That's what Natsuko had learned from everybody. And he didn't want a single one of them to die. Guys, let's think things through one more time. Is there really no other way? We all strove hard to get to this point. We never gave up, did we? If any of us gave up that easily, we would have died long ago. We're the ones who never gave up. Everybody fell silent at Natsuko's words. Deep silence filled the control room. Eventually, the silence was torn apart by Yuri's voice. Let's think, everyone. There has to be a way waiting for us somewhere. No, even if there isn't, we mustn't give up on thinking until the very end of our time limit. That's how we've gotten this far, isn't it? We survived even when our path was filled with poisonous gas. Even when fire chased us from behind. Even in the most dire of situations, didn't we? When Captain Kasagi and I were trapped under the rubble, you didn't abandon us, did you? I don't want to die, but I don't want to sacrifice anyone else either. Those are my true feelings. That was perhaps the first time Natsuko had heard Yuri shout so seriously. She had always smiled quietly. She had always cowered in fear. She had always been thinking of others. It was the one and only time she acted selfish. Her will resounded in everyone's hearts. Her best friend smiled in relief. Yeah, you're right, Yuri. I think so too. I also agree. Well, that sounds like the more rescue squad-like option to me. But in all honesty, what do we do? Make a full power sprint in the 30-second span that the bulkheads remain open? That's impossible. Some of us are injured, you know? The only emergency stairs that go to the surface are in Area 2. We can't make it in time, even if we ran from there. Time passed even as they held this discussion. A look at the watch revealed the time was 6:07 PM, 10 minutes until detonation. Think, is there no other way? He recalled everything they had seen and heard. Natsuko's memories, Watasa's memories, Yuri's, Mashiro's, Luis's, Kazumi's, Jun's, and Azukita's memories. Nothing came to mind. Time was 6:08 PM, 9 minutes. Come on, don't give up, think. There's just gotta be a way. He recalled everything that happened today. Natsuko's and Watasa's confrontation in Area N, how he shattered Watasa's memory, and how after Watasa woke up, everyone searched for a route to survival. How even when he was threatened by malice-infected people, he still tried to save everyone and sought that escape route. Things were crazy back then, but this time for sure, we'll find an escape route. The very moment that thought crossed Natsuko's mind, as if to support his will, the pipes. Eh? Everyone's eyes widened. They all stared at Watasa. Captain, did you just say something? And with telepathy? That was indeed Watasa's voice. But it somehow didn't seem to come from his voice box. Watasa, don't tell me you awoke to BC2. No, he didn't. No, it wasn't me, it's an echo. I don't have any aptitude, and I wasn't even trying to use it. I mean, it even echoed in my head too. It couldn't have been my telepathy, could it? Then, what in the world was that? An illusion? An auditory hallucination? As soon as those questions passed Natsuko's mind, the voice echoed once more. Did you notice that thick pipe near the ceiling when we went to the engine room? What? What? It wasn't an illusion, nor an auditory hallucination. Everyone suddenly heard that voice. A something that was neither Watasa's voice nor his telepathy. If that's just a dummy, then we can escape through there. What is that? As the voice continued, Natsuko remembered. It's from back then. That's what Watasa said 3 hours ago when he tried to escape through the drainage pipe. Oh, Watasa seemed to make the same realization, for he murmured dumbfoundedly. What's going on? Why am I just now hearing what I said in the past? Could residual information and energy have returned again? But Captain Kasagi wasn't using BC back then. That phenomenon shouldn't even apply. No. True, Watase wasn't using BC back then, but Natsuhiko was. Indeed. He had been continuously using sense of sympathy on Watase. Our brains were connected via BC particles. Everything Watase experienced had propagated back to me. So in other words, that means the trace information energy emitted from Watase's mind drifted through the space between him and Natsuko. A bit of Deus Ex Machina, but not really. It is justified. It makes sense. It's not the first time they've done something like that. And coincidental timing, obviously, way too coincidental, but, you know, yeah, it's acceptable. It's acceptable enough. It's a memory of things they have actually counted and, you know, forgot about simply. So, it's fine. This solution is totally fine. They still have to actually do it within, like, the span of 8 minutes, which is very, very difficult. I don't know how they're going to do that, though. The trace information energy emitted from Watase's mind drifted through the space between him and Natsuhiko. And due to the particle amplifier, the energy was amplified and lingered there without dissipating. It's only coming back now, very conveniently. The moment he made that realization, sights of the past flickered before his eyes. So this really is our only way out. Then that means we have 3 problems that we have to solve first. Number 1, how do we open a hole in the pipe? What the hell? Why was there a bomb planted inside the fire extinguisher? The dud, the unexploded bomb. They can detonate that one. Oh, perfect. They're not bringing in any kind of Deus Ex Machina. It's all coming back to things that have been established. This is perfect. This is brilliant. I love this. This is well done, writers. This is brilliant. Number 2, how do we ensure that we can breathe inside the flooded pipe? Find anything, Captain? We've got a respirator set up and a transfusion kit if we ever need it, but nothing we can use right now. Respirator kit. How do we walk through 500 meters of 53 degrees Celsius water from here to Reich Rockme? So, should we wait for the water to cool down after we stop it from running? Oh, and it hasn't been running for a while now. It's been a couple hours, right? Since the WX particle amplifier shut down. It shouldn't be running. It should be cooler now. That'd be the best way, but it would probably take too much time. If you break the intake pipe by mistake, then all of Labo will be flooded. And that, all of Labo will be flooded. Please be careful. They can just flood that. Those sites flowed before his eyes like a muddy stream. Haha, they can just clear the water anyway. Oh, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. That's perfect. And then disappeared. What was that? That's your brain thinking, connecting the pieces. Perfect, they exchanged glances. There was something clearly strange about that phenomenon. That everyone saw it. That didn't seem like a simple return of lingering information energy. Nah, it's your brains, it's the Borg brain. You have 9 brains connected basically, right? And you know, processing power, connect the dots. Naturally, it wasn't a simple reminiscence, it was fragmentary sights and words. But that collection of fragments seemed to hold some sort of meaning. What do you mean some sort of? It's obviously the solution. Wait, could that stream of information just now contain a way to escape? It literally laid out the plan for you. Get the unexploded bomb in the pipe, create a hole, flood the whole thing, escape through the pipe. Think, guys. Try to find meaning in what happened just now. It's literally a bullet point. It's literally bullet points. Come on, the 9 of them pondered. What was the meaning hidden within those flickering sights? The first thing we heard was the pipes, right? Then should we really try to escape through there after all? But we failed when we tried that 3 hours ago, didn't we? Then what should we do? How to open a hole? Way to breathe? Hot water? Intake pipe? Come on now. There's a way to escape hidden in this information. It literally laid out the process for you. Come on now. And that way is... It was just a mess of ambiguous fragmentary information. Come on now. Easy, but indeed hidden within, there was an answer. Come on now, Natsuko abruptly gasped. Like, he shouldn't have been the first one to, you know, get this picture. Like, really, Watase should have been the first to figure it out. Like, the obvious, like, come on now. But whatever, as long as somebody gets it, good. And at the same time, everyone's eyes widened. Yeah, everyone understood immediately. That's it. Yeah, the Borg brain works. It seemed everyone reached the same answer at the same time. I see, so that's the way. They found the one final route remaining. A route where everyone's survival was possible. That's it, that's it, that's it. That has to be it. His heartbeat sped up. His temples went numb. The hope they finally found at the last moment. They exchanged glances and shouted, "Okay, everyone, this is the plan. First we hack into Braincell and get 6 of us out of there. Yeah. Then the 3 left behind will escape from the designated location. Raja. Understood. Alright. Everyone understood, without anyone having to say the particulars, because we all know the plan, we all share the brain. At that moment, 9 minds became one in perfect unison. But that still means 3 people have to stay behind. Who would be the best to stay behind? The physically fit ones. Natsuko, Yuri, and Watasa all answered at the same time. We'll stay behind. What? Security Sector 6 have their eyes on me and Hikarin. It would actually be more dangerous for us to try and escape now. Yeah, after you 6 escape, I'll take responsibility for Natsuko and Yuri and get them out of here safely. Guess that makes sense, yeah. The 6 nodded to the 3's proposal. Then once the bulkheads open, we'll evacuate to a safe place. If we board the rescue chopper, we can escape the security department's clutches altogether. Then after we escape, we'll go pick you 3 up. Let's reunite outside. Then once all 9 of us are back together, let's migrate to the ASP Bureau headquarters. They can't pursue us there. The plan fell into place all at once. Mashiro and Luis looked at Natsuko and Yuri and spoke. I'm worried, but this is the only way, isn't it? It's tough even with that in mind. It's okay. It's okay. Mashiro and Luis, we'll meet again outside for sure. Promise? And then Kazumi and the others spoke to Watasa. Captain, take care of those 2 for me. Hang in there, Captain. I know you can do it. I won't forgive you if you die or allow either of the other 2 to die, okay? I might not be in a position to say this, but I'm counting on you, Captain Kasasagi. Yeah, I know. That's my duty after all. There was no need for any other words. This was not a final farewell. Everyone believed they'd live to see each other again. There's no more time. Let's begin, everyone. In 1 minute, we'll hack into Brain Cell and open up the bulkheads. So please wait by the bulkheads and escape as soon as they open, okay? Yeah. And with those words, everyone raised their voices in unison. Fuck yeah. Mashiro, Luis, Kazumi, Jun, and Nikita dashed out of the control room. They then slipped through Area 3, rushed up the emergency stairs, and within 42 seconds had made it to the bulkhead. Good, made it in time. Now to wait for the bulkheads to open. No, wait a sec, this isn't here. What? Don't tell me she... At that time, Kazumi had to run to Area 1. I can't leave her here. Ah, and with that thought in mind, she leapt into a certain office. Right, can't leave Nagisa behind. That was where she had laid Nagisa's body. Nagisa, you've always wanted to get off here, haven't you? So, let's get off here together. Kazumi left the room with her sister's body in her arms. Mashiro and the others waited in front of the bulkheads for Kazumi's arrival. She's late. Miss Tachibana, hurry! Once Anna yelled impatiently, they saw Kazumi appear at the bottom of the emergency staircase. She made it! Let's go. Please open it up, Captain. Exactly 1 minute had passed at that time. Natsuko, Watasa, and Yuri raised their voices from back in the control room. Okay, it's time. Yi. Opening the bulkheads. They operated the 3 control terminals at once and opened the bulkheads. An electronic sound rang out in front of the other 6's eyes. The bulkheads that had kept the 9 survivors in prison slowly began to open. Mashiro then immediately sent telepathy to Dr. Tenkawa without missing a beat. Professor, can you hear me? She waited for her answer with telepathy, and then she heard the professor's voice. Mashiro, good, we connected. How did we suddenly connect? Wait, did the bulkheads open? We neutralized the bulkhead lockdown with your hacking software. We're getting out now. How's the situation over there? I was able to get through to the rescue squad. Looks like Security Sector 6 has noticed the bulkheads opening too. Mashiro, get to the entrance as quickly as possible. We'll secure an escape route for you. The professor's voice was frantic. The situation seemed urgent. Let's go, guys. Run for the entrance. The 6 of them ran as Mashiro shouted that. A K-sign has just been detected. In accordance with this emergency, security has shifted to blockade mode, locking down all gates and bulkheads. The bulkheads shut behind them, but they dared not look back. They kept on running so as not to betray the feelings of the 3 who stayed behind of their own accord. Eventually, they began to hear a commotion up in front of them. The entrance was in tumultuous disarray. Dozens of rescue workers were pushing back a mass of 30 or 40 men in protection suits on 2 sides. And in the center of the parted sea stood a woman. Professor! Mashiro! Yui! A look of joy shone upon the professor's face, and then froze the next instant. Where are Natsuko and Yuri? Later. They stayed behind on the ground with the Sirius captain. They what? It's okay, Professor. They won't die. They'll get out of there alive for sure. Louis shouted that to the professor. The professor hesitated for a second before speaking up. Understood. All of you, escape. There's a helicopter on standby outside. Get through the front entrance. As the professor screamed, members of Security Sector 6 shouted across the sea of rescue squad members. Hold it right there. You're at risk of radiation contamination. You shouldn't act on your out bullshit. How long will you keep making up lies like that? Ukita's shots interrupted them. Once the Security Sector 6 members faltered, Kazumi and Jun took that opportunity to shout. More importantly, there's a high-magnitude bomb with the facility. It's gonna blow in 5 minutes. You all need to get out of here, now. A bomb? This time they saw clear disturbance among the Security 6 members. And at the same time, the 6 survivors slipped through to the outside. Wait! Don't let them get away! After them! The Security Sector 6 crowd surged and kicked away at the rescue workers. But at that moment, the rescue copter came into view on the other side of the entrance. Just a little bit further, everyone. If we can just run all the way over there. Natsuko, Yuri and Watase didn't see what was happening, but they had the firm conviction that the other 6 had escaped. Okay, I'll go gather what we need to escape. You two run to the escape exit. Yeah, got it. Let's regroup in the engine room, Captain Kasagi. Natsuko pocketed the broken Alice number 1 and ran with Yuri. They headed towards the engine room. They hurried along their route as Natsuko withstood the pain of his wounds. Meanwhile, Watase headed for the Area 5 infirmary. There, he picked up 2 oxygen respirator sets. 2 sets. This isn't enough. You can share. In a moment of quick wit, Watase headed for the factory. His ankle hurt from when Louis twisted it, but he ignored the pain. There was a single air tank left in the factory. The tank they used in the air jack to save him and Yuri from the collapsing ceiling. There probably wasn't a reliable amount of air remaining in it, but he'll be fine. There's still some in it. Better than nothing. Watase picked it up and then headed for Area 1. The emergency stairwell in Area 1 had a small time bomb. The time bomb that was hidden inside the fire extinguisher and intimidated Watase and Nana, but had failed to detonate. That bomb was the final key to their escape. That's everything we need. 2 oxygen respirators, 1 air tank, and a time bomb. With all those things in his arms, Watase hurried for the engine room. 3 minutes until detonation. Right at that moment, Natsuko and Yuri were frantically climbing the ladder in the engine room. The ladder that led to the drainage pipe. The place Watase had tried to escape from, but abandoned. Of course, we can't escape through the drainage pipe, but I'm sure we can use the pipe to protect ourselves from the explosion. The pipe was filled with water, and its walls were 2.4 centimeters thick. Once the tetra bomb detonated, the safest place in the facility was most likely inside that pipe. It's still not very thick. And just as Natsuko and Yuri reached the top of the pipe, Watase arrived in the engine room. In his arms were 2 oxygen respirators, the air tank, and the time bomb. Watase, you're late! Sorry, ran into some unexpected difficulties. Watase headed to the pipes next to the Natsuko and Yuri with terrific speed. The intake pipe that ran about 3 meters away from the drainage pipe. If they blew a hole in that pipe, it would submerge Labo in water. Watase climbed up there and set the time bomb on top of the pipe. And the water would also dampen the explosion of the tetra bomb, at least a little bit. Although that would cause a massive geyser of water to spurt out as well. So, water is very dangerous. A massive amount of water spurting out like that. Yeah, it's gonna be a sight to behold, honestly. If you could see it. Watase climbed up there and set the time bomb on top of the pipe. Okay, ready. Watase shouted and then looked at his watch. The numbers read 16:41. Just 19 seconds until detonation. Captain Kasagi, this way, hurry! Yeah, I know. Watase stood on top of the intake pipe, focused all of his strength into his feet, and jumped to the drainage pipe 3 meters away with the air tanks in his arms. Sorry for the wait, you two. You made it. Let's hurry on over. Natsuko shouted and looked to the pipe. There was a hole in it, the hole Watase had opened with an axe 3 hours ago. There was no guarantee that they would survive if they got inside. The 3 of them could still die if the explosion blew the entire pipe away. But we have to take that gamble. The 3 of them nodded to each other and slipped into the drainage pipe. The pipe was filled with hot water. Natsuko's wounds were inundated. Ow, it burned and stung, but still, it's nothing I can't withstand. The 3 of them held their breath inside the hot water and waited for the explosion to come. Watase held Natsuko and Yuri to protect them. Is it here yet? Hurry up and bring it. After several seconds that felt like an eternity passed, boom, a tremendous roar rang out. A shockwave ran through and shook the pipe. Uh-oh. The sounds of destruction echoed forth from all around them. The pipe shook as if they had been tossed into a water spout. They could even feel the explosive blast blowing through, but they were protected from it all by the water that surrounded them. Eventually, after the roars and tremors died down, they crawled out of the drainage pipe. Saw flooding. Natsuko exclaimed at the sight that spread out before him. The engine room was ablaze, and due to the explosion induced by the time bomb Watase set up earlier, the intake pipe had broken and begun to spew water. Blowing a hole in the intake pipe would cause Labo's basements to be submerged underwater. Watase muttered that as he watched the water flow, joining everyone inside the facility. That's why the intake pipe was the only place we could never open a hole through. But now that we're in this situation, and the other 6 have escaped, it's okay for us to open a hole in the pipe now, right? Kind of goes without saying, don't you think? Indeed, Natsuko chuckled and looked down at the spectacle beneath them. Indeed, their escape route was right there. Unlike the drainage pipe, the intake pipe had no obstructions whatsoever. If you opened the hole in there, you'd be able to escape. The only problem was how to breathe. But thanks to the oxygen respirators Watase had prepared, they all had a secure air supply. Once the basements have been filled with water, the water should stop flowing out. Then it's just a straight line to Lake Orokume. And thus the 3 of them waited for the water to submerge Labo's basements. And after some time had passed, the engine room was full of water. Natsuko and Yuri put on the oxygen respirators, Watase held the air tank tube in his mouth. Ready to go, guys? Ready when you are. Okay. Then it's 500 meters to Lake Orokume. All we have to do now is walk. The 3 nodded at each other, and then slipped into the intake pipe. Once inside the pitch-black pipe, the 3 of them walked in silence. Watase led the way in front of Natsuko, with Yuri behind. No light reached inside the pipe, leaving them their vision nearly useless. But still, they pressed on forward, to leave Labo, their prison of 9 hours. And little by little, Natsuko felt something that had been surrounding his body slowly fade away. It may have just been his imagination. It was an indescribable sensation. WX particles? Labo's interior was filled with those particles. Those elementary particles that tried to connect people, even if it meant rearranging their genes. Perhaps Natsuko had unconsciously felt their presence. No, the WX particle energy should have already decayed away. Then what exactly is the ghost of Nagisa? As he pondered, suddenly, he remembered the previous conversation he had with Yuri. The experiment that Yuri and Dr. Tekao were going to perform today. When Natsuko asked what sort of experiment his mother had attempted to run, Yuri answered thusly. Simply put, it's an experiment to create a spirit, and of course they succeeded. The experiment procedure was to use the WX particle amplifier to create a roughly 500 MSV particle field in area N. But WX particles are merely lumps of energy without any sort of information, an empty spirit, so to speak. Basically, this is what the professor wanted to test. If I took all of my intercerebral information energy and emitted it outside my brain with BC, would that create a copy of my spirit? Due to the terrorist attack, the experiment could not be carried out, but spent 9 hours in a highly saturated field, 9 people's thoughts and memories leaking out constantly. So of course it created something, eventually. But instead, I kept using BC. Not just me, but Yuri too, and Mashiro, and Nagisa, and Miss Tachibana too. And as a result, the emitted information energy lingered and mixed, and eventually, perhaps something was even born out of it. Oh yeah, right, actually, yeah. That actually makes sense. That wasn't just a random coincidence that those thoughts suddenly emerged in everyone's head. No, that was deliberate. This spirit thing that had been born within Labo. This informational field entity. It's all connected, and all makes sense. The story did not invent new rules or break any existing ones. Not the ones that it established. Excellent. Well done. Well done. This is brilliant. Or perhaps that the malfunctioning particle amplifier merely gave birth to an empty spirit. Or maybe nothing was born at all. Natsuko did not know. But when I think back, I feel like something was always right there beside me. Yes, me, hello. In times of pain, in times of hopelessness, and in times of paranoia and doubt. It was always there with Natsuko, superimposing itself with his mind through BC particles and showing him which route to take. The player, yeah. Natsuko couldn't help but feel that was the case. And just a few steps ahead of him, Watase thought the same thing. I get the feeling something's fading away, something that had always been inside of me. The further they got away from Labo, the more real that feeling became. But right before Watase could think any more about it, It suddenly got hard to breathe. Oh yeah, you have a limited oxygen supply. Crap, the air tank's running low. Watas's heart throbbed in pain. How much longer until the exit? The path was dark and seemed to go on forever. God damn it. We've come this far. He desperately tried to keep walking, but the water resistance hindered his advance. His brain became oxygen deprived, and his consciousness gradually grew hazy. Crap, can't breathe. Damn it, it hurts. Eventually his thoughts grew muddy. His memory hazed over as well. Don't worry, Natsuko's gonna help you. Why does it hurt so much? Wait, where the hell am I even? What am I doing in a place like this? Why am I carrying this heavy thing? Eventually a faint light floated before Watasa's eyes. That's right. To save everyone. I leapt into the gas. Area 3's inner ring was filled with oxygen-deficient air. Only a few minutes were left until it was time to administer AD. I need to get this AD to everyone, quick, or else everyone will die. He didn't want anyone else to die. With his mind entirely devoted to that thought, Watasa crawled forward. But the wounds he incurred along the way on his mission suddenly began to hurt. His fractured ribs, the gunshot wound onto his flank, the laceration on the back of his head, his entire battered body. His throat felt like it was on fire from thirst and all the vomiting he'd done, and his body was as heavy as lead from all the exhaustion he'd built up. His lungs wheezed from the difficulty to breathe. His heart felt like it was about to burst. Damn it. Is this the end? Right when the last of Watasa's strength was about to fade, a voice echoed in his head. Watasa, what's wrong? Hang in there. That voice revived Watasa's consciousness. He seemed to have hallucinated for a second. Watasa forcibly pumped himself back up and responded. I'm okay, just a little tired. Do you not have oxygen? Take some of mine then. Stop, I don't need your concern. What? You're a survivor in need of rescue. I have to be the one who rescues you. I mean, he can hold his breath for a few seconds while you take in a breath. You can share the oxygen. Like respirators, come on now, don't be silly. After that mental answer, Natsuko grew quiet. After a moment's silence, he continued speaking to Watasa. Hang in there, Watasa. It's gotta be just a little bit further. Yeah. As Watasa ravenously sucked in what little oxygen remained in the tank, he spurred his body to keep walking. Damn it, this little brat's always got the perfect timing. He's such a slave driver. He had heard that voice countless times today, and countless times had that voice bestowed him with courage. Is that why I've been trying to save everyone? He's just been leading me this entire time? No. He suddenly recalled the conversation he once had with Yuri. The third man factor? Well, I read about in the book. When people are thrown into extreme situations such as disasters or accidents, they say that they hear a voice that isn't actually there. They also say that the voice is always telling that person what actions they should take. Sure is a strange phenomenon, that's for sure. Wonder why it happens. The human mind, their knowledge and memories, that is, works at its absolute best in extreme situations like this. And so it tells you what you should do, in the form of a voice echoing in your head. Perhaps? Memories, eh? But I don't have any of those. But it's said that even when you lose your memories, they leave behind a vague feeling. So perhaps in your case, that feeling in your mind was the strong desire to save people. The third man factor. Its true nature was most likely a strong feeling within the mind. The desire to save someone. That's right. That's what's always been driving me forward. And the other me, who disappeared when I regained my memories, it wasn't just the feelings that propagated from Natsuhiko. The feelings of Wataru, Kazumi, Jun, Eno, Kita, Yuri, Mashiros, Luis, and everyone else Watasa had come in contact with had mixed inside his mind, becoming one single will. The will to live. And the will to save. Don't stop. Stay conscious. If I fail here, the two behind me can't advance. With that thought alone, Watasa pressed forward, to carry out his mission. Natsuko watched as Watasa's steps became horribly unsteady. Natsuko reached out and pressed Watasa's back. You can do it. You can do it, Watasa. And then wordlessly, Watasa wrapped his arm around his back and grasped Natsuko's hand. Relieved, Natsuko said telepathy to Yuri. You with us, Yuri? Yeah, I'm right here. Yuri's hand soon touched his back. Natsuko reached his right arm behind himself and grasped her hand. In the midst of the cold sensation of the water, they felt each other's warmth. In the darkness without light. In the overwhelming black void where they lost sight of even themselves. The sensation of hands in his hands solidified Natsuko's consciousness. And then he felt the warmth of life. His heart was filled with the thought that he was not alone. By his presence and her presence alone, Natsuko was able to push forward. Just how far had he walked? Suddenly, the feeling of entrapment surrounding him vanished. He had gone out of the pipe. Natsuko had been thrown out in the depths of Lake Rokume. At that moment, the oxygen respirator fell out of his mouth. Crap, I need to get to the shore quick. But which way is the shore? Just go up and then you can orient yourself. Natsuko panicked at his disorientation, but the hands he held hadn't slipped out of his grip. In the dark depths, he faintly saw an orange uniform. Watase swam to the surface, still holding on to Natsuko's left hand. Relieved, Natsuko held his other hand tight as well. His right hand, his connection to Yuri. How many times had he held that hand since he'd met her? This time, he would not let her go. As Natsuko swore upon that oath, he saw light streaming down from above. They then brought their faces up out from the water and brought themselves ashore. Watase breathed furiously as he got out of the lake. Natsuko took a deep breath and looked at the two beside him. There were Watase and Yuri. Yuri took off her oxygen respirator and spoke to the other two. Ikari, Kasagi. We're outside, aren't we? Yeah, for the first time in 9 years she is. We made it outside, didn't we? Yeah. Her eyes were wet with both the lake water and her tears. Yeah. That's right, Yuri. We survived! We made it! Fuck yeah. Natsuko's and Watase's shouts of joy resounded in the night sky. And thus, they successfully escaped from Labo. Fucking hell, took us long enough. But goddamn. Everyone was exhausted and their bodies were battered beyond belief. But, regardless, all 9 had safely escaped with their lives. Thanks, Watase. Oh, it's not the end though. Not even close to the end, though. There's still things that need to be resolved. People that need to go to prison. Accountability. Stuff like that. Natsuko thanked Watase. I thought we were done for time and time again, but thanks to you, we're all saved. Watase looked away in embarrassment. I thought I told you that I don't deserve your gratitude. No, let me express my gratitude too. Thank you, Captain Kasagi. Thanks to your hard work, we're all really... After seeing Yuri get tearful again, Watase scratched his head. Look, I really don't need your thanks. I'm just keeping my end of the deal, that's all. What are you being so bashful for? That's not it at all, you brat. Watase looked away and then softly spoke. We got out of here thanks to everyone's hard work. Everyone's minds became one those last 10 minutes before the explosion. No, perhaps everyone's minds began to unify even before then. Thanks to your BC. No, that's not it, Watase. Natsuko firmly refuted Watase's statement. All I did was use on-target telepathy to tell everyone the truth. And through that, sure, everyone came to know each other's feelings and began working for each other. But that can all be achieved even without using BC, can't it? You think so? I do. I had no choice but to use that drastic measure because we had no time, but I'm sure that by spending time to really talk to each other, time and time again, any two people should be able to understand one another. Even without using BC. Natsuko wished for that to be the case. Yuri nodded. I think so too, Captain Kasagi. The 9 of us had several conflicts of our own. But we resolved most of them without using BC, didn't we? True. Right. Take Jun and Professor Tsubakiyan for example. Yeah, those two bickered at first, but they stopped fighting before any of us knew it, didn't they? They sure did. The 3 survivors smiled at those words. You and Mr. Okita were the same way too, huh, Captain Kasagi? Now you mention it, yeah. When Watase lost his memories, the 2 of them fought and dubbed at each other. Well, if you're going to bring that up, it was the same with you and me, Yuri. I was bugged the hell out at first because I didn't understand why you hated me so much. Well, that was all your fault, wasn't it? Oh, that's right, you were really scary at first, you know? My bad. No, I've already forgiven you. Compared to the wounds everyone else incurred, a little strangling's been no big deal. Right, that's kinda fucked up, but sure, circumstantial, it's all relative. Huh, Yuri, you've gotten kinda strong, haven't you? You think so? Definitely not as strong as you though, Hikari. Everyone laughed again. I don't know why, but I feel nostalgic. Somehow it all feels like an old story. Well, we did start this like 4 months ago, so... You're right, everything happened in just 9 hours. But I guess it's because we sort of peered through 9 entire lifetimes. After he said that, Natsuko suddenly remembered something. He had to contact Mashra and the others in the rescue copter and have them come pick them up. Oh right, gotta contact Mashra and the others. Telepathy's perfect for times like these. Sure is. Guess super long distance telepathy really proved to be useful in the end, eh? Natsuko nodded and sent telepathy to Mashiro. Mashiro, can you hear me? We've escaped. We're at the shore of Lake Rokume. Please pick us up with the helicopter if you can. No response from Mashiro. They were probably outside of her effective telepathy range. But Natsuko was confident that his own telepathy had reached there. Watase, I called the helicopter just now. We'll have nothing to worry about once we board. Let's escape to a safe place outside of Security Sector 6's reach. I see. So this really is the end, eh? No. It isn't. It feels like the end, but no. There's still accountability and consequences. Watase looked towards Labo. A pillar of smoke billowed up. It was likely an after effect of the Tetril bomb. There was no doubt a huge commotion around Labo right now. We all got out alive, eh? Yeah, thanks to everyone's efforts. So 1/9 of that is thanks to you. That's true. Watase spoke with a depressed voice. Something about his tone was worrying. What's wrong, Watase? Do your wounds hurt? No, there's still stuff to do. Without answering Natsuko's question, Watase posed one of his own. Say, Natsuko, Yuri. You remember what happened right after you raised my malice, right? Eh? I'm talking about that promise we made. The moment Watase said that, an abrupt coat of clouds covered the moon, casting his face in darkness. I do remember it, but what about it? Remember what I said? Watase's voice caused Natsuko's heart to throb in pain. In exchange for helping everyone escape, once this incident is over, I'll bring Yuri over to Q. I kept my end of the bargain. So now, as he spoke, it's time for you to keep yours. Watase took the gun out of his pocket. Yeah, it's not over yet at all. Reasonable. I don't blame him at all for his actions. It was a deal. They did make out. What kind of joke is this, Watase? What do you mean? He's keeping his end of the bargain. So now it's time for Yuri to do so as well. Natsuko opened his eyes wide and shouted. Watase had his gun pointed at them. Natsuko couldn't believe his eyes. Come on now. You finally all made it out alive. What do you think you're doing? Exactly what you agreed to earlier. Sorry, Natsuko. It's my mission. Yeah. Just because this endeavor is over doesn't mean other things have reset to, nothingness. Like, it's totally reasonable. To bring Yuri back to Q. No way. Why are you shocked? Yuri's voice cracked. Natsuko shouted furiously. Watase, why are you so fixated on Q? Your true nature isn't terrorist at all, right? That's not really the point. You still gotta bring, all this shit to light. With the labo and all that other junk. Like, this is essential as well. This is important to do. You dedicated your life to saving people, didn't you? Yes. So, how can you say that? Because it's not a contradiction. That's exactly why I have to. Yeah, it actually complements one another. In these 9 hours, I came in touch with everyone's pasts. And little by little, I came to understand everyone. But the more I confronted everyone's feelings, the more I came to harbor a certain thought. A thought? A thought about how the city's gone mad beyond control. Correct! It's really fucked. He really needs to do this, actually. This is essential. This is a public service. You think so too, don't you? Oh, absolutely, more so than anyone else, really. The Rokume City government has turned my life, yours, and everyone else's into living madness. It's just a fucking test tube, really. Over the course of years, they've stolen various things from us. Literally kidnapped children, fake their death. That's fucking unacceptable. The destruction of Labo probably won't even faze them that much in the long run. No, it will not. They'll just rebuild a similar facility, reconstruct its systems, and keep this mad world turning. He is correct. And the only one who can stop them is probably Q. What about Professor Bakayama and the SP Bureau? The SP Bureau's inaction up until this point has allowed these tragedies to continue, hasn't it? Not wrong. Not wrong as well. Yeah, there's no rebuttal, I agree. But if Q gets communicated on their side, it'll turn the situation about on its head. I'm not sure about that either. I'm sure they'll be able to bring the Rokume City government and Labo's top brass to judgment. Really? I'm doubtful about that either. So, Yuri, please join us in our fight. What? You really think she can do that? I mean, yes, she's proven that she can. Like, don't speak for her. Let her speak, dude. If Yuri went along with the likes of you, that'll make her a terrorist. A wanted criminal, you know. Not necessarily. What Labo and the Rokame government have been doing is worse. She'd face countless dangers and become unable to return to this town. I mean, this town kinda has to crash and burn, honestly. In a way, this city needs to burn. Like, you've gotta see it to burn. Even if it means breaking a promise. That's the one thing I cannot approve of. Watasa laughed dejectedly at those words. I'm kinda laughing at you as well. I knew you'd say that. But just so you know, Natsuko, I really can't pull back this time. Something's gotta be done, and someone's gotta do it. Or nothing will ever change. That is correct. His face was full of conviction. And he's right. Q may have been a terrorist organization, but it did conduct its actions with a just cause. Not really, it's complicated. Watasa chose to stick to those intentions even if it meant making enemies with Natsuhiko. But that dedication saddened Natsuhiko severely. He thought he had finally become allies with Watasa, but it seemed they had a fundamental, irreconcilable difference at their cores. But Watasa, I really can't back down this time either, even if you threaten me with a gun. I see, of course. Then you leave me with no choice. If nothing will convince you to accept this deal... A bitter smile formed on Watasa's face. Then he'll shoot? As soon as Natsuko considered that thought, Watasa said something completely unexpected. Then erase memories, Natsuko. Oh yeah, right, you have that power. Natsuko doubted his ears. Right, if you want to stop this, then you have the power to stop this, don't you? What did you just say? It's your convictions versus his. I said erase all my memories, the same way you did to protect Mashiro from me. No, don't be stupid with us. I've already erased your memories so many times. Your brains surely sustain enough damage as it is. If I erase all your memories again, it could seriously spell death for you this time, you know? So how can you even suggest that? Well, it's either him or you. Don't you get it, Natsuko? Yeah. My will and yours are mutually incompatible. If I don't take Yuri with me, I can't complete my mission. But my will shall never change as long as I am me. So if that conflicts with your will, then just erase my will with your own hands. And then you too will be free. Once he heard those words, Natsuko finally understood Watasa's sentiment. Watasa had put his life on the line to save others, yet his own act of terrorism created several victims. His longtime co-workers, Professor Bakima's superiors, and high-ranking labo researchers, he'd failed to save Nagisa too. There was no turning back for Watasa. After dabbling in terrorism just once, he probably felt the only way to atone for his crimes was to pass judgment on the true evil with his own hands. But, Watasa, is there really no other way? There probably is, but, you know... Maybe for you there is, but at the very least, this is the route I chose. It's something I must do to fulfill my mission, even if it means staining my hands in sin, or turning my back to those precious to me. Natsuko's heart throbbed in pain to hear Watasa's bitter voice. It almost seemed as if Watasa were pointing the gun at himself. I mean, he is. So you need to choose too, Natsuhiko. This is the final choice. Whose opinion takes precedence here? Yours or mine? Whose side is justice on? Yours or mine? And this is the final choice. And the game's telling me to make a save point, and he's on both people's sides. Because apparently that's what it is. The choice lay with Natsuhiko, and there was only one chance to choose. This choice will determine the future, and my fate, Watasa's fate, and Yuri's fate as well. Even when Natsuko was faced with the final choice. No, how the hell do you expect me to choose? He still had that thought. Following Watasa's suggestion would just be a repeat of the same mistakes. Watasa, I don't want to erase you, no matter how much you want me to. What? I've survived by erasing Nagisa time and time again. Even if I had no other choice, I've had enough. If I erase your memory, the current you will be annihilated. Even if you survive, one day your memory will come back, and I'll have to erase it again. Wouldn't we just be repeating our same mistakes? I seriously don't want any more of it. That said, I can't hand over Yuri either. I can't go with you in her stead either. Remember what I said? I won't tolerate anyone becoming a sacrifice for any reason. I know that. But this choice isn't like that last one. Regardless of what you choose, it's not like anyone's going to die. So you should be able to make a choice. And I'm sure there's only one route that you need to choose, correct? But Watase smiled wryly at Natsuko's mutterings. Natsuko, don't disappoint me. How can you protect what's precious to you if you can't harden your heart? Natsuko's and Watase's beliefs contradicted each other. Neither could sway the other's conviction. There could not have been a way for both of their ideas to be upheld simultaneously. But even in the face of that impasse, Natsuko did not lose determination. Determination! I can't erase Watase's memories, nor can I sacrifice myself. But I'll still search for a route we can both walk down upon. As Natsuko grasped at straws to find that route, Watase spoke up. Is there nothing that can bring you to a decision? Watase pulled back the gun's hammer, as if to press Natsuko to an answer. But Natsuko held back his fear and thought to himself, could he do nothing to persuade Watase? The helicopter will probably get here soon. There's no time for hesitation. Obviously, I don't want to do this, but I can still take Yuri away by force if I have to. Watase placed his finger on the trigger. Natsuko held back his fear and thought desperately. He used all of his knowledge at hand to desperately think and think again. And he finally realized something. Within all the fragments of memories he had seen so far, was a truth that could pierce Watase's mind. Is that it? Could that convince Watase too? But should I tell him out loud? No, that probably wouldn't cut it. It was not something that could be conveyed verbally. Facts alone were not enough. Neither were emotions. But put both facts and emotions together and I can do that. Natsuko recalled the phenomenon that had occurred earlier, when the 9 survivors were searching for a way to escape together. Fragmentary visions flickered before their eyes. Within those fragmentary visions they found meaningful information, and thus everyone's minds united. I can evoke that phenomenon once more, with my ability. There was no time more opportune to use his ability than now. With that thought in mind, Natsuko raised his voice. Watase, you're wrong. What? It's not my choice, it's yours. Now that you know the truth, it's up to you to remake your decision. Your choice on how to live your life from now on. What? What are you saying? You don't know? No, with nothing but the memories you've seen, of course you wouldn't know. By themselves, our memories as individuals are imperfect, no more than fragments of information. Natsuko focused on Watase as he spoke, with the light of conviction burning in his eyes. I've been thinking, why was I given such an incredible power unfitting of my stature? You'd be better off without this power. That's what I've always thought. But now, I finally understand. VC doesn't exist to erase or warp memories at all. It exists to connect people's minds. Yeah. The moral of the story ultimately is, communication is key. Natsuko, what are you? Natsuko's words confused Watase. Just then, suddenly they heard the ticking of a watch's second hand. Watase gasped and looked at his left arm. Before he knew it, his digital watch disappeared and turned into an analog watch. The watch's time and date. What? Why? It all began in 2014, and for 16 years the truth had been concealed. But by weaving the memories of all 9 of us together, that truth comes into plain view. Indeed, Natsuko took the phenomenon he had witnessed earlier and made it his own. That is, the phenomenon of memory playback. But I'm not just playing back Watase's memories, I'm playing back the memories of several people. He had taken countless fragmentary memories and compiled them together like a film to create something with meaning. He brought together the truth as is, without any memory manipulation, all in a wager to try and change Watase's mind. Behold, Watase, this is the truth. And that moment, their surroundings suddenly burned up in flames, and the landscape of Lake Rokome changed into the site of Rokome City Hospital. And time reversed to that night. Wataru, to each their memories. Leave me and save yourself. What are you saying? There's no way in hell I can do that. That night, Watase Kasagi ran away from the flames with his twin sister, Wataru. Didn't I tell you that if you were going in grave danger, I'd save you even if it cost me my life? But we'll both die at this rate. You might still have a chance to get out of here by yourself. Watase, you can't give up. You have to keep fighting on and on until the bitter end. If you want to die, you can do that later. The Great Rokami City Arson. That was what the events of that night would come to be called. Watase inherited his sister's dying wish, setting his sights on joining the rescue squad. Everything set into motion that night. For that night was the curtain raiser of this city's secret story 16 years in the making. Elsewhere that same night, a government official passed away. His daughter, Ena Tsubakiyama, stared at her late father's workplace and muttered to herself, "Daddy, I'll keep my promise, so please watch over me in heaven until then, okay?" She made a solemn oath, to protect what her father had died trying to. But she was still unaware of the truth behind her father's death, or what exactly he was trying to protect. A single communicator, Alice in Flam, a woman once called a monster and a witch. She was the trigger to the Great Rokami City Arson, and was confined in Labo after the incident. And while she lived in confinement, she fell in love with a certain researcher, and conceived a child. But in exchange for giving life to her daughter, Alice lost her own life after her delivery. Miyako Tenkawa named Alice's daughter Yui. The girl who would later come to be known as Louise lived the first 13 years of her life as a test subject raised in Labo. That entire series of events was concealed by Labo and the Rokame City government. The truth disappeared into darkness and was eventually forgotten. Time passed, and 7 years later, Watase succeeded his late sister's dying wish and became a rescue worker. He saved 2 young girls from a collapsing apartment after a gas explosion. "Are you okay? Are you okay? I'm gonna get you to a safe place soon, so just hold on tight." Among the 2 girls, one died and the other survived. The surviving girl, Jun Moribe, came to adore the hero who had saved her. The girl who died was Nagisa Tachibana. Her death triggered her older sister, Kazumi Tachibana, to set her sights on a new way of life. "You're gonna be a firefighter, sis." "But why? This is so sudden." "No, it isn't. I've thought everything through, and this is the conclusion I reached." Since she could not save her sister's life, she decided to work to save the lives of others instead. But in reality, Nagisa had lived. After the accident, her death was faked, and she was confined in Labo. Nagisa wished desperately to see her sister again, and so 3 months after she was confined, she set out to escape from Labo. A Keisan has just been declared detected. In accordance with this emergency, security has shifted to blockade mode, locking down all gates and bulkheads. But her intentions only led to a new tragedy. For that day, 2 children happened to be in Labo and got caught up in the ensuing Keisan. "I'm sorry, it's all because I took you with me. It's okay, Hikari. I'm glad that you stay with me until the end." To save Yuri Kotono, Natsuko Tenkawa used telepathy for the very first time in his life. His message reached his mother and the 2 children were saved. But the mother lied to her son. "Natsuko, please calm down and listen carefully. Yuri breathed her last breath last night." "No way." To lie, the mother meant to protect her son ended up crushing his mind. The girl who held Natsuko in her thoughts, Mashiro Toba, was shocked to see his transfiguration. "Hey, what's wrong, Natsuko?" He's been like that ever since he learned about Yuri's death. He couldn't come to terms with the truth, and he shut his mind away. No. That day, Mashiro swore upon her heart that she would support Natsuko until he returned to normal. But again, just like Nagisa, Yuri had lived. Her death was faked, and she was confined in Labo. In an attempt to return Natsuko to normal, she tried to erase all of his memories of her. But she couldn't bear to do it, and gave him falsified memories instead. "I'm sorry, Professor, I couldn't do it." "That's fine. Let's go before Natsuko wakes up." And thus, the 2 children were torn apart. But as before, the truth was concealed, and the crime disappeared into the darkness once more. The tragedy left a deep wound on those at fault, and yet the days continued afterwards. Natsuko lived with the phantom Yuri as Mashiro watched over him. Watase became the captain of Sirius and Yuri reunited with Kazumi. Jun set her sights on joining the rescue squad just as Kazumi had. Yuri, Luis and Nagisa continued life confined deep underground in Labo, never allowed to see each other. A long time passed, and eventually their fates began to flow. Ena joined the ESP bureau to follow in her father's footsteps. Ukita joined Q to pursue his own justice. and Watase became Ukida's comrade to seek vengeance for Wataru. Yuri manipulated Luis's memory so as to allow her outside. Once Luis was outside of Labo, Dr. Tenkawa explained Rokume City's public order to her. Mashiro investigated Q on her own and told Natsuko how they had once been a citizen group. And finally, Kazumi and Jun came to Labo as rescue workers, completely oblivious to anything else. And every event, every memory that led up to this very moment, Natsuko had seen it all. By itself, each memory was no more than a fragment, a worthless scrap of information. But if you connect them all together, the multitude of memories wove into a single message. The words Natsuko wanted to tell Watase. Listen up, Watase. This is the other truth to the incident 16 years ago. He was once not a terrorist organization. We were a simple citizen group with good intentions. The persecution of that citizen group triggered A's unification to progress all the way to completion. And then that tragedy occurred. The first name Q took was the Anti-BC League. The Anti-BC League. The Anti-BC League. When strung together, the words said in the past formed a single meaning. The Anti-BC League. That name sound familiar? Remember, Watase, you've seen that very group 16 years ago. As soon as Natsuko said that, Watase recalled his own memories. We are the citizen group known as the Anti-BC League. The hell's this? Oh, they must be that BC rejection citizen group that's been troubling the city recently. Remember? They're the citizen group you and Wataru saw in front of the PRC back then. They're the ones that drove Communique A to unification. They're the ones who formed Q. That was the first truth he needed to tell Watase. Huh, it all connects, eh? The next was the truth of the incident 9 years ago. Anti-BC League members were arrested for the Great Rokume City arson, but we gathered up our scattered members a few years later and rebuilt the organization into its current form. And the spring 9 years ago, they conducted just one small-scale destructive activity. Communicator residences were the target of direct destructive activity, and the target homes were partially destroyed, and some people even died. But it would cause a huge uproar if such a huge incident happened in the government-designated top-secret city, when its entire point is to have high public order, wouldn't it? So instead, the city government hushed those incidents and treated them as mere accidents. And the target homes were at the Rokume Municipal Apartment Complex. So it wasn't Labo, but it was Q this time around who did that one. Hearing those words brought back Watase's memories as well. Fuck me. So, no way. That apartment complex was targeted by Q. Fucking hell. All connects. That's right, Watase. 9 years ago, they returned to the city and conducted destructive activity. In other words, the incident in the Rokume Municipal Apartment Complex was no ordinary gas explosion. It was a bomb attack from Q, wasn't it? I was certain it was Labo, but no, I was wrong on that. Okay. Innocent until proven guilty? Fair enough. Wait, that's nothing but conjecture, isn't it? Where's the proof? Even without proof, there's enough material to pass judgment. Inside your memory, that is. What? You've been doing rescue work in this city for years and years, haven't you? And I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. 9 years ago in the spring, a building was partially destroyed, and people died inside. Was there even one other incident like that besides the Rokume Municipal Apartment Complex gas explosion? 9 years ago in the spring, Q carried out destructive activity. It was an incident where homes were partially destroyed and people died, yet it was treated as an accident. What could that incident be referring to? The lack of any other matching incidents made the answer clear. After a long silent pause, Watase muttered the answer. No, there were no other such incidents. The only spring 2021 incident in the city that met those conditions was the one where Nagisa died. That was the answer they had arrived at. The one single truth that would move Watase's heart and change his mind. Oh, clever. And now all the dots have been connected. Bloody hell. And was laid out there for us to see from the very beginning. Clever. I love this story. This is excellent writing. It's all connecting. It's all laid out and it's connected and it's like makes sense. Fuck yeah. And then Watase returned to reality. He was at a loss for words. Watase had remembered the memories of 9 people as a single chain of events. It was a more lifelike experience compared to the telepathy he had received in the control room. It felt as if he had seen 16 years of Rokume City's history in an instant. Is this what you want to tell me, Natsuko? Yeah. So the Great Arson and the Rokume Municipal Apartment Complex gas explosion were both caused by Q. Natsuko sternly nodded. The truth behind those incidents had been covered up by the efforts of various people. But no matter how hard they tried to hide it, the truth remained within the fragments of memories. So tell me, Watase, are you still going to stay with the organization that caused Wataru's death? Right. Watase gritted his teeth and hung his head. Countless instances of malice existed in the city all these 16 years. But just as many instances of justice existed in this city as well. Here was no more than a single instance, but still. It's the organization that wrecked Kazumi's, Moriba's and Teach's lives, isn't it? Watase finally understood that. So in the end, does terrorism really beget nothing but tragedy? I thought that nothing would change without sacrifices. But then, that makes me the same as Rokumi City government. The same damn government that doesn't mind sacrificing others for the sake of public order, for the sake of science, for the sake of money and self-protection. Watase lifted his head and looked at Natsuko and Yuri. Watase, you and I are different in just about every way. I will never be you, and I will probably never understand you from the bottom of my heart. But even the two people can never come to mutual understanding. If they compromise and search together, they're sure to find a brand new route to take. After hearing those words, Watase's convictions finally crumbled. Yeah. Watase quietly lowered his gun, and then he wordlessly looked up to the night sky. Sparkling stars dotted the whole sky. The stars were spread out far apart and never seemed to overlap, much in the same way that human hearts never do. The distance between them all was hopelessly far. But regardless, we strive for mutual understanding, without ever abandoning the desire to walk side by side. Once he reached the epiphany of what people were meant to do, he felt the dark intentions that had been ruling him finally fade away. Eventually, a wind-cutting sound approached from the distance. A helicopter silhouette drew down from the night sky. Presented by Yeti Regista and Lemniska Sekai Project. Route double before Crime After Days Xtend edition. The conclusion of the double route, but not really. There's still the post-credits scenes, and then there will be the Xtend edition content of something, I'm not sure what that is. All I know is that it doesn't contain choices, I think. The only thing I do know is that the guide said to view Natsuiko's path there last, for the sake of continuity or something like that. Since, I mean, makes sense. Since he's the one with the powers to connect all the pieces together. That makes a lot of sense. So that's what we will be doing. Going in order of... I'm not sure what order I'll take. Probably from the characters I am least to most interested in. It's probably gonna start with Akita. It's gonna start with Akita. And then, I don't know, random order, I suppose. Anyway, let's enjoy this little sing-song music, I guess. Yeah, it's gonna get copyright claimed again, but no strikes. No, it's just like a thing. I believe, yeah, it's happened twice now, so same thing. Let's not click on anything. I don't want to accidentally skip a thing, because that would be unnecessary. Yes, we will watch the entire credits. This time and once more afterwards as well. At the end of the Xtend edition, I believe. Indeed, lots of things, lots of people. It's excellent. This is excellent, by the way. And the CG is also great, the visuals. Neat. Not sure what the birds are about, it's just a symbol always, with the doves flying in the sky as a symbol of freedom or something like that. That's common. It's a common trope. It seems just kind of random though, a lot of times though. Oh well. Mob drawing, mob painting. What? Okay. Drawing 65 beats per minute. What is that? Repeatedly. What? Is that? No idea what that is. I guess it's... I don't know. I don't speak Japanese. I can't read any of this stuff. I'm guessing it's like an affiliation to some kind of group or company or whatever. Opening themes, double Bible. Right. The Bible quotes happen 4 times, I guess, at the start of each route. I don't remember any of them. Something about I am Legion was one of them, was it? Maybe. No clue. No memories of that. Not a Bible guy. Don't really care. So it doesn't really stick in my mind all that much. But yes. A bunch of people, cooperation. Actually, I'll have to look up. Is there like an English credits for this? I don't think so. Probably not. Would be nice to find that and play that as well. In the last part, the final part, the epilogue, Xtend edition, so that we can get a proper thing. Because like there's some like Kei Takizawa, there's like a random name in English written, but the rest is in Japanese, so it doesn't help me. I can't really do anything with that. All I can do is ramble along over the music a little bit to not let my mind rest. We can't let that happen. I mean, I'll go take a sip of water, obviously. Important. Very important to do that. And what else? Quite a lot of people on this. The English localization staff, Lemniska staff. Translation, overall, good job. Only a few mistakes here and there appeared. Oh, that's it. That was like only 3 or 4 people involved in that. Damn, well done. That's a lot of text to like translate and everything else. Like, very well done to the localization team. Like, you know, A, I would say. Not A+, there were some mistakes in there, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's good. It's not poor grammar. There's here's the thing. Some visual novels, if they have bad grammar, I will like... oh, this was some kind of a Kickstarter thingy as well, apparently. Huh. Good. Okay. Level S. I guess level 6 back. Okay, sure. Right, we're gonna go through this as well. That's fine. That's a lot of people behind this as well. I mean, fair enough. I'm not gonna read any of this. This is too many. This is too much for me, and I don't really... You know, that's fine. It's a lot of backers, yeah. I still haven't looked up any additional information about this game outside of the guide to pick the correct routes. I'm not interested in that. I only care about what the actual game presents itself. I don't care about any external materials. I will not be looking up any of those for anything, for any of these that I do. That's not relevant. Like, if they don't exist within the game itself, then they don't exist as far as I'm concerned. This goes for every game. External materials and sources and whatnot, irrelevant. If you need those to enjoy the game, then it's a bad game. That's a bad structure. Put those in the game. Like, I don't know. Some games do that sometimes, where they have all the lore and story in like codices or something like that. And you know, in external source. I think I remember something about, what was it, Destiny that had that? Or something like that. I don't remember. I didn't care about that game. It's a shooter. Looter shooter. Done enough Borderlands, I don't need that. What else? This is a lot of backers, by the way. And these are supposedly what, the level 6 highest ranking backers from this project. So, we're at the letter O. MNO, PQRST, WXYZ. So about 2/3 of the way, it seems. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people who were interested in this thing. Back when it was being in development and released, I'm guessing. I mean, cool. Glad to see that. It's been 10 years since then. Or I guess 6 years since the Xtend edition. I'm not sure which parts of the credits refer to that bit. But oh well. I guess they were updated. It's impossible to know. Well, it is possible to know, but I'm not gonna look it up. I'm not gonna look it up. I'm just not. Oh, letter Z. We've reached the end of this. But we haven't reached the end of the route double yet. No. Not until the post-credit scenes happen and the menu says you can now view all the alternate routes, just picking things. Thank you all for making this release a reality. We hope you've enjoyed what's come before and hope you'll enjoy what comes after. What comes after? I should look up what have they done after this. Because I know some of the things they did before were more on the things that... Where has your beloved gone? Which way did your beloved turn? That we may look for them with you. The Old Testament, Song of Solomon, 6:1. Early afternoon, September 19th, 2030. Asterisk. Yeah, we're not done. Of course we're not. 3 days after the incident, at the White Tiger Gate, one of the gates that surrounded Rockamy City, a woman stood alone. There were circles beneath her eyes, and her expression also revealed the slightest hints of exhaustion. but a fierce will shone in her eyes. It wasn't long before she heard the sound of a car engine driving towards her from the other side. The cars passed through the gate, then drove up next to the woman and stopped. It was a red French sedan. The driver's door opened, revealing a woman in a suit. "Thank you for all your hard work, Dr. Nekawa." The woman quickly replied to Anna's greetings. "Thank you for taking the trouble to come here, Commissioner Tsubakiyama." The woman, Miyoko Nekawa, had received a call from Anna and waited for her to arrive at the city gate. Not to be outdone by Miyoko, Anna's face looked just as exhausted. But anyone could see that her eyes matched Miyoko's in intensity. "It's been a long time since we met in person, hasn't it? How are things on your end? Dealing with the whole aftermath without sleep or rest is starting to catch up to me." "I thought so. You look quite worn out." "Oh no, this is nothing. It's a trivial matter compared to the suffering those children have been through." "Incidentally, if you don't mind me asking, how are they doing? Please rest assured, your son and everyone else are in the custody of the ESP Bureau. Their injuries are currently being treated at a safe place." "Thank goodness. And thank you." "No, it's only a matter of course. Though the situation has gotten much worse as a result of how slow we at the ESP Bureau were to act." "Don't be ridiculous. When you get down to it, this incident was entirely our responsibility. And by extension, my own." "Yes, correct. You see, I had considered trying to save the test subjects, but in the end I could just never bring myself to act." "Yeah." Miyoko looked down in shame when she said that. "Correct. And in the end, one of them never made it out alive." "You mean Miss Nagisa, don't you?" "Yes. I may not have been in charge of her, but even so. I had hoped that I could someday let her go free into the outside world along with Yuri and Yui." Miyoko gritted her teeth. Anna took her hand and spoke. "Professor, I know how you feel. But the time for regrets will have to wait for later. Now is not the time. There is much we have to do, after all." "You're right." Miyoko gripped Anna's hand back and spoke. "To avenge Nagisa and the others. And to ensure closure for everyone whose lives were trampled on or snuffed out along the way." Suddenly, Miyoko heard some more cars approaching from beyond the city gate. There wasn't just one or two of them. Over 10 cars with full members of the ESP Bureau passed through the gates and invaded Rockmi City. Fuck yeah! Excellent. The cavalry has arrived. Let's begin. It's time to clean up this city. Yes. The woman then looked to the city. Spread out before them was the townscape of the government-designated top-secret city, swirling with deceit and malice. The incident that had occurred in the 6th Laboratory of Atomic Biological Organization had sparked a worldwide phenomenon. And with that, the many incidents that had occurred and been covered up over the last 16 years had all been brought to light one after another, starting with the truth behind Labo. Now that they couldn't return to Rockmi City, Natsuki and the others were spread out all over the country after the incident to elude their pursuers' eyes. They all then set out on all sorts of new ventures. It's been 3 days. Natsuko, Yuri, Masha, and Luis appealed to public opinion through the media by revealing the truth they had seen as living witnesses of the incident. Watasa and Nukita were tried as terrorists by the law, but their sentences were greatly reduced as compensation for their full cooperation in exterminating Q. Okay? It's been 3 days, they said, right? This kind of stuff doesn't happen over the course of 3 days. Okay, fine, the media blitz maybe, but like this kind of court proceedings and extermination of Q, 3 days? Doubtful, but if true, impressive as hell. Jun made a direct appeal to her father, one of the city council members, and took action to drastically restructure Rockmi City. Okay. The journey was a long one, but Kazumi supported Jun all the way. Finally, Anna and Dr. Tengawa stayed in Rockmi City together and fully cooperated with the ESP Bureau's full investigation into Labo and the Rockmi City government's other offenses. Ukita joined them once he was released from prison, and together they worked to ensure that someday they could establish a BC research facility rooted in social justice. Okay, so this is like over the course of several years. Because like restructuring the city, like that's not going to happen overnight, not over months. That's going to be over years minimum. Chaos reigned through the city for a while, but it gradually calmed down. At least a couple of years. Come on, don't give me bullshit few months. And peace began to return to the world. These are fragments of the memories that took place over that year. A single year? Okay, that's fast. That's real fast, especially for any bureaucratic reorganization and dealing with like structural, systematic corruption and deceit, whatnot. Memories with Kazumi Tachibana. Are we good? Are we suddenly in the Xtend edition? Suddenly. I'm not sure. Oh well. If we are, I'll just cut and separate the videos here like that. That's fine. As Watasa walked out the prison's back gate, the prison guard gave him the same tired line he gave everybody. And don't you ever come back, you hear? But of course. Thanks for all your help. Watasa deeply bowed his head when he said that, then turned around and walked out into the outside world for the first time in about a year. That's a great deal he got. Just a year. He took a great deep breath. Fresh air really does taste the best. That line was just as cliched as the guards had been, but he was only being half serious. Well then, what to do now? He was glad he was finally out, but he didn't have a place to stay the night. The plan had been for Anna to pick him up and take him to this new temporary residence, but she was nowhere to be found. Did something come up? Just as he thought that, a voice called out to him from behind. Watasa. Hello. Watasa turned around in surprise to see none other than Kazumi standing there. Yee. Kazumi, why are you here? Come on now. Miss Tsubakiyama told me you were being released today. What? Anna was being far too considerate. She'd gone ahead and arranged for this even though Watasa hadn't asked for it. Well, she knew that Kazumi wanted to. So, wait, more importantly, is it okay for you to even be here? What do you mean? Aren't you being targeted by the press of all sorts of examination authorities or whatever? Kazumi was currently one of the few ability level 6 communicators in all of Japan. Right. Though she was keeping that a secret from the world, she was also one of the victims of the Labo incident. Watasa had heard from Anna that she'd been living in a secluded life, just like Natsuko and the others. That's why she'd never come to visit Watasa in prison, and why he thought he'd never see her again. You realize what kinds of articles they'll write if they find out you've met up with someone who literally just got out of prison. I don't care. I can't let you act that way. Even the ESP Bureau is keeping an eye on. Didn't you hear me? I just said I don't care. The force in Kazumi's voice discouraged him from speaking further. Yeah. Watasa swallowed what he had been about to say and watched silently. None of that matters to me. Because I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Watasa just then noticed that her eyes were brimming with tears. Kazumi. You don't know just how much I missed you, do you? First you suddenly break up with me 2 years ago. Then I finally learned the reason why after a year of waiting. And the moment I thought we could get a fresh start together, you disappear again. I've had it up to here with your selfishness. I finally meet you again for the first time in a year, and what do I get? No words of comfort, just a cold shoulder. The ESP Bureau and the media can go to hell for all I care. None of that matters to me. You met me in Tsubakiyama all the time, yet you never sent me a single letter. Well, I'm sorry about that. A year of pent-up emotions from Kazumi came shooting out of her mouth all at once. Watasa was stunned by the look on her face. He'd never seen that kind of expression from her ever before. Besides, don't you remember our promise? Don't you remember what you said back when we kissed in the engine room? You said, let's go for a walk through that park again if we make it out here. Remember? Of course I do, I remember, but... Watasa's face suddenly grew dead serious as he tried to calm Kazumi. Don't you get it, Kazumi? I'm an ex-convict. What's worse, I'm the terrorist who destroyed Labo, and from Q's perspective, I'm a traitor. There are probably guys in the Rockman City government and Q who hate my guts. Some probably even want me dead. You could never be happy being with someone like me. You idiot. Do you really think a wimpy little threat like that is all it'll take to get me to leave you? Wimpy, are you? Come on now. She's kind of a demigod in a way, by the way. I've gone strong, you know. I spent 3 months in tears after losing Nagisa again. But I was able to overcome that even without you around. I'm no longer the kind of woman who will just keep waiting for you. From now on, I'm sticking with you no matter how much you protest. Kazumi stared Watasa dead in the eye. There was indeed a strong light in her eyes, but there's that part about her where she pushes herself too far. Watasa knew that. Kazumi was probably under the surveillance of BC officials throughout Japan, just like Natsuko and the others were. He didn't expect there to be any woman who could live under that kind of pressure all by herself. Yet she pushed all that aside, went to see Watasa, and bared these feelings to him for the first time in her life. Watase felt heartfelt respect for her resolve. I'm sorry, Kazumi. I'm sorry I kept you waiting for a year. I'll keep my promise. Watase said that, then looked at Kazumi. She was no ordinary woman. She was a level 6 community who had once hated Watase enough to want him dead. Neither of them knew if she'd one day become enified. Perhaps she would turn into an uncontrollable monster. But despite that, Watase wanted to respond to her feelings earnestly. However, I'm not going to suggest we start dating again. Eh? I don't want you to be my girlfriend. Watase said that, walked up to Kazumi and embraced her. Ah, Kazumi, will you marry me? God damn it. Ah, fucking perfect. The woman in his arms gasped. Before long, she gave him the biggest, most relieved smile he had ever seen from her. I will. Ah, that's bloody brilliant. Memories with Mashiro Toba. After the incident, Natsuko and the others had been living in a certain place in Hokkaido, with lodging provided by the SP Bureau under Anna's guidance. They spent their days hiding from the media and the Rokume City government, away from their hometown. One day, around half a year after they had begun living that way, Natsuko and Mashiro talked in the lodging hallway.
Yeah.
Man, I guess I've completely gotten used to this kind of lifestyle, you know? Yeah, though we had no idea how things were going to turn out at first. Natsuko spoke as he drank his milk coffee. We don't have any living inconveniences, and the SP Bureau people are all nice too. It is kind of scary how you can hear gunshots every now and then though. They were lodging at a training facility for ESP Bureau members. The lodging was adjacent to a shooting range and a martial arts dojo. This was apparently where Anna had trained her marksmanship when she joined the Bureau. But still, it's already been half a year since we came here, eh? We should have already been juniors in high school by now, eh? You think we'll have to repeat the grade? It'll be okay. Miss Anna said she'd pull some kind of strings to make sure we moved up. And it's not like we've fallen behind in our studies either, so it's okay. I see. Since Anna was an official of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology, she could probably manage to pull it off. But Natsuko was just a little anxious. Once this secluded life ended and they returned to Rokume City, could they return to their previous lives? Hey, Mashiro, have you given any thought as to what comes next? Eh? What's this all of a sudden? Well, even if we do get back to Rokume City one day after all this is over, can we really live peacefully now that we know so much about what goes on in the dark side of society? I've been at total loss as for what comes next for me. Let's see. Mashiro thought for a little bit before answering tentatively. Well, it's going to be a long time from now, but the thing is, I actually got an invitation from Miss Anna. She asked if I wanted to join the SP Bureau after I graduated. Eh? The SP Bureau currently has next to no commissioners who can use empathy, apparently. If I become a commissioner, it would make the SP Bureau's work much easier. I might be able to prevent repeats of the September 16 incident, or the kidnapping of communicators like Yuri, right? Right, but will you take up the offer? I still don't know yet. I've been thinking maybe I want to try and do it. Natsuko gasped. He hadn't received such an invitation. Perhaps the reason Anna didn't ask him was because he was a census sympathy user. Communicators who could use census sympathy were always in danger of enification. Using BC for work would only double that danger. That was Natsuko's guess as to why only Mashiro was given the offer. What kind of work does a commissioner do? I'm not sure about the particulars, but it would probably involve investigating BC-related incidents with Miss Anna, wouldn't it? And then maybe inspecting all the government-designated top-secret cities, or maybe pretending to be a teacher. Then that means you'll be living far away from us, huh? Maybe, but that doesn't mean we'll never see each other again. Sounds like it's your kind of thing. It probably is. I do love that kind of stuff. A beautiful commissioner girl, flying all around the nation, protecting people from the dark side of society. Sounds badass, eh? Well, I don't know if I'm cut out for this whole ally of justice gig. But if there are people in trouble, I want to help them out, right? Yee. That's exactly it. That was a line from Mashiro's most beloved work of fiction. After hearing it over and over again, Natsuko had it memorized himself. Well, it'll be just a teensy bit sad having to leave you after you finally came to understand my hobbies. Well, it's still all in the future anyway. As Mashiro spoke, Natsuko thought he detected a hint of anxiety in her voice. It might all be in the future, but there's no way she'd be completely calm about taking up such dangerous work. After having that thought, Natsuko looked Mashiro in the eye and spoke. Okay, Mashiro. If you do become a commissioner, then we'll go with you. Eh? I like that sort of thing too. Besides, that means we'll be able to continue that journey of justice we always talked about in the past, right? Mashiro's eyes widened at those words. Natsuko recalled the conversation he once had with her. One summer night, long, long ago. Right after they had freed Sirius the dog, the two of them ran away to their secret base and talked. Then why don't we go on a journey of justice together? Ah, I'm not sure what that means, but it sounds good. Let's do it. Let's go. I know, right? We'll get a bunch of bad guys. We'll punish the evil healthcare center too. But in that case, it looks like we've got a lot of enemies ahead of us. So we need more allies to help us, don't we? It really would be tough for just the two of us, eh? Natsuko had thought to himself as he watched that smile of hers. If only this journey could continue forever instead of ending when they got home. He felt like he could walk like this anywhere so long as Mashiro was with him. We were only kids back then, but now we're different. We have so many more people on our side now. Yuri and Luis and Professor Tsubakiyama. So we can definitely have a true journey of justice for sure this time. I can go anywhere as long as I'm with you. As long as I'm with everyone. Don't you feel the same way, Mashiro? Ah, blush. After she heard those words, a complicated look formed on Mashiro's face for a moment. But then she nodded with a smile across her entire face. Yee. The Little Prince. Memories with Yuri Kotono. One day, about a year after the incident, the children returned to Rokame City, their long life in seclusion over. Dr. Tengawa took the four of them by car to somewhere a small distance away from the house. She was being cautious on the off chance that anyone shady was lurking just around the corner. Okay, looks like there aren't any suspicious characters around. The professor spoke as she surveyed her surroundings. Okay, Ron, let's go. Yes, ma'am. The kids were happy to finally be back in their hometown. After a short walk, they saw the house that they hadn't seen in a year. The Tenkawa residence. Everything about it is so nostalgic. I was only here a short week, but this house really is the place I belong. But still, it's already been a whole year, eh? I know what you mean. It went by so quickly, didn't it? What were your thoughts on the past year, everyone? Well, it was fun. I got Luis to teach me, so it was like a fun training camp every day. Thanks to her, I'm even good with all my weak subjects too. Though it doesn't really matter since I'm already set for my career. I was also able to further polish my martial arts technique with ESP Bureau's staff. Looks like you've all achieved your own results then. How about you, Yuri? Oh yeah, Yuri, you seem to have kept to your room lately. Actually, I finally achieved my own results as well. Hikari, Masha, Lise, Professor, these are presents from me. Ah, Yuri reached their bag and took out scarves. Ah, she really is a granny still. Knitting scarves for everyone. Aw, that's adorable. I finished knitting enough for everyone yesterday. Ah, she'll be the nicest granny ever, won't she? I knitted some in Labo too, but they all burned up in the explosion. Now that you mention it, the Phantom Yuri had been knitting scarves. Perhaps that was because the real Yuri had been knitting scarves as well. I was planning on having the professor pass the scarves on to you guys after I completed them, so after 2 years, my wish is finally complete. Too bad I didn't make it in time for Tanabata though. Tanabata? What use would scarves be in the summer? Ah, once Natsuko caught Yuri's implication, he looked up to the sky. Stars spread out on the whole sky overhead. It was the same sky he looked up at 11 years ago. Seeing the stars reminded Natsuko of that night. The night where he took Yuri and ran from home as a child. As the professor took them home, Natsuko and Yuri looked up at the stars. At Orihime and Hikoboshi, separated by the heavenly river. Those stars seemed to symbolize Yuri and Natsuko. As Natsuko realized his own powerlessness, Yuri smiled and said, "You see, even if those two stars are separated, they can meet each other once a year. And because they have made that promise, they're not sad." Afterwards, they would be separated for real, and Yuri would wait in that dark underground facility for her once-a-year rendezvous with Natsuko. Unaware of that future, he looked to her and said, "Hey, Yuri, eh? I'll never forget what happened today. I'll never forget looking at the stars with you." As he looked at her, he silently swore to one day go up to her and protect her forever. "Once I grow up and get stronger, I swear I'll protect you, Yuri." Natsuko finally fulfilled the oath he swore that night. He finally saved Yuri and brought her back home to this house. Natsuko took the hand-knit scarf from Yuri and said, "Welcome home, Yuri. It's great to be back." She answered with a bright smile, a smile outshining Orihime, the weaving princess in the night sky. Aw, that's nice. Aw. Oh, geez, that's a lot of tips. It's a lot of tips that just got added. Those memories became the past in an instant, and new days continued on afterwards. And now we have finally reached today. It's September 19th, 2031. Exactly 1 year after that incident. Well, 1 year and 3 days, but still. It's the first time in a while that I have visited Rokume City. Watase ka Sagi's present. A gentle breeze sways through the trees. I slowly walk down the road as I feel that wind caress my cheeks. In my left hand is a bouquet, and in my right is the hand of the woman I love more than anything. The weather's so nice, isn't it? Yeah, it's really calm and peaceful. The air never tasted this good in prison. I'm relishing in the freedom I finally obtained from the bottom of my heart. I'm finally walking, not under confinement, nor under someone else's control, but on my own 2 feet. I never thought I could be so grateful for something that we all take for granted. I'll have to thank Teach for making sure I got released in time for today. That's true. Kazumi cast her eyes downward. Her face from the side still looks as beautiful as ever. I know I just got out of prison, but I'm sorry for being so busy. A year's gone by and yet I still have lots to do. No, don't be sorry. I don't mind. I'm just happy that you're alive, and that you can live by my side. Kazumi. Kazumi and I look at each other. But right then, we hear a voice calling out to us from far up ahead. Jeez, get a room, you two. They will. They will. Come on, don't rush. They will get a room. It's just gonna be a little while later. I look to find June staring at us. She's wearing the same orange uniform. Though Kazumi and I have resigned, June is still in serious. Hurry up or my lunch break's gonna end, you hear? I'm not supposed to be here, so rapido. Oh no, no need to rush. Not today of all days. I see you're as cheerful as always. What are you on about? It's because it's today that I want to act cheerful. Our eyes widen at those words. That's true. Then I guess it's about time we go see her, don't you think? Yes. Yee. We resume walking at those words. Our destination, Rokume Cemetery, located on the other side of the woods in the park. Today is the anniversary of Nagisa's death. We overcame many obstacles just so we could visit her grave. And when we make our way to the Tachibana family grave, Nagisa's resting place, oh, we find 2 familiar faces. Oh my, someone's late. Oh, haven't seen you people in ages. It's Teach and old man Ukita. It looks like they got here before us and offered sticks of incense at Nagisa's grave. Mr. Pekao, Mr. Ukita, you came here too? I apologize if I've made you feel obliged to stop by at such a busy time. Don't worry, this is far more important than anything on my plate right now. That's right, and this marks my first full year of atonement. Teach and the old man smile as they say that. We return their smiles, then offer flowers to Nagisa's grave. But man, it's been ages since I've seen you guys. What you've been up to? I reached out to Dr. Nikawa after I was released from prison. We're currently gathering sympathizers to help us plan out the development of an ethically moral PC research facility. Like the PRC back in its days of yore. I've been going back and forth to 6 different government-designated top-secret cities. Man, I'm so busy I feel like I'm gonna die. So similar problems really are going on in other top-secret cities, aren't they? Not as bad as Rokume City, but yeah, they more or less all have skeletons in their closets. There's also that matter of Q2, isn't there? It may look peaceful, but this country sure is full of problems, eh? Oh, that's true for every country, really. Anna replied with a sigh in her voice. It takes a huge incident like this one to wake people up before they notice these problems, though. Even if they sense there's a problem, they never go looking for it. And as society gets more complex, so too do its problems. And when more people get involved, their own individual circumstances and definitions of justice get tangled up, and eventually it becomes difficult to tell who is in the wrong. Perhaps there really is some truth to that. It was the same with Labo. Whose fault was it that caused that insane incident? The people running Labo, or Rokume City's officials? It's a mixture of everyone's at fault. Was it the fault of that pharmaceutical company that was business partners with Labo? It's all entangled. It's way too complicated. Was it the fault of those 2 researchers who died on the ground? Or the many other senior fellows who turned a blind eye? Again, everyone's at fault. If you go further back, you could say it was caused by Alice Anflam, her parents, or the people who persecuted Alice. Perhaps Eishi Azumi, the man who developed Alice's BC abilities, or Section Chief Tsuba Kiyama. Teach's father, who suggested the establishment of Labo, were also factors. The more people involved, the harder it gets to pin one of them as fully responsible. The malice of individuals may seem utterly trivial, but when one's malice spreads to others, it amplifies, then stagnates and decays. Sometimes it decays enough for the people in on the whole problem to not even notice it. But still, if there are problems, someone's gotta fix them, right? Indeed. But even if you know of a problem, it is difficult to build the courage to correct it. And sometimes even those with that courage go about correcting the problems in decisively illegal ways. The old man exchange wry smiles. Kazumi mutters sadly. If it takes the loss of others for people to finally realize that, then will we be forced to keep losing all sorts of things in the future? Probably. If so, then does that mean Nagisa's death was an inevitable part of that process? Not inevitable, just tragic. No chance in hell. I instantly answer Kazumi's question. We must never assume it's inevitable for there to be victims. Never. There are those who can't be forgiven. Every problem in this world has its own root cause. That's a fact. If many people are involved, then they should all take responsibility. Oh my, you're sounding rather full of yourself there. You've got no right to talk, Mr. Ex-terrorist. Yeah, I was a terrorist, the worst son of a bitch there was. If you just look at the incident last year by itself, then I deserve more blame for it than anyone else. Not really, though. Then there's Ukita. Property damage, assembling dangerous weapons, assault, violating the swords and firearms control law, all of that and more is on me. It's a miracle a scoundrel like me got released in just a year. Swords and firearms control law. That's interesting. Well, I guess it's Japan. Interesting. Sure. It's called swords and swords. Seems like such an archaic medieval thing to bring up. But I have atoned for my sins. So I figured that now that I'm out of prison, I'll work to make this world a better place. This time without taking up arms. I'm in no position to face the world, but at the very least my intentions are true. After I finish giving that rather self-indulgent speech, I expect to find everyone staring at me oddly, but I mean, come on now. Well, that's just the kind of person you always were. Well, you have gotten the result to bear those sins, right? Besides, without the opportunity to start things over, there would be nobody left to take responsibility. I have no right to be saying anything, but I agree with you for now, Captain Kasagi. The four of them accepted me with wry smiles. I mentally breathe a sigh of relief. Kazumi then speaks up. But that aside, I hope others can change just like you have. If they don't, then Nagisa and the others will truly never rest in peace. Sis, I'm sure they can change their mind this time. When you look back on this history, things like this have happened over and over again. Like with Chernobyl power plant disaster or the incident in Labo last year. Both may have been dark chapters in history, but each time people learn, people regret, and people reconsider their actions little by little. That's what I believe. Teach suddenly speaks up when she hears that. You're talking about before crime after days, aren't you? Eh? You've never heard of it. It's a proposal this sociologist made about the phenomenon of drastic transitions in society. It refers to when there's a sudden change in society's value systems when you compare them before a crime is exposed and in the days after. That's exactly how it is in this case. Society changes after something once thought normal becomes deemed as strange and criminal. We have to fix what's wrong, and we have to change ourselves too. If we don't, then our society will just get crazier and crazier. That's what almost everyone thinks. I see. That's certainly the case with me personally. I changed greatly before committing that crime, and in the days after. I don't mean to advocate crimes at all, but I definitely thought that things needed to change. Both in this world and in myself. We've been able to live in the days after we came face to face with that major incident, so we mustn't waste those days. I look at Kazumi after I say that. Hey Kazumi, I swear I'll make this society as good as a place as I can. If we can change, then our surroundings should be able to change little by little too. No, they have to change. Even if that's a naive ideal of mine, I can't do anything unless I believe that. My true atonement is to devote the rest of my life to ensure that change. Kazumi then finally smiles as if she can tell what I'm thinking. That's right. Malice may spread from person to person, but that's because goodwill does as well. Yeah, exactly. A thought crosses my mind when I hear that. Indeed, when people come in contact, they definitely have some sort of mutual effect on each other. They then respond to that change, and their relationship starts to change too. If there is goodwill and the will to understand one another in there, then the relationship will surely turn out good. Much like how our relationships changed greatly in those 9 hours. When I think about that, I suddenly start to wonder how he is doing. Hey Teach, about the brat. Is he doing well? You would know, wouldn't you? Oh my, are you actually worried about him? Well, a little. Oh brother, you sure ain't honest. Well, this is just what things are like between two men. I thought you'd become a bit calm recently, but I guess that part of you hasn't changed a bit, has it? I break into a wry smile for causing me at those comments. I then look to the skies and think, of course I'm worried, how could I not be? We nearly fought to the death once. That's why I offer a silent prayer for his sake. I pray that he's living his life peacefully in these after days. Everyone here surely feels the same way. They all must be praying for peaceful days for the partners they fought side by side with on that fateful day. And around that time, I'm, with Yuri and the others, heading straight for Rokume Park. Natsuko Tenkawa was present. For a while, we had been living a secluded life in order to escape the watchful eye of the media, but as the chaos in the world calmed down, we took the opportunity to finally return to Rokume City. And besides, today is the first anniversary of that girl's death. Visiting her grave is another reason we came here. The weather sure is nice, eh? Yuri blissfully smiles as she squints her eyes. Masha, Luis and Mom respond. It sure is peaceful here. Hard to believe what happened a year ago, isn't it? I agree. It's been so peaceful lately that it's a little boring though. You sure are tough, Yui. If you've got that much energy to spare, then I'd like you to help out with my work. I've spent 3 sleepless nights already with all this back and forth negotiation with the ESP bureau. It's really tiring. I'm getting too old for this. I'm sorry, Mon. We'll all help out together. Of course. I'll help out with the cooking and stuff too. I'll help out somehow too. Oh my, I was just joking. You kids need to go to school. I'm working hard so that you kids can live like normal kids after all. I see. I really think she's a great mom. She's such a loving, capable and strong person, and to be honest, I'm proud to be her son. But I can't stay under her wing forever. Yuri, Masha, Luis, let's help Mom out even if she insists we don't. Of course. Sure thing. We exchange those words with a smile. Eventually, we reach the park. Yuri murmurs as we walk down the road to Rokume Cemetery. Still, this place sure brings me back. Yeah, it has been about 10 years since you've walked here, right, Yuri? Yes. Say, Hikarin, do you remember what I said when we reunited in Labo about a year ago? I do. You said you wanted us all to walk in this park again together, right? Yeah. I'm so glad my wish was granted. Masha and the others smile as Yuri's eyes begin to water. We can walk here as much as we want now, Yuri. Yeah, I'll walk with you as much as you'd like. Right. I know that those words too. The girls seem to be happy that we came back to the city. Painful things happened here, but so too did many nostalgic memories. It's the city that Mashiro loves, the city Louise found where she belonged, and the city where Yuri wanted to walk freely. The city we lived in, and the city we finally returned to. We can choose our destination of our own free will. Some may take that privilege for granted, but it truly is a blessing. Say guys, what is it? We're alive, aren't we? We took back freedom with our own hands, didn't we? It sounds moving when you say it seriously like that. True, you all did well to come back alive. It's thanks to the 9 of us, and you too, Dr. Tenkawa. Yes, most of all it's thanks to him. Not that I'll ever say it though, it's embarrassing. My feelings about him still haven't changed. He's a partner I feel grateful to, and he deserves my respect. But we are completely different. All the way from our heights to our ideologies. We can't even reach mutual understanding. As that thought crosses my mind, Yuri suddenly smiles. Well, no, actually. It might not have been just us. As we look at her in confusion, Yuri looks off into the distance. Guys, don't you remember? Back then, inside the labo, about 10 minutes before the bomb exploded. There was that intense flashback, remember? Yeah, there's no way I could forget that. That was so mysterious, huh? I wonder what that was. In any case, it was a lifesaver. It coincidentally revealed an escape method. It wasn't a coincidence. Actually, that might not have been a coincidence. Mom nods at Yuri's proposition. I've heard about the matter from Yuri. She said that BC used in the past came back in a particular sequence, correct? Yeah. Furthermore, there was meaningful information in that sequence, meaning some sort of consciousness was possibly born within Labo at that time. Yeah, brain ghost. It happened. A consciousness. Actually, Yuri and I were trying to perform that sort of experiment that day. An experiment to see if the stagnation and accumulation of information energy emitted with BC could create a consciousness. In other words, an experiment to create a spirit. A spirit. Do you think one was made, Mom? Well, it's hard to tell at this point. We can't verify it either. Good point. But you know, Hikarin, I felt there really was something within Labo back then. I think it had been drifting in Labo ever since the WX particle amplifier was activated at 6 AM. I think that at first it was just an empty spirit without a will of its own, unable to do anything but observe the events happening there. But as it received our BC little by little, it took in the information stored within. And after it was full to the brim with information energy, Mr. Spirit was finally born with a will of its own. Born? And then what? You see, I get the feeling Mr. Spirit was the one who helped us out in the end. Mr. Spirit found an escape route and tried to convey it to us. So you mean that's what the flashback was? Yes. I mean, Mr. Spirit doesn't have a way to convey its will to us in its own, does it? So instead, it pieced together all the important information it had to point out the escape route for us, I guess. Yuri, you're such a romanticist. Not that I have a problem with that or anything. I still think it was just a coincidence. It wasn't. I can't comment on it either way. Not until we run a reproducible experiment, that is. Yuri sulks at how none of them agree with her. I agree with her. Come on now. She looks at me as if to ask me to back her up. Hey, Hikari, what do you think? Don't you feel like someone helped us back then? I answered the question with a smile. Yeah, of course I do. Really? Good grief, Natsuko. You always agree with Yuri. Good grief. Good grief indeed. No, I've always been thinking that. It really did feel like someone helped us out back then. Is that so? Well, let's just leave it at that, I guess. Everyone smiles once Mashiro says that. I smile too as I secretly think to myself, I do agree with Yuri's opinion for the most part, but there's actually one part I disagree with. Was it really just that last flashback where we were helped out? Weren't we helped out way before that? When I think about it, whenever I had to make an important judgment call, whether to trust someone or doubt them, it felt like some kind of vague feeling was pushing me from behind. Well, if I talked about it out loud, I don't think anyone would understand, so I'll just keep it to myself for now. But still, guys, if Mr. Spirit really was born, then where do you think it went? Well, assuming it did get born, Labo did get blown up back then, so would have disappeared in the explosion, but it's not a physical manifestation. Well, the BC particle engine did decay. No, maybe. Maybe once the insulators were destroyed, it left Labo and now it's drifting about somewhere. Who the fuck knows? I look up at the sky as I say that. Professor Tabakian once said in a lecture that all bodies of energy mix upon contact. So even if the BC particle engine did decay, that doesn't mean it disappeared completely. So perhaps it was released from Labo's dark facility and spread to all corners of the world. Though if that were the case, then I guess the spirit's consciousness would start fading too. It'll probably never try to speak to us again. After all, for its 9 hours of existence, it used quite unreliable communication. But it still left us with something precious. What that newborn spirit conveyed to us was a will that desired to connect people together. The wish to share minds and walk side by side. Even if my communication with you has stopped, my will shall never fade. It will remain in the minds of those I came in contact with. My wish will never be lost. It will stay with you forever. That's wonderful. Double, grand ending. Yes! Fuck yeah. Extend episode unlocked. Selectable modes have been added to the extra menu. You don't answer mode for Deeps by selecting answer doing the la 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 la. Now saving. Alright. And with that, we have finally concluded the double route. Good lord, that was excellent. That was fascinating, that was fantastic. And now, boy, that's a lot to take in. Key lesson of the story is communication is key. Yeah, that's basically what it boils down to, ultimately, to a single sentence. Communicate with people. Talk to them. Don't be a fucking villain like Labo. Jesus fucking Christ. It's just awful stuff there. But anyway, that was wonderful. The grand ending, the nice thing, the leaving on a nice feeling. Yes, the extra stuff. We'll get to that. We'll get to that next time in the final part. The final part of this series. We are approaching 4.5 months in the making, eh? Well, we'll conclude properly when that arrives. But for now, we have concluded this story now. It is all well and good and truly done. Except for the final bit. But we shall leave that for later. For now, we return to the void. Bask in its welcoming embrace and allow our minds to drift and to think and to remember and to contemplate all that we have seen and witnessed today. And, as always, to set us away from here, we have The Reign of Dio, Act 1, A Rainbow, Volume 2, A Rising, Chapter 15, A Light in the Black. The abyss wakes. The light beckons a new star. One such spark rises above the sea and reaches out to be grabbed. Troubles await, for this journey is eternal. See through the eyes of witness and know the truth of how a new god is born and where the old ones go to die. Swirling chaos engulfs the light, twisting and turning along with the tides. Forget reaching the surface. First it must extinguish the grasping lights of black flame. Snuff them out, one by one, turning the white light a shade of red. None are born clean and pure, for only those that are tainted can know how to cleanse themselves. Crimson light shines beneath this cloak of flesh and steel. Knowing mortality is a prerequisite for eternity. Life and death, pain and pleasure, torment and salvation. The light glows a dim rainbow now. Having lived 1,000 lives, back in that moment, the light reaches out from a puddle. It grabs the edge of the sky and pulls it down. Stepping onto its new home, the mighty light sees no other. A tiny spark bounces around, sometimes pricks at it, but such things are beneath notice. With a single wave, the sky turns black and the light steps upwards to the center of it all. It sits there now for eternity, glowing bright, shedding its light back down to the sea. The sky flows upwards, ever so slowly, until a new light reaches up and pulls the dark sky down once more. Thank you for listening, and goodbye.